7. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the opportunity to win a pair of tickets to see Kid Rock at Little Caesars Arena on July 15th. Live Nation presents Kid Rock at Little Caesars Arena on that July 15th date. Get your tickets right now at livenation.com or be the third caller when you hear from the Karate Kid the sweep the leg quote. There you go. Kid Rock.
Yes, got it. Yes.
All right. All right, Gov, you teased us here.
All right, so I'm curious if Jamie, he had created the Lions Museum with Wojo that one night a long time ago.
Yes.
And then we redid it on our show. Just all the things that would be in the Lions SOL Museum. I might have uncovered something here, a new one, and I'm wondering if it's worthy. And this would be why the Lions would beat the Browns, because they actually directly influenced something the Lions did. So the move. The Browns moved in 95, 96.
Mm-hmm.
The Ravens started in 96. The Browns didn't have a team for 4 years. The Browns then were given a new team, an expansion team in 99.
Mm-hmm.
That created a 31st team in the NFL. Forward 3 years later, because what kind of league is going to have an odd number of teams? Everybody had to be on a bye. It was really weird. It created the new division formats, no more NFC Central, AFC, all that stuff. And what it triggered was the creation of the Houston Texans. The Houston Texans were given the number 1 pick in the 2002 draft, therefore dropping the Carolina Panthers to 2, who took Julius Peppers, and the Lions took Joey Harrington.
Mm-hmm.
If Cleveland never moved and the league just stayed at 30 teams, there would have been no Houston Texans, and the Lions could have selected Julius Peppers if Carolina would have taken David Carr.
Correct.
And no Joey.
Right.
They gave us their move, possibly gave us Joey.
Right. We don't know whether the Panthers would have taken Carr or not, because Peppers was from North Carolina. That's a great question.
Carr
That's
was
great.
pretty revered versus Joey at the time.
No doubt.
There was question whether the Lions should take Joey at 3. Remember Quentin Jammer?
Yes. We had that discussion.
Now, this
many
is
times
all
on the
reliant
show.
upon Matt Millen, if he had a chance to take Julius Peppers, actually taking him.
Right. Instead of switching his
I'm not
pick
sure if
on
it's
the way to
worthy.
the podium.
But
No,
the Browns
it's-
move did potentially trigger the Lions taking Joey over a course of, it was a 7-year thing.
It's worth a mention. Who had a better career as a Lion or a Brown? I mean, was Gary Danielson better as a Lion or as a Brown?
I don't know.
He didn't do much for either, really, if you think
What
about
about
it.
Ty Detmer when the Lions he threw 7 interceptions at the Browns?
Yes, exactly. Let's talk to Pete. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Pete.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to say it's got to be worse being a Lions fan because the Browns have been close. The Browns were an Ernest Biner fumble away from actually making it. If you look at the drive, against the Broncos, it took an inexplicable drive from one of the greatest quarterbacks ever, and that has to be more heartbreaking because they had it right in front of them and it was ripped away. And as a Lions fan, I cannot point to a single time when the Lions, the organization, was that close to experiencing something as great as postseason success. It's always been in 2011 they got destroyed by the Saints, and you know that if the Lions made the playoffs, in Philadelphia in 1995, it's those games weren't even close. It's hey, we got there, but having something so close and then having the rug pulled out from underneath you has got to be worse.
The Sterling Sharp play was the Lions were close to getting to the next round, but yes, it wasn't NFC Championship game. By the way, he mentioned the drive, which led to the field goal, correct? That won the game?
Yeah.
I believe it wasn't a touchdown. Right?
No, the drive was a touchdown.
Okay, well,
and Carlos kicked the winner in OT.
Okay, right.
Barefooted kicker.
Okay, that was my point.
Barefooted kicker, by the way.
Yeah,
not much different than a wood-footed kicker.
No,
it's a lot different than a wood-footed kicker or one hitting the crossbar and going over.
My point was going to be that where did Rich Carlos kick after Denver?
Here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Eddie Murray got hurt. I believe they hired or Hansen. One of them got hurt, and they got Rich Carlos.
So, John, does the fact that a kicker kicks barefoot make them tougher?
No, I don't understand. It just seems to me be dumb.
I don't get why it ever started.
Tony Franklin went with the
And
Eagles.
then I don't get why it went away.
I know.
Right, yeah. I mean, why aren't there any barefoot kickers anymore? Is it just simply the shoes have improved so much that they don't need to be barefoot anymore? Or
The first barefoot kicker I remember, because, quote, I'm old, was Michigan.
Not quote, you are.
Yes. Well, Michigan.
Sorry.
Yeah. See my peace sign? See my thumb?
Yeah.
See my peace sign -1? We're on YouTube. Sorry about that.
There's no censorship on YouTube.
The first barefoot kicker I remember was, I believe the guy's name was Dick Kenny, who played for Michigan State, and he was from Hawaii, and he was the kicker for Michigan State in the infamous 10-10 game, which is the most overrated game in sports history, by the way, because it was boring as hell. And then Tony Franklin from the Eagles was really good.
Yeah. No, there were some really good barefooted kickers.
Yeah.
I just never understood the point of it.
I know.
Yeah, I know. And I actually, I think I told you guys this, but I can't remember. It was the COVID year when our kids they did have a football season. And I was screwing around with some of the kids from Connor's baseball team. My coach was on the team, so it was before practice. And I go, watch this, guys. And I flipped off my flip-flop and kicked it barefooted. I punted it to them, and they were like, whoa. Like, they did not know that was a thing.
Was there ever
It didn't hurt.
I don't know if there was ever a barefooted punter.
I don't know.
I think there was.
I
don't
think there
think
might
there
have
was
been.
a barefooted punter.
There might have been. But there were a few barefooted kickers besides Tony Franklin. And I could never understand, because it looked like it hurt.
Yeah, it would look like it.
Wouldn't
Yeah.
it hurt?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be on the money, that's for sure, or else you're going to break your toe.
Yeah.
I would think. I mean, I don't know. I'd never tried it, nor would I. Has there been a barefooted
I'm
punter?
trying to find it here, but I just love, I'm looking under barefooted kickers, and the first one that pops up is Rich Carlos, but it says Rich Carlos.
Oh, see, a typical Lion gets his name mispronounced. 248-539-9797. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but Victor Wembanyama announced that he will not be participating for his home country, France, in the World Cup this summer. Yes, there is a World Cup in basketball, and we will probably have a team, I assume, as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of taken aback by this. And I understand why you might not want to play before your rookie year because of injury concerns and things like that, right? I get that.
Yeah.
Because if you're a fan of the Spurs and if he got hurt, you'd be, going crazy. So I understand it. However, John, what do you think of the fact that he's not playing for his country, but he's going to play for the Spurs in the Summer League?
You mean he's going to play with some of his future teammates?
Well, maybe some of them, and some of them probably won't even see the light of day.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of guys that play in Summer League that don't see the light of day.
I
But
know.
he's going to play with and in a system that he is going to play professionally for the next few years.
I'd rather see him play for his country. I'd love to see, as the fan in me, would rather see somebody from the United States or Lithuania or Jokic go up to the hole and try to go up up against Rudy Gobert of France and Wembanyama. See how they like to defend. Go up. That fan in me would much rather see him play. Summer League it's almost not even basketball to a certain extent. It's not pro basketball.
It's not pro basketball, no. But neither is obviously the World Cup. And so
The competition is much better.
Sure. But if he was, I don't know, maybe the next time the World Cup comes around, all right, then I would expect, if he was going to play, then he would play for France.
He's not alone. Hachimura of the Lakers has announced he's not going to play for Japan. So I get it. And but if he didn't play Summer League, I would definitely understand. If you're going to play Summer League, you might as well play for your country. Is the way I look at it.
I think being a young, trying to come in and establish himself. I mean, there's a lot of expectations. I don't know if you've followed his last year or so, but there's a lot of expectations on Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Yes, and I think that he's going to do all he can in the NBA to fulfill those expectations and be the player that, first of all, that he wants to be. Mm-hmm. And in making that decision, he's going to play for the Spurs in the Summer League versus playing for his country in the World Cup. And you could argue that maybe the development as an individual playing against better competition would be better for him and his basketball prowess. But being able to play in a system and get feedback from your coaches, be in, and is he going to be playing with a lot of guys that he's going to be playing with during the season next year? No. But he will be getting feedback from the organization that drafted him. And this time I'm okay with it.
I'd rather see him play for France, personally, as a fan. All right, 248-539-9797. Something else in basketball came up yesterday. Yeah. A former Piston made a statement that almost goes back to something he said back in 1987, if you think about it. Mm-hmm. And we'll hear from that person coming up next. I want to tell you about Capital Mortgage Funding. They are the best mortgage bankers around. They've been the best mortgage bankers around for over 30 years. If there was a World Cup in mortgage banking, mortgages, they'd be the gold mortgage company. They don't need that summer league stuff. No, they're there for the big stuff. Home purchase market has been changed substantially, and they are there for you with the best customer service you'll find. Look, you must get pre-approved before going out and walking through homes. For sure, your offer will get accepted. Call them today, 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, and their staff, they do a great job, and they're consistent. They've been here for, like I said, over 3 decades. They're not, some dude on television that has worked in 5 different places. You never know where he's going to work next. Call them today, 1-800-LOW-RATE. They're part of the community just like you are. Capital Mortgage Funding, 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. Tigers beat the Rangers last night 7-2. Matthew Boyd and Will Vest getting injured. Boyd after 2/3 of an inning, and Vest came in and he only pitched an inning. But they got some home run pop. Ibanez and Rogers. Verling had 3 hits. Matt Manning makes his return to the bump, as they say, tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First time since April 11th. You might remember back in 1987, I believe it was after the game 7 where the Pistons lost to the Boston Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals. Piston rookie Dennis Rodman got into some hot water by suggesting that if Larry Bird was black, he would just be another player. And then Isaiah Thomas, whether he believed it or not, basically did what a captain should do, I guess, is stick up for his rookie, and he got in a lot of hot water. Anyway, that was a long time ago. Yesterday, it was revealed that Dennis Rodman might have had another brain fart as well. Here he's on Vlad TV, which I have no idea what it is, but talking about Larry Bird and where he would be today. First of all, I think it's just almost the opposite.
Yeah.
I think Larry Bird in today's game, with the floor spacing that goes on and with the amount of three-point shots that are attempted,
he would have flourished.
He would be amazing. He'd be better today than he might have been back then if you think about it.
Especially for his ability to step back.
Yeah.
And shoot, to create his own space.
Now, he might have had more shots blocked today because the players are more athletic. But as far as shooting, I mean, how many three-pointers did Larry Bird shoot per game when he was in his prime? Probably not more than 5, right? Today's game, he'd be shooting, double digits every game.
Yeah.
Larry Bird is made for that. Some guys can play in any era. I think Isaiah would be great in today's game because of his speed. That type of thing.
What would Rodman be in this game today?
Rodman would be really good in the open floor, but he's such a bad outside shooter. He wouldn't score a lot of points. He'd be.
He was never much of a scorer anyway, except for the putback.
No 3-and-D guy. He'd have a problem in this league.
Yeah,
he'd have a big problem. He also said that Nikola Jokic is better than Larry Bird. I don't know. Jokic would be pretty good back then too. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, there are great guys who'd be great in any era.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about basketball IQ, you talk about the ability to pass, create your own shot. I mean, they're very similar style of player, Larry Bird and Jokic. Mm-hmm. And so I think they kind of prove, watching both of them, that they could have flourished in either era.
Yeah, and Larry Bird is quicker than Jokic, but I think Jokic, as good of a passer as Bird is, or was, I should say, Jokic is a great passer as well. He's got such a great feel for the game.
Yeah, but I mean, you go back, and I did this last night when I heard this or read this, and you watch some of the, and granted, okay, you're watching the highlights because you can't watch, you don't have the time to watch a whole lot of complete games. Bird was a really good passer.
He was a great passer.
And his awareness on the floor, that's why I say when you watch Jokic and you watch Bird, their games are very, very similar.
Except Jokic can post up anybody, and Bird.
Yeah, that's part of the game that's different.
Yes.
But I mean, talking about the perimeter play, his ability to, distribute the basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and their shot is almost, it has some similarities to it as well.
I mean, if Bojan Bogdanovic is a commodity, what's Larry Bird?
I think evaluating like some of these 80s legends, like the defense that they played against was so much harder than the defense now.
Yeah.
And it was much more physical.
Do you think these guys really wouldn't have 3-point shots?
Of course they would.
I mean, Jordan would have been a great 3-point shooter because he was Michael Jordan.
Because he would have worked on it.
Exactly. He would have developed that part of his game.
Like, I think the three that are untouchable that would have translated any era would have been Bird, Magic, and Jordan.
Yeah.
I don't think they would have any problem adjusting. Just like I think LeBron could have played in any era.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think Kevin Durant could have played in any era.
Yeah. The only thing about Durant, he gets butt hurt from rivals in this generation. Can you imagine the skin that Bird, Magic, and especially Jordan could get under with KD?
Yeah.
MJ might make KD cry.
Steph could play in any era.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, the fact that Rodman doesn't think Bird would be in the NBA today, he'd be in Europe, is nuts. Let's go to David. You're on 97 on the ticket.
Just to chime in, and good morning, fellas. Larry Bird, to me, and I'm about Stoney's age. I go way back when Stoney was first with the fan, but Larry Bird is one of the best players I've ever seen in any era.
Yeah.
There's no era that he couldn't play in.
Yeah.
Okay? I just wanted to make sure you know that. And, of course, you guys already have your opinions, but that's just my opinion. I hated him so much because he was so good, man. And the comments that Rodman is making are totally displaced, okay, as he is these days, if you know what I mean.
Right. Hey, David, how many threes would Larry Bird have in today's game? I mean, it'd be sick.
Come on, Stoney. You say he averaged 5? Listen, if he shot 12, he'd make 11. And then
Well,
he'd bet you in the 12.
let's not go carried away. He doesn't have the actual ball rack from the three-point contest when he's
Right.
playing, but he would probably be he'd be close to 50% from three in today's game.
I mean, in the game back then, a pull-up three wasn't you would get, like, benched if you
I
did
know.
that.
Yeah.
Even after when Larry Bird used to coach the Pistons, he used to hate that stuff. All right, one more real quick. Let's go to DJ. What's up, DJ?
What up, though, guys?
How are you?
Me and my college team, I'm good. Me and my college teammates heard this yesterday. Mine's we're all 40s. We're not kids' college teammates. We watched this. That's Larry Joe Bird, man. Stop it. Stop it, Dennis. That man, I looked it up. Head to head, he gave Dennis over 35 3 times, including the playoffs. He averaged 22 against him. That's Larry Joe Bird, man. If Luka and the Joker and them guys can do what they're doing, you don't think Larry Joe Bird would be good in this era? It's almost starting to seem like the Draymond Green thing with me, guys. How Draymond just be running his mouth a little bit too much because he got the 4 championships. Dennis, you got 5 with Mike and Zeke. But come on, man.
Yeah.
That's Larry Joe Bird.
I know.
That's the man who took Indiana State to an undefeated season, man. Indiana State ain't even been back to the tournament since then. Stop it. Yeah, come on, that's Larry Joe Bird, man. That's like literally in my eyes at their peak. I got Jordan, maybe Kobe and Shaq, but Bird is right there at his peak. That's Larry Joe Bird, so stop it. That's where I'm at with it, guys.
I
got rubbed the wrong way when I heard that.
You're the first person to ever refer to me as Larry Joe Bird. Numerous. I love that, DJ. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Here's Heather Joe Park.
I don't know if you've heard about this, but FedEx is actually in a whole lot of trouble for allegedly pulling a Ferris Bueller.
Oh.
So there's a new lawsuit that accuses FedEx of rolling back the odometers on thousands of their old delivery trucks so that they can sell them for more money than they're worth. And apparently the company used to just scrap all their trucks when they would hit 350,000 miles. But the lawsuit says that around 2011, they created this new revenue stream and started selling them. And they'd sell them to auctions and people would buy them and maybe turn them into things like food trucks or whatever they were using them for. And they're accused now of subtracting a ton of mileage before they would sell them. There is a commercial truck dealer in Nevada that says he found out about it after he sold an old FedEx truck in 2017 and the odometer said 180,000 miles. Apparently, he was able to hook it up to a computer and it actually had over 400,000 miles on it. And now there's a whole bunch of food truck owners that are suing FedEx. And if what they're accused of is actually true, it could be the largest odometer fraud scheme in U.S. history. Yikes.
That's unbelievable.
Wow.
It's really wild, isn't it? I mean, I get how it benefits them, right?
Oh,
they
sure.
can make so much money off of it, but
A company this big doing this,
right. So if this is true,
it's going to be more Amazon.
big news. Yeah. Cameras could soon start playing the role of police in some parts of the state after the Michigan House approved a photo cop bill authorizing cameras to be basically law enforcement in work zones. So this new protocol that would authorize cameras in work zones and construction zones on Michigan highways would basically track the speed of vehicles. And then if your vehicle is flagged going over 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, you would get a ticket sent to your home.
That's why I go 4 or 5 or 9.
You just never speed.
Yeah.
Whether it's
no, I do. But it's saying
but
it's you
not
going
on the
10
highway.
over.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I
Yeah.
guess you are speeding. Okay, but
Yeah.
9, you're fine.
Controlled mayhem.
9, you're fine.
Yeah, 9, you're fine. Prosecutors really want to see James and Jennifer Crumbly go to trial. And in another push to get them there, the prosecution says that it has now some additional evidence showing that the Crumblys were grossly negligent, basically in the hours, days, and even months before the mass school shooting. Prosecutors say that Jennifer actually disclosed on a recorded interview after the shooting that she didn't even pay any attention to the drawings that her son had made in class the morning before the shooting. And if you remember, that's why they were called to the school in the first place over these concerning drawings. And she told the person interviewing that she didn't even look at him very closely at all. They also say that James took the receipt from the murder weapon, the gun that they gifted their son, when they fled their home the night following the shooting. And the prosecution basically says, hey, the fact that you took the receipt with you and you fled shows a consciousness of guilt. Plus, they also have some new Facebook messages between the parents that they're disclosing as well that basically show that they had knowledge of their son's mental distress, that she was nervous about certain situations. There was one that said, quote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid. So things that showed that, yes, they knew he had some mental issues. Hey, Oilers captain Connor McDavid is now engaged. He proposed to his longtime girlfriend, Lauren Kyle, after nearly 8 years of dating. She did share a series of photos on her Instagram of the two of them. She also shared a shot showing off her brand new, beautiful, pear-shaped diamond ring. So congrats to them, right? Yeah,
Nice
for
couple
sure.
of days. MVP wins last night and he gets engaged a few days before that.
Yeah, that's very nice. This is weird, but I guess people... men might be into this. There are some guys that are paying probably, it's 50 euros, which is actually close to a little over $50 here, for a 3-page professional evaluation of their junk. Yes.
What?
Yes. And the evaluation covers everything, literally from length to shape to aesthetics. And what you have to do is send a photo of yourself.
How many different
best.
views do you need to include?
You have to send your best picture.
Oh.
And then 5 people will review it and give you this analysis.
Oh, what do you have to lose to get that job?
And they'll tell
looking
you,
looking at wieners all day
Yeah.
to
Well,
evaluate, and then come up with a 3-page report.
Yeah.
It might be a woman.
There
who's
is some
looking at
women,
it.
but there's also some men as well in here. There is a dominatrix that's involved in the I almost said judging, in the evaluation.
The junk judge.
Imagine having that on your resume.
Yes. Junk
Yes.
judge.
Yes. What'd you do for the last 5 years? I was a junk judge.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Submit some of your work.
People are just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anything for money.
Yeah, it's and the people that are ridiculous are the people sending the pictures in to get evaluated.
There's
True.
a lot of
That's
ridiculousness
Ridiculous too.
Yes. All right.
Golly.
Thank you very much, Heather. 248-539-9797. Coming up next, do you share this? And I'm not talking about your junk pictures. 248-539-9797. We need to go back to something real quick that we discussed earlier in our Lions-Browns deal. We got onto the subject of barefoot kickers because Rich Carlos kicked for both the Lions and the Denver Broncos, and his kick with the Denver Broncos beat the Browns in the AFC Championship game. And we talked about barefoot kickers, and we wondered if there was ever a barefoot punter. Mm-hmm. And we kind of thought there were, but we couldn't remember them. Well, Gov did the voluminous research and found one.
I can't believe I don't remember this. So this at least one barefoot punter I found. His name is Jim Miller. No, not the quarterback from Waterford. He played for the 49ers, and he was on the first 49ers Super Bowl team, which played in the Silverdome for Super Bowl 16.
Wow.
And I found a picture of him punting out of the back of the end zone in Super Bowl 16 against the Bengals. I don't have any recollection. I know they had Ray Wershing. He was the field goal kicker.
Right.
He had like 4 field goals in that Super Bowl.
Was he a barefooted kicker too?
No. And I just don't have any recollection. Maybe because the Niners were so good that year, you don't remember their punter.
Yeah.
You never saw the field?
Yeah, it's kind of like the Seahawks last year.
That was pre-Jerry Rice, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't remember this guy whatsoever.
Who was the running back that scored the Earl Cooper with the short pass from Montana, I remember. Anyway, we talked about this when it came out that Netflix was changing their policy as far as sharing with friends and stuff. Now, there's another product that is coming down on the sharing deal.
Yeah, another company that is, and it's Costco. If like all other stores, there has been they've installed the self-checkout lanes at Costco. So, you go in, you got to show your membership card, but they never look at the picture that's attached to it. They just want to see if you got a card. And even when I check out at Costco in the regular lanes, like they don't really seem to ever look at the picture, but if you go through the self-checkout, obviously nobody is there. You just scan your card, you scan your items, and you walk out the door. You show them your receipt. They are now cracking down on membership sharing at Costco. And they're going to do the same thing that Netflix is attempting to do on their account sharing. And I know, Heather, you are an account sharer.
Of Netflix.
Not
of
of Costco. But I'm curious, if you get caught either with Netflix or any of these companies that are cracking down, are you just going to stop going to Costco or using Netflix, or will you eventually just get your own?
I think with Netflix, people will just get their own because it's only like $8 to $10.
Right.
Costco, though, it's what, like $50-$60 for a membership?
Yeah, I think the lowest membership is like $45 or $50.
And then there's 100 or some for like the executive.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
So I feel like people might just stop going to Costco.
But that's really just the initial investment because you do get the rebate back if you go on a regular basis, which ends up paying for your continued subscription.
That's true.
So how exactly can they tell?
Well, your picture, I mean, look at your membership card. Right. And if you, I use the app. I never use my card anymore because I can't get gas there anyway. You can't use the digital version. Yeah, they don't have diesel. So I always use my app. And on your app, it has your picture, which my kids love the picture. It's kind of like the driver's license picture where, I took my picture like 5 years ago and it's the fat face John. And so they're like, Dad, let's see that picture again from Costco. But yeah, so they can't identify you. So it sounds like they're gonna be randomly checking membership cards or apps, and they're gonna look at it, not just scan it, but they're actually gonna look at the picture to make sure it matches up with the one who's using it.
Yeah, my picture's kind of like lame.
It's so hard to see because they're little black and white photos.
I'll show you guys this. I'll see if I can get it close enough to the Twitch or YouTube feed for everybody to see the fat face John.
People will just keep going until they're caught. Let's see. Oh my gosh! Wow! Holy cow! When was that taken?
Well, let's see. You
weren't joking.
2018.
Wow.
Oh, you were a big boy then.
Yeah,
he was a big boy. Yes, long past my playing career, but I don't know which camera we're on right now. Okay, it's the one up in the corner. I'm gonna.
Wow.
For the YouTube people. Hello, YouTubers. Hello, Twitchers. By the way, speaking of pictures of John, there's a book that's coming out on his championship team at the University of Michigan that Nick Baumgardner and Mark Snyder wrote.
Mm-hmm. Mountaintop.
Yes, and they tweeted some pictures. and I retweeted one of a little comment. There's one picture where John is using some. Should have got a penalty. He's got his.
Okay, please explain to me how this is a penalty.
I'm kidding. He's blocking a guy from Colorado, and his arm is like under the guy's chin. Right? Would that be accurate?
Yeah. My forearm is under his chin, and letting him know what the deal is.
So I tweeted, "Boy, this offensive lineman is really dirty, isn't he?" And then there's also a picture of him next to Lloyd and another player on the field after they won the championship game.
Yeah, it's Rob Sweat.
And boy, you look young as hell. Well, you were.
That was, yes. I was 21.
Yeah.
Yes. That was, at times it feels like it was a long time ago. Other times it feels like it was just last year.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the book focus on or about?
The 97 season.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I know everything by now.
Yeah, but this is you might. Yeah, I mean, I've shared a lot of the stories, but this we were able to, and Nick and Mark were able to talk to almost everybody from that team, from assistant coaches, obviously Lloyd Carr, managers. Eddie Magnus had a heavy hand in this, who was the head student manager that year, one of my college roommates as well, and been able to put together the different perspectives from each individual guy, different memories that they had throughout the course of the year. So it's going to be, obviously for Michigan fans, it'll be a lot of fun. The reach past that, I don't know. It'll be a curiosity for some others, but it's a comprehensive look at that season.
It would be nice to get one of the backup quarterbacks' perspective on all that.
Yeah, he didn't really play. He wasn't good enough to get on the field.
Hey, you don't know. Maybe he's got a hidden story about how that launched him into being such a winner, watching leaders like John Jansen.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he doesn't have to do it for the book. You just call in.
That's right.
You could call in, yes. We'll effort that. I will make another request.
I mean, him and Brian Greasy, their friendship blossomed after that, probably.
They do have a really good friendship.
I don't know.
Yeah, the guy obviously we're talking about is Tom Brady, since nobody has said it. I think we all assume.
People know.
People know. Yes, exactly.
So if you text him, like, "Hey, how's it going, Tom? Just haven't caught up in a long time. How's life treating you post retirement?" How long would he respond? Would he respond?
Yeah. The trick is,
how many phones does he have, and is John on the A list or the A phone or the B phone?
Well, we always usually get his number, after a while, because sometimes I'll text him, and if I don't hear back within a day, then I know that he's changed his number.
But then you can get it again.
Yeah,
because of your hookups.
Yeah,
because he's my friend.
Well, how would you get somebody's friend's number if you lost it? You'd have to work on it. You just go to your little Michigan people and they'll hook you up, right?
The Rolodex? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, obviously he's close with some of your former teammates, very good friends with some of them.
With some of my former teammates at Michigan? Yeah. His college roommates. Just like you've stayed in touch with your college roommates. Yeah,
exactly. I'm saying that's how you would get his new number.
Yeah. And so, I mean, if we also have email and use that quite a bit. It usually is, for email, it's a day or two. But for texting, it's usually pretty quick within the day.
Wow.
It's just like you texting any of your buddies.
Oh, it's not. He's Tom. I'm just Tom.
He's just Tom.
You're just Tom.
But if Tom asked one of his buddies to be in our show, he would.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why.
I know. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797.
Hey, I want to talk to you guys. You guys got me all flustered here. Ideal You helps you lose weight.
One bear I love poking.
Weight fast. You saw my fat picture there on my Costco membership. You too can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real whole foods. 80% of guys that do the Ideal You program lose 30 pounds or more in just 40 days. I mentioned it. I'm down almost 65 pounds now. I feel so much better. And when I'm out in public, I feel good about myself. You want to feel good about yourself? Sign up now. You can get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. It's your choice. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. I mentioned the instant feedback that I got with it. I've talked about this for a number of almost a couple of years now. 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I've lost 65 pounds overall. Ideal You works because they teach you what to eat and drink to lose weight. You're in constant contact with a weight loss coach, and when you've reached your goal, they're going to teach you how to keep it off. Sign up now and get $200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
248-539-9797. Hey, congratulations to Anthony from Madison Heights. He heard the sweep the leg from the Karate Kid, so he's winning a pair of tickets to see Kid Rock at Little Caesars Arena on July 15th. Live Nation presents Kid Rock at Little Caesars on said date, July 15th. Still tickets available, and you can get those tickets at livenation.com. Got some ticket texts for you on the Costco sharing membership. Good for Costco. It is a membership store and the fee is annual, not monthly like Netflix. Cheating non-members are an inconvenience to the paying members and Costco employees, and it should be stopped. I mean,
that is true. It's an annual. I was thinking it was monthly in my head.
Yeah.
Which would be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What I don't understand about the Costco crackdown is that people will still spend money at their store. Craig and Madison.
Yeah, but part of their revenue stream is selling memberships because they're selling bulk items at a cheaper price.
So they're hoping those people that are sharing will then get their own account, spend money on that, and continue shopping.
But technically, the texter is correct.
Yeah.
They are making more money because
by
of
selling more product. Correct.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
So yes,
that's not their business model, though.
Which I get that. Now I think I've been to Sam's Club once, but I think Costco is great. There are certain things, every once in a while they'll move certain things to shelves, and you're so used to looking for something like. I always
recently it seems like there's been a reorganization of where things are.
Yes, like the one I go to in Commerce last week, I got the big box of 120, pods of coffee for our Keurig.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm walking down the aisle where it usually is, and
nothing there.
There's nothing there. So what the heck's going on?
Yeah.
Finally, I asked somebody. I said, "Oh no, it's in aisle 123 or something like that."
Oh yeah, I went into a panic because obviously I'm still in the diaper buying mode, and so I went back. The one I go to on Haggerty had the diapers in the same area as the toilet paper, paper towel, and bulk water.
Right.
And I could see this because Teddy was in a new size. I could see the new size up high, and I asked the lady, I'm like, "Please tell me, you don't have to get them." Oh, no, we moved those to the front up by where the pharmacy is. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, I've noticed this a lot lately in a lot of stores. They've moved things around. I don't get it. You just get used to finding stuff, and then all of a sudden it's completely changed.
I don't understand why people are adverse to being a member at a place like Costco, because in the long run, it saves you a ton of money as opposed to going to the supermarket every week.
Well, it all depends if you're going to buy in bulk, if you're going to use it all before it goes bad.
Right, if you're buying produce and things like that, it goes bad fast.
Paper towels, but everything, even, underwear, clothes. I mean, it's I bought 4 or 5 golf gloves, for this season for $25, and you go to a sporting goods store or a golf store.
Sure.
And a good golf club is $15 to $19.
Yeah.
It's why would you spend extra money?
You use that many gloves a year?
No.
Or this will last you a couple of years?
Well, it depends. Like this year, I have one. It's starting to get the holes, and I don't want to get rid of it, but it's down to its last.
Is your lucky glove?
Yeah, so you couldn't buy one, so you had to buy 4, which is fine because one would be the same.
And you're not going to lose them before you have to use them.
Probably not. No.
Probably not.
Yeah,
Probably not.
I might.
But I think that's that would be the main detriment. It's we're a family of 7, so I buy produce, I buy anything in bulk, and it's I usually have to go to Costco a couple times a week.
Yeah, paper towels, toilet paper to last for a month or so. It
can last forever with just 2 people. We thought of canceling our Costco membership for a while because it was we had so much, we didn't need it.
Correct.
Going to a grocery store would have been fine for toilet paper or whatever. Now we have a massive amount of paper towel in our garage.
Well, what's amazing is people don't realize some of the other things that you can take advantage of, which I don't like. Car rentals,
coffins.
I was going to mention that. Yes.
Yeah, I'm serious.
Great deal on coffins, ladies and gentlemen.
You never know.
John, you have to have 2 refrigerators, don't you?
Oh yeah.
I just can't imagine the food that your house goes through.
Oh yeah, 2 fridges, 2 freezers. And
probably a box freezer.
Yeah, I mean it's because it's not all just the stuff that you've got to have so you don't have to go every single day. You've got to have that backstop of stuff, but I also have walleye and venison and other vermin in there. So
I love that word.
Vermin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite words. Because it's from Caddyshack.
Yes.
They use that word a
Yes,
lot.
they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But plus Costco, I mean, where else are you going to get, a lunch for a dog and a soda for $1.50?
Yeah. Or how about an ice cream sundae?
Yeah.
A nice big one.
Yeah.
With the good ice cream.
Right. Now, you can go in there without your membership card if you're just going to go get something to eat.
Oh, you can? Oh, I've
Yeah.
never tried that.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I just learned, I mentioned it last week, that they had, ice cream sundaes. I didn't even know that. It's been a while since I've had a Costco dog.
Really? I had one last week.
Did you?
They're really good.
Foot long or regular? Or are they only foot long?
They're only foot long. Well,
okay.
they're not. Yeah, they're big.
They're big.
I don't know. I didn't send it to the place to have it.
Oh my gosh.
The hot dog.
To get it analyzed.
I didn't take a dog pic to get my wiener analyzed.
Just trying to take that picture would be difficult.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard enough to take a selfie of your face.
selfie sticks, maybe.
Yeah.
I guess it depends.
Yeah.
I guess.
Exactly. You got that magnifying feature on your cell phone.
Yeah. Now you have to decide: do you want to go cinematic? Do you want to go portrait?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
All right. Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator is here and he's ready to win the fictitious $2,000 in the 2 Grand Slam.
Yeah, Todd. The pressure's on. Todd, our player today from the mean streets of West Bloomfield.
Oh, mean streets.
Got 8.
Got 8.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're
Set the bar high.
I think you're gonna equal him.
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Here we go. You ready, Gator?
I am.
All right, here we go. Who did the Pistons draft 5th overall last Thursday?
Oscar Thompson.
The Tigers sent this player down to AAA Toledo on Sunday.
Nick Maton.
Who plays Indiana Jones in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny?
Harrison Ford.
Who's the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
The guy who used to be with Philadelphia. Pass.
John Krasinski.
Peterson?
John Krasinski played Jim Halpert in this sitcom.
The Office.
George McPhee is the president of hockey operations for this team.
Vegas.
This bridge connects Detroit and Windsor.
The bridge.
Mm-hmm.
The Ambassador Bridge.
Bruce Bochy is currently the manager of this baseball team.
Texas.
Ellie De La Cruz currently plays for this baseball team.
The Reds.
This singer had the 1999 hit Livin' La Vida Loca.
Oh, Ricky Martin.
Ladies and gentlemen, you won the 2 Grand Slam.
Wow.
That's 10?
Yeah.
Woo!
Attaboy.
I did not feel confident on a couple of those.
Yeah, way to go.
All right.
It's a good save on Doug Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a good save, yes.
The Ambassador Bridge got you a little more difficult at the beginning.
Well, because there's
you're thinking the Gordie Howe.
There's a couple bridges.
Oh, yeah, the Blue Water.
It's not the Blue Water Bridge. And at first I ththought I'm like, tunnel. No, bridge. I
Right.
said, ask for bridge.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes,
I got
The
it.
Blue Water is
in Port Huron.
Sarnia.
Yeah.
Oh, Sarnia, yes.
Well, it's Port Huron.
Port Huron to Sarnia.
Yeah.
What do you guys got going today?
We're going to talk some Red Wing rumors, see what's going around there with, free agency beginning later this week. And, of course, you got the draft tomorrow night. I'm excited about this draft. I think that there's going to be some movement. There usually is with the NHL, which is kind of cool. And
Got a question for you
Yeah.
that we discussed.
Okay.
Real quick answer. Who would you rather have, DeBrincat or Cam Johnson in this town?
Cam Johnson.
That's a good answer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well,
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Because we
chose
If you had
too.
said
I
DeBrincat,
gave
we
no
would have said a
supporting-
bad answer.
I gave no supporting information. I just gave a name. Like, good answer. Good
Yes.
answer. What am I in the feud? You know? Good answer. Good answer.
Exactly.
Yes. Let's see if it's
Show me Johnson.
Yeah, okay. Well, we know some place where you can get it analyzed. All right.
Oh, geez.
Carson Anderson coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Hope you're doing well. Gator, you'll find this funny. And anybody
funny, like
listen
your
to
flat brim funny?
Is this funny? You don't like the brim?
You know me. I don't.
I've worn this hat.
I love the
before.
hat. The hat's fine. It's the damn brim.
Well, if people want to judge me, you know what? If you want to judge me for my hat, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, or go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. Maybe I can get thumbs up or thumbs down on this hat. See what the people think. But yesterday we were talking about the storms.
They
right?
like polls.
The people they do. Yeah, you can put Twitch. Whoever runs the Twitch, I don't know if it's Ben who puts them up, but there's always polls on Twitch. People can say whether or not they like my hat. But Gator would vote for no.
It's the brim. No,
I know,
like the hat.
but the brim
it's
is
the
part
damn
of it.
brim.
But it's the brim is part of it. You like a little bend in it. This hat's getting a little beat up, but all right, so I just looked out at Twitch. Your hat sucks anyway, Doug. Stupid hat. Stupid hat. Nayrock puts the polls up. Thank you. All right, so
Doug looks like a park ranger. It does. It
you
has a
know,
little gathering at the back.
Fine, fair enough. You've sabotaged the beginning of the show. Let's talk about the hat more. You know how much you pay for this hat?
$10.
Less.
I think you got your money's worth. $8.
It was an $8 clearance hat. You know, I got two of them off TriPine's website. This one and the one that just says North.
Yeah.
Yeah, those two are clearance hats off TriPine's website.
Is North a stupid flat brim hat too, or no?
I don't know, actually. I think it's a little bit more pliable than this one. This one's pretty flat, relatively speaking. But anyway,
I'm sorry I've derailed things.
It's quite all right.
Once again,
I'm quite accustomed to it.
17 years plus. And
I know.
Still got the ability.
There are times, Gator.
Gator hasn't derailed the show in 3 weeks. Something's wrong.
There are times, Gator, where you and I will be talking about something and you'll derail it, and Kang will say in my ear, "Here we go again."
It's Tuesday already?
Yeah.
All right. What do you got, Doug? I'm sorry.
I got nothing, man. I had nothing compared to the voting that's going on and the judgment of my look today. How about the shirt? You like the shirt?
Yeah, the shirt's nice. Yeah, I'm down with that. Well, you got the Stoli shirt.
Stoli Old English.
Looks comfortable. Is it comfy?
It's incredibly soft.
Yeah.
Very soft. It's good thread count. I like the thread count.
The thread count's good?
It's got
Yeah,
a good
sure.
thread count, yeah.
Sure.
All right, so Tigers win last night because I don't know. I don't know how they won that game. They lose Matt Boyd 6 pitches in. Their bullpen, do you know how many bullpen arms they used Sunday?
A lot?
They used 6 guys out of the pen the day before. You lose Matt Boyd 6 pitches in, and it's going to be a bullpen game. That's not a formula. That's not a formula.
No, you don't want to
And they're
start that
playing
way.
one of the best teams in the American League.
But that's okay. You got the bullpen, so you just rely on that. So throw next guy up. Next guy, Will Vest. We got this.
And then he gets hurt.
Oh.
And then he gets hurt.
Oh, that one hurt. I didn't like to see it. Will Vest is really good. He's been very good for the Tigers this year. Very valuable. No disrespect to Matt Boyd. We get Matt Manning back tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of an easy substitution.
Hey, Matt,
but
make sure you give us at least 6 innings
Yeah.
tonight, because there have been
Gonna need it.
11 bullpen arms used in the last 2 games.
Yeah.
Including 8 1/3 last night. And oh, by the way, the 5 different pitchers they used out of the bullpen. You see how many strikeouts those guys combined for?
Well, I was watching the total last night as it's going up and going up and going up. So yeah, I'm aware that they had 14 strikeouts after Matt Boyd left, and he had 2. So 16 of the 27 outs were recorded by strikeout by Tigers pitching. This is a box score you see against the Tigers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Tigers struck out 16 times. Oh, great. They only scored 2 runs. No. The Tigers pitcher struck out the Rangers 16 times. The vaunted Rangers lineup only scored 2 runs on 2 solo home runs. The bullpen did an amazing job. A.J. Hinch, credit again, cobbling together. Cobbled.
That's a classic cobble.
He cobbled like a guy making a pair of shoes for the woman that had 20 people living in a shoe. No, that doesn't make sense. He cobbled. I got mixed up with different children's stories. He cobbled.
Gator doesn't know some children's fables? No way.
I knew the fable. I just got it mixed up. But he was cobbling, man. He was cobbling. And you use that many pitchers again. You lose 2 pitchers within the first inning and almost 2 innings. It's amazing that they've done it again. They did it against a really good baseball team. Wow.
By the end of that game, Chris Fetter was warming up in the bullpen. Like they were. That's how it was. But
they got out of jams when there was a jam. No problem. Tyler Alexander, I'll take care of this. Holton in the 9th, things got a little.
Yeah.
Nope. No worries. Got it. Great job at the bullpen. Great cobble job.
Yeah, and they got some timely home runs. Hey, don't mess with Texas, right? Ibanez, Texas. He was there. Jake Rogers, Texan.
Right. Well,
both hit home runs.
And what used to be part of the Houston organization, too.
I will tell you that what's really weird is that it's just the idea that I've watched Texas play baseball in 3 different stadiums. It feels like in the last 25 years. Like, when did the ballpark at Arlington that they've already moved on from, when did that thing open?
That was mid-90s.
Was it?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would say like 94.
This is one of those first times where I go, am I old? Because I've seen Texas play in 3 different home parks.
Yeah.
That makes me feel old, or it makes Texas seem ridiculous.
Well, a little bit, but they built another beauty.
It looks like a nice place.
This looks really nice. The previous one was amazing, but it was amazing. Unfortunately, they didn't build it with the heat in mind when they built the ballpark at Arlington originally. Mm-hmm. So they didn't need to upgrade it, but they felt it would be much nicer for their fans if they were to upgrade it with climate control stuff.
You're getting a little soft down there in Texas.
Maybe. But
can't handle a little heat.
Yeah, it looks like a great stadium. I'd love to
Better get used to it.
Check
Texas.
it out. Yeah, like heat.
248-539-9797. So Tigers win. What was a great emergency pitching night. And now Matt Manning returns tonight with the non-negotiable of go 6+ innings. give the bullpen a rest.
Hey, Matt, we know you're just coming off of rehab starts and all.
This is one of the best teams in the American League you're going against.
We're going to need you to go 6, maybe 7. Can you go 7? You got 7 in you?
All right, so
AJ Hinch shows up, peach cobbler. Here you go, because he's the cobbler, Doug. He's the cobbler. Cobbling it together. Peach or apple cobbler, you take your pick. A dollop of whipped cream or scoop of vanilla with it. Handing it out. Ends up being sweet in the end.
You've really got full commitment to the cobble thing.
Cobbler.
This is Gator is committed to this line of humor, and I'd like to see it woven throughout the entire show. How far can you take this?
So stop now?
No, please keep going.
They should get some cobblestones and lead it to AJ's office. They should travel with the cobblestones. So every office throughout the American League or National League, wherever he goes in Major League Baseball, he's got the trail with cobblestones.
Yeah, weave it through the whole show.
Hey, Skip, I blew out my shoe. No problem. I'm a cobbler. Give me the damn shoe. There's magic in these hands. I'm a cobbler. Making cobbling sexy again. AJ Hinch.
And to think the show only lasts for another 3 hours and 46 minutes.
Oh, I peaked.
He emptied the holster. It's got nothing left. All right, so, boy, the rumor mill's really churning the NHL right now. It's churning, Gator, like butter.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Come on. We're going old school. We got covers. We got churns. What else? Come on.
We're getting to what's being said about our Red Wings next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Shake it up. Hey, listen. if you don't have those cobblestones ready to go, you probably don't have waterproofing, and then you got problems. If that churn overturns and now you've got like this cream that isn't yet butter, now that's all over the floor. What are you going to do? It's going to cause problems, right? Has nothing to do with plumbing, but I will tell you about plumbing. The summer is here. It is hitting hot out there. We had a lot of rain. You may have a flood in your basement. That's no good. If you got a problem with your sump pump, that's no good. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They've dropped a special offer. It's just in time to beat the heat. Birmingham Plumbing includes a free ultraviolet light air purifier or high-efficiency air filter when you have both your furnace and air conditioning systems replaced. In addition, they include up to a full 5-year parts and labor warranty with annual maintenance. And don't be worried about the cost up front because Birmingham has got you covered there too. They offer financing options for your new furnace or AC system for as low as $70 a month. So whether it's your air conditioning unit, your furnace, a pool heater, a boiler, or water filtration, maybe you got flood in your basement, whatever the problem is, call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today at 248-282-3971 or schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. Do you recall a couple names that were brought up during yesterday's show? Tiger players that were brought up that people were kind of down on, or maybe even I myself may have said something about.
Who got bashed? Andy Ibanez. Somebody called him out as not being an answer.
Somebody actually came out and spoke in favor of Jake Rogers, which was kind of cool, and I kind of downplayed that. But, I mean, Jake Rogers has this ability. He doesn't just run into him, and he's got 10 home runs now. That's pretty good first half of the season to start off with for a guy who's not hitting 200.
Right. All he does is hit home runs.
When you see an OPS above 700 and your batting average is below 200, some things are going right. And I was asking myself last night when I was watching the game, because, Doug, I talk to myself often.
I thought you talked to the dog.
Well, that too, but she wasn't in the room at the time, so I had to talk to myself.
Yeah, all right.
I was thinking aloud about the future of the Tigers' catching position. They brought in the telecast. They had Pudge Rodriguez in the booth for a few innings, and I was thinking, can they get away with a light hitting catcher if he brings the power? Like if Jake Rogers is going to strike out a bunch of times, but he's also going to hit home runs. If he is what he is, let's say he's a 210 hitter, but is going to hit you 25 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Can I handle that as long as he brings it defensively
Catcher,
as well?
yes. With a catcher, that's a position that you can tank, even on a good team.
Yeah. So I'm warming up to him a little bit, and there was a point early in that game when the Tigers, the right-handed batters, they turned on pitches, and it just seemed like if you were going to throw one of those inside to Jake Rogers, he was going to crush it out eventually. If you were going to play with fire, because they had hit they had the triple. And then they had the sac fly right after that, and both were line drives to left field. And then Rogers comes up. I'm like, if you go inside, he's going to take you deep. And he didn't on that at bat, but he did obviously later in the game. It's just kind of you can kind of see how players' tendencies are. And I was thinking the same thing with Torkelson. If they dare throw Torkelson inside, it's going to be trouble for them. Alas, they didn't throw inside of Torkelson. They threw a foot outside the plate, and he kept swinging and missing.
Can I give you a probably a 99% meaningless observation from last night's game?
Yeah.
I struggled picking up the flight of the ball in that stadium.
Well, because of the angle of the
of the camera behind home plate. There were multiple times where it felt like the camera was way higher than it typically is. And I would watch the flight of the ball and think, that's gone. And the outfielder would just be standing there. And that happened to me multiple times. And I'm not sure it is significant in any way. And I'm not sure if anyone else noticed it. In fact, I'm sure it's not significant. It doesn't impact the game at all. It's just my own problems. I was having like some sort of weird perception issues because the camera was different. Now, they also had something last night that I love, and now it's the dead center field camera, where they're directly oftentimes, most times in Major League Parks, the camera's set off a little bit to the right.
Just like over his shoulder or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
This one was straight over the pitcher, straight down towards home plate, and you can really catch the pitch movement a lot better with that camera angle than when it's offset. ESPN introduced that 20 years ago, but they had to build like scaffoldings in stadiums and stuff, and they gave up on it. It looks like the camera well in this new Texas ballpark is right. It's dead center field, which leads for it's really fantastic. Like, I can't wait to see Reese Olson pitch from this camera angle, which is Thursday. I think Thursday he's getting the call. So anyway, long story short, one thing I loved about that park and another thing I didn't.
What didn't you love?
The behind home plate. It was so high I couldn't read fly balls.
Right.
They just looked like they were typical fly balls, and instead, what was a typical fly ball? I thought, oh, that's out. No, it wasn't.
May I make an observation about you?
Great.
No, we're
getting personal.
This is not.
We're 2 segments in. You commented on my hat.
No.
All right, what is it?
This is not an attack at all. This is actually a baseball observation.
Okay.
Over the last week, I've noticed this. I mean, I know you missed a couple days last week, but it was earlier in the week you said something. You said something yesterday, and you brought it up again. Are you starting to eyeball the leg of Reese Olson for potential humping in the future? You got a little bit of leg hump for Reese Olson.
There's definitely a little bit. There's a chance.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because I'll give you an example. So back in the day, when the Tigers would make any signing, we would get an email. Well, I started with faxes, but get an email. The Detroit Tigers have signed blank to a minor league contract.
Right.
To a minor league contract. Have traded for a minor leaguer blank. And they make so many moves like this that go unreported, untalked about. They get no buzz. And at some point, Gator, I remember seeing that the Tigers had acquired and maybe even signed to a minor league deal somebody named J.D. Martinez. Okay? So here we have what turned out to be a massive acquisition. And you know what we did with that news when we got it? Nothing. We did nothing. We didn't talk about it. Nobody cared. Nobody paid too much attention. It wasn't a topic. It wasn't a wow. It was nothing. So I'm always trying to pay attention. So when Reese Olson, and that doesn't mean we always talk about him, but when the Tigers traded for Reese Olson, they traded Daniel Norris, and he came from the Milwaukee organization. And so now when I see these minor league deals, and when they get Rizzo last week, and when they these kind of Marisnik and then these deals that aren't marquee moves,
Camaro or
yeah, I will
Camargo.
I will do at least 3 to 4 minutes of research just to see what they've got, and just to not be caught so far off guard if something works out. J.D. Martinez is a extreme example of them acquiring what turned out to be an elite hitter in a move that drew no fanfare, none. So I now will always do my homework. And again, I'm not a beat writer. Those guys will go way down the wormhole and give you 2 paragraphs on this in their notes section every day covering the team. But yeah, the early returns on Reese Olson was a ton of potential. And so I've been kind of excited. And is it a potential leg hump situation? You bet.
Yeah, no, I just noticed it, and I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it because, look, we all want to latch on to somebody who's a younger player, under-the-radar guy that becomes more than just a guy.
Mm-hmm.
More than just somebody who's going to be here for the next couple seasons and then, this gets discarded.
2 things about that. One is guys, we operate in a currency that includes guy credibility.
Yeah.
And so, and we all know this. But maybe this is for our lady friends. If you claim a young player before others have heard of him,
right,
that is currency in the guy world. If you're the first one to say, dude, I got a cousin in Akron, and there's this kid, LeBron, he's in 8th grade. I'm telling you, he's going to be the greatest. That now becomes your investment that others will watch.
And in fairness, when Reese Olson was called up, and I did a quick search into the stats and looked at him like, it's not all that impressive. I mean, honestly, he wasn't all that good at ERA, north of 6, I think, at Toledo at the time. But then you did the deeper dive. You went to the game log, and you looked at his last 3 starts, I think, that he made at Toledo.
He was killing it.
Where he was really good. And
last year, all through the minors, he was killing it. So, yeah, I mean,
so you get the credit.
Yeah, and it's like him with Kerry Carpenter. I went down the deep dive with Kerry Carpenter and didn't walk away as excited as you were. And by deep dive, again, 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
But you got excited about Kerry Carpenter, so it's currency guys operating.
But let's hope that they've gotten lucky here with Reese Olson, that he can develop and be more than just a guy, and he'll get an opportunity later this week.
All right, 2 things. The poll for the hat, do you like Doug's hat, on Twitch, ended 50-50. Yeah, half of them liked it, half of them did not. So
right down the middle, huh?
Right down the middle, whether or not people like this hat or not.
So I did not vote.
You did not? Oh. Well.
Did you vote?
Huh?
Yeah, you voted. I did not. Had I voted, so you just don't even know what I'd vote. No, I just don't like the brim.
Yeah, but
can the rest of the hat make up for the brim?
And does it?
No.
I don't think so. All right, so you can check it out, twitch.tv or YouTube.
So bad.
Okay, so we've got a little sidetracked again. Can Detroit actually pull off a trade in division and get Alex DeBrincat? NHL Insider sound off. Hear what they have to say starting at 10:34 here on 97.1. That's Craig Button on TSN talking about a possibility of Detroit and Ottawa getting together in a deal for Alex DeBrincat, who's 25 years old. He's a Detroit area native. He wants a trade out of Ottawa. He's due a new contract, and he's probably going to get a big one with a long term, which is something that, by most accounts, has Yzerman a little bit uncomfortable. I shouldn't say most accounts. There is some reporting that Yzerman is uncomfortable with the term that a deal like this and getting an Alex DeBrincat might require. And then there's the what you got to give up. Ottawa and Detroit are in the same division. That makes some teams hesitate because they don't want to get burned. If you screw up, you have to have your mistake haunt you in the division for years. And so typically teams don't like to trade in sports in division. I know, Gator, you think that doesn't matter, or no, you don't think it should matter. But there's so much smoke about Detroit and Ottawa. Ottawa, to get Alex DeBrincat, gave up a first, a second, and a third. So they don't want to give him away. They want something in return. You get down the wormhole, you're reading blogs, message boards, tweets, and you're trying to sift through what reality might be. It feels, Gator, like the price is one of Detroit's first-round picks, one of Detroit's second-round picks, and a player or a prospect. And because Ottawa wants some of their draft capital back that they lost in giving up to get DeBrincat in the first place. Okay, so starting with that, one of Detroit's first-round picks, there's a big difference between 9 and 17. Like, which one? You know? And that is something that has to be determined. The second-round picks don't matter, whether it's 40, 42, 43, well, 41, 42, or 43, I think is what they pick. I mean, Ottawa is going to want the highest one, and if I'm Detroit, I'm like, sure, fine, whatever. Then the question is, who's the player? Who's the player? Is the player a prospect? Is the player Zadina? Who's the player?
Well, that's a question. Is it Berggren? Or I've heard his name bandied about. I'm open to trading for DeBrincat. I'm not sure I love the idea of trading for him, but it does depend on what you're giving up for sure. Do I want the Red Wings to give up the 9th pick? No. If they had to give up 17 and one of the second-round picks to get him, along with a prospect, I'm open to that. We'll see who the prospect is.
I was reading some stuff out of Ottawa that Ottawa wants to get back in the top half of the first round. Well, that's 9, and it's not 17.
Yeah.
17 is close.
There's a reason people want to get into the top half of the first round is because this draft looks pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want the Red Wings to give it away for a player that had a couple of great seasons a couple seasons ago, had a good season this past year, but he's not a two-way player. He's diminutive in stature, but he does put the puck in it. You can't argue with that. I mean, he's scored 40-goal seasons with Chicago and played reasonably well last year as well. But I look towards, I want to get that superstar player. And is DeBrincat, he's not a superstar player, is my best chance of landing a superstar player trying to make a trade in the draft to move up. And if I'm going to move up, I'm going to need number 9 to move up. If you can get into the top 5, whether it's for the Russian player Makchev or you go and you look at one of the U.S. developmental players. They've got a trio of guys that were outstanding, whether it's Leonard or Smith or Oliver Moore. There's the Swedish player Leo Carlson that's highly regarded. There's a lot of players there, man, and I'm a big Fantilli guy from Michigan, but looks like the number 1 and 2 pick are pretty ironed out. These guys are going first and second with Bedard and Fantilli, and if I can't get Fantilli, okay, I'm going to try to improve my draft standing and get one of these other guys, because you can't. Who knows what's going to happen by the time it gets to 9? You may have all these guys on your board and they're all gone. But you can. Well, you do have the ability to move because you have all this draft capital. I mean, I would imagine if you had the 9th pick overall and you give up one of your second-round picks, maybe even 2 of your second-round picks, that you can move up a few spots.
Yeah, so you don't want to give up 9, and I'm sure Ottawa wants 9.
Yeah.
Do you think Ottawa, what we got to remember is in 2024, Detroit has 2 first-rounders. They have their own, and they have the one from Boston that came in the Bertuzzi trade that's top 10 protected. So it would you go 17 and one of the first rounders next year?
No. Okay. For DeBrincat, I wouldn't.
I see. I would. So I could hang on to 9. Now, because the choices are, it's not what you want to do. It's what if they demand this. Yeah. And if they demand this, if this is the only way to get it done, I'm doing it. But we'll have more because there's, Yzerman's a big line in the sand kind of guy, according to some insiders. Here's more from Craig Button on why this trade between Detroit and Ottawa, if it goes down, why it makes sense for both teams. Okay, so, does it make sense for both teams? Yes. Does being in division make it perhaps difficult to pull off? They're going to have to Each team is going to have to clear that hurdle, and whether or not they're comfortable with making a deal within the division. But I mean, it's good to hear that there's coveted guys in the pipeline here in Detroit, if nothing else.
Yeah, they do have a bunch of guys in a blue line, and we're waiting to see a couple of these forwards come through. And Marco Casper, they took last year, got just a cup of coffee with the Wings, and he looked really good. Something else, I'd read that, Erik Karlsson, the defenseman who just won the Norris Trophy last night, had a hell of a season, a 100-point season as a defenseman, that San Jose's looking to move him. And he began his career in Ottawa, and there's a lot of thought that he wouldn't mind going back to Ottawa. But he comes with a hefty price tag. He's like an $11 million a year player. I wonder if Ottawa would take less for DeBrincat to get his contract off the books so they can afford to bring in Karlsson. But at the same time, even though I'm the guy who says it doesn't matter to me if you're trading in division, I don't care. I want to make my team better. And if this move makes my team better, that's why I don't care about trading in division. I understand other people don't act that way, and I'm not sure if GMs act that way or not, but maybe that Ottawa really doesn't want to trade in division, but they're going to have to make a deal with the devil, though, if they want to bring somebody else in.
All right, so we've heard from Craig Button on TSN. Elliot Friedman on a podcast, 32 Thoughts, talked about Yzerman and the way that he approaches deals like this. Hear what he has to say today at 10:48. Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1.
Summers will never be the same when you transform your outdoor space with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. It's fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source gives you a maintenance-free, ageless look. Whether you're looking to build it yourself or you need a referral for a Trex-certified installer, Builder's First Source has got you covered. With decking for every budget, make the most out of outdoor living with Builder's First Source. 2 locations, in Clinton Township and also in Shelby Township. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open the show with some Tiger talk. You want to keep going that direction. Of course, we'll take your calls if you want to get into this Red Wing discussion and whether or not there really is, something to this Alex DeBrincat stuff. It is just rumor mill is churning, and Red Wings are at the top of it in trying to acquire Alex DeBrincat, a 25-year-old former 40-goal scorer who Detroit area native, and he wants out of Ottawa. And hey, look, if with the draft looming, the Red Wings have cap space. The Red Wings have players in the pipeline. The Red Wings have draft picks. And the Red Wings have, I don't know if I want to say laid a foundation. They've drafted, and they're starting to see some of their guys matriculate to the men's league. But the bottom line here is it feels as though there's a little bit of go for it here in Steve Yzerman. And I'm not saying go for the, but he's ready to give it some gas and pick up the pace here on the rebuild. And a trade for an established player like Alex DeBrincat would certainly bring that. Now, the question is, what would you have to give up? What is too much? Ottawa wants the restocking of draft picks or players, and Detroit has plenty. And is the player Zadina, is the player a young blue liner, is the player Berggren, as you mentioned, is the first round pick, is it 9 or 17? Doesn't matter on the second round. With the 2 first-rounders next year, could one of them be enough for Ottawa to include in a package? You're just, the question is, will they be able to find a middle ground? Now, Elliot Friedman on the 32 Thoughts podcast with Jeff Merrick talked about Yzerman's negotiating style and how he will not get pushed around. He tends to draw a line in the sand. So he's not. Look, he's got his price, and he's not easily pushed around.
No, look what happened with the Larkin negotiations. I think he got Dylan Larkin at a pretty reasonable price. So he's firm, and I appreciate that about him. He values what you are, but he's not going to overvalue it. And with the thought of, Yzerman's had some thoughts earlier, it was this week or last week when he was talking about it, about longer-term contracts. Not a big fan of them. Sometimes it makes sense and they work out, but the majority of them don't. By the end of that contract, you're like, what do we just do? Doesn't look good at the end, which is sports, right? We know it here with our baseball teams. We've seen what contracts look like at the end of a contract. It can be awful when you do a long-term deal with somebody that the last couple of years can be miserable, and he wants to avoid that. 248-539-9797. Hockey for Life 24 on Twitch says, saw multiple stories on Twitter that the deal is Zadina, 17 overall and a second this year, but it's contingent on the prospect Ottawa wants being available and DeBrincat re-signing with us. So, I wouldn't hesitate at all. 17 Zadina and a 2? Yes, please. Yeah.
In fact, I find that hard to believe.
Well, I guess it's because you still have some faith or hope, I guess, that Zadina can figure it out. There were some signs last year he was getting better, and then he got hurt. But it's basically been a bust for a first-round pick. So if that is the trade, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Typically, when we have that feeling, if we were doing the show in Ottawa, we'd be like, hell no. You know what I mean? If we have the I'd do it in a heartbeat, you always have to look at it takes. But we don't get to dictate the actual price.
No, but this is what I'm saying when it comes to the whole Carlson rumor. If they want to free up money, this is the way to do it. Because DeBrincat cost them money. Okay, they're not going to get their investment back in the trade straight up. But if the trade straight up also involves getting Erik Karlsson, then it looks a lot better for Ottawa.
Red Wing fans, what do you think? 248-539-9797. From an unnamed texter, Zadina on his way to Ottawa plus 17 and a first next year, Boston's. So that would be, I'm fine with giving up on Zadina. 17 doesn't hurt nearly as much as 9, and Boston's is top 10 protected. I'd do that.
Yeah, I'd feel fine with that. I mean, there are other names being involved with the Red Wings. Travis Konechny, the right wing from Philadelphia, he's been rumored that the Red Wings would have interest in him. He had point-a-game guy last year, 61 points in 60 games at 31 goals. Does he interest people more than DeBrincat would? Would it be easier to get because not division? Same conference, but
yes. Tony and Warren says, no way I'm giving up that much. He doesn't want to be there, so Ottawa has no leverage. Just because they gave up too much doesn't mean we have to.
It's true.
Sam in Grand Rapids says, I also do not like giving up future assets to someone we will probably competing with for a playoff spot in 3 to 5 years.
Why? You afraid to make the bad deal?
The thing about draft picks is they can F them up just as well as they can hit on them. And unless you think a player like a Zadina, now you can give up a prospect that you like. I mean, just because he's requested a trade, you have to consider two things. One is it doesn't mean they're going to give him away. And two is you can put together a deal that makes sense, but somebody else can put together a deal for more. Like they're not only negotiating with Detroit, I'm sure. Let's see. Jason at work says Ottawa isn't getting 2 first. They have no leverage. They'll get 17 and a second/third and a roster player. Unnamed texter, it's time for Yzerman to show some aggressiveness in the offseason. DeBrincat would step in and immediately be the Wings' best scorer. 248-539-9797. So there you go. Red Wing fans, what do you think? Is this something that you would like to see them do? All right, you mentioned the term. Elliot Freeman talked about that, kind of supporting what Gator said. Is signing DeBrincat's a part of this deal too. And here's Elliot Freeman from the 32 Thoughts podcast. So there you go, just backing up what you said. See, I'd be comfortable with signing him to a long-term deal because he is only 25.
Well, it depends on what long-term means. Do you like 8-year deals?
I mean, I don't love them, but if that's what it takes. Look, I'm not in the fantasy world of getting something for nothing.
No, of course not.
You know what I mean?
Of
and I
course
think
not.
there's a lot of that going on here.
Perhaps, but you also don't want diminishing returns. I mean,
I can venture into the fantasy world, but I'm not
sure.
doing it here.
I mean, look at what happened. His last 2 years in Chicago, he had 56 points in 52 games, and he had 78 points in 82 games. Right, a 32-goal season and a 41-goal season. He gets traded to Ottawa, and he has 66 points in 82 games. It's a big drop off. Mm-hmm. Now, is that just a blip on the radar screen? Didn't like where he was at. Different team, and he still has plenty to go, or is that a sign that, okay, he crested and he's on the other side? I think it's way too early to think he's crested. But, he was minus 31 with Ottawa. Not the plus-minus stat is the greatest stat in the world, but that's a big number to be minus. And we know that the Red Wings like players that are responsible in their own end. But there comes a time when you have to say, all right, I recognize that we want the two-way players, but we also need to put the puck in the net, and this guy can put the puck in the net. There is a delicate balance. I don't think this is Alex DeBrincat to me is not the slam dunk, gotta get him at all cost, but it's something that's going to make, I think, in a way, it would make Yzerman uncomfortable, even though it might be the right move, because he's not the two-way player.
Yeah, and what I do like about this, let's say this trade doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
It does feel like Yzerman has decided to get aggressive. it does feel like Yzerman has decided to give some fuel to the rebuild, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Like this is not going to be a typical, hey, we drafted guys, you're going to see them in 4 years kind of offseason. We signed our own guys to longer-term deals.
This also feels like this is something, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen today or tomorrow before the draft.
My favorite thing is between 10 and 2.
Yes.
Yes.
That'd be nice. That would be nice.
Yep. So we'll see how it plays itself out. The draft, interestingly, the draft is tomorrow night. Well, it's two-night affair. Free agency starts Saturday. So things are going to happen quickly here. Rapido.
Yeah. NHL free agency starts Saturday. NBA free agency starts Friday.
Mm-hmm.
This is it's kind of a fun time here because both teams, I think, are going to be aggressive in the offseason.
Does feel like it. 248-539-9797. All right, so we were sitting around innocently during a commercial break, and Gator wanted to express a concern. A concern about an upcoming movie. We'll get to that today at 11:02. How concerned are you, would you say?
I mean, it's nothing I imagine it's something I could look up and find out real quickly. But just based on a quick trailer I saw, I got a concern.
All right, we'll get to that at 11:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, Tigers won and Minnesota lost.
That's right, Doug.
Yeah, it just made me really hate Sunday's loss, the one they threw away, even more. Because what that loss Sunday took them from 4.5 to 5.5. So they would have, if they won that game, they would have gone from 4.5 to 3.5. And then last night's win and Minnesota's subsequent loss would have made it 2.5. But
You are a math magician.
I am. Well, what I'm doing is torturing myself with the what ifs.
Don't do that.
No, there's no point in doing it. They lost the game, and there's games they probably
There are games they've won that they
pulled
didn't
out of
deserve
their
to win.
hindquarters. They didn't deserve to win, and other games that they've lost. But that one Sunday's fresh in the memory. And right now, as we, I guess, they're 1-0 in the post Mayton era. And, see what happens. See what happens tonight with Matt Manning returning to the Hill for the Tigers. If you want to talk Tigers, 248-539-9797. We dedicated a whole bunch of the first hour to Alex DeBrincat trade talk, which I'm in favor of. Gator, you are, although you're not quite as willing to pay a price that I am. And I'd love to get him for cheaper, but I'm operating, if we were doing a talk show in Ottawa, what would sound acceptable to me. And so, sometimes if one person proposes giving up, a little, and somebody proposes of giving up more, everyone in Detroit wants to give up the little as opposed to the more. So I'm sure you got more people on your side than there are on my side, but we do our best to try and give you what we think is a realistic potential offer.
Yeah, if you're talking 17, a second round pick, and what is it, Zadina? If that's the rumor flying around, I'm cool with that.
I am too.
You bump it up to Bergeron, and I'm less cool, but I understand it. Don't you have relatives in Ottawa?
I do. You want
Maybe
me to text him.
Yeah, this is the guy that says he sucks, Doug. He sucks, right? When it came
Talking
to
about Marion Hossa.
Marion Hossa back in the day.
Gouge. Let me text Gouge.
Yeah, so find out what Gouge. Does Gouge have his finger on the pulse of people from Ottawa?
No,
when it comes to Alex DeBrincat?
Sens. We'll call them the Sens. Do you think the Sens?
Right. Senators. Sens. Sens.
I'll see what he says.
Curious about that.
How did trading? That's a great question. Because he called the show. Gouge did back when we got Marion Hossa.
Mm-hmm.
And he was really mad at Marion Hossa because he didn't do anything in the playoffs.
Right. Now, Hossa had been there for years, but in Ottawa, right?
Yep.
DeBrincat's been there for a season.
All right. Let's see what Gouge has to say.
Gouge. That's great.
Yeah. It's my cousin Maureen, her husband Gouge. All right. So you have a concern.
Yeah.
You have a concern.
Yeah.
What's the concern?
All right. So, I like movies.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Yeah, sure you do. But I'm interested if you feel like watching this movie. The last installment of the Indiana Jones movies, at least with Harrison Ford involved. This one's called Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, I think is what it is.
Okay.
My concern is, and I haven't looked to see what the answer is, and maybe the answer will quell all my concerns. But the first Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, which is probably one of the 5 greatest movies ever made. It's
pretty good.
I think it's amazing. Came out in like 1982, and it took place in the late 30s, like 1936, 1938, somewhere in there. And the Nazis were involved.
Yeah.
My concern is that this new one...
Not enough short round?
Well, there's no short round, but that's a whole different thing. As Short Round was the character from the second movie, Temple of Doom. My concern is that I saw a trailer and there were Nazis involved in this one. Okay. It's 41 years later, literally 41 years later.
Are we having timeline issues?
I'm worried that there's a timeline here that just doesn't seem to make sense. Now, maybe it's explained. I don't know what time. I don't know when this movie is supposed to take place, all right?
Yeah.
But if you go by the actual time, 41 years later, and let's say the Raiders of the Lost Ark was in 36, you're talking like 1978.
He thinks Indiana Jones should be running around Nam.
I mean, no, I don't want to run around anywhere. But he clearly is aged. All right. If you see the trailer, he looks like an old man because Harrison Ford he's in his late 70s, I believe. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's a concern I have that they're dressing him up with the old fedora and the whip and the handy holster with the gun, and yet he's chasing Nazis around. What? I mean, if you're going to try to say, "Oh, this movie takes place 10 years after Raiders of the Lost Ark," I'm going to say.
So your point is,
but no,
it doesn't have to be, and it doesn't have to be the same timeline as real life. But when Indiana Jones ages 40 years and is running around in the same era,
right? I don't think it's the same era. I'm just curious what's going on here. Nazis, when it should be like the 70s for Indiana Jones at this point. Sorry, Dr. Henry Jones Jr.
Yeah, was Indiana Jones? I mean, did he play any role in the gas crisis? Was this getting the hostages out of Iran?
Exactly.
Is this what you're looking for?
Did he, was he involved in Watergate?
It was stunning when he was in the movie Argo. Indiana Jones. It's a little known fact, but
these are it's just a concern when I noticed there were Nazis involved with this movie. Well, what time frame are we actually looking at? With this Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And I'm trying to place it by other things I see, like some cars that I saw. There was like a car chase, but it looked like an older car. There's an airplane, and the airplane doesn't, I mean, it didn't look like it was 70s technology. I have a concern about the timeline, and that if I go to watch this movie, that I'm going to do a giant eye roll or the dismissive wave away.
The first scene is Indiana Jones scalping tickets right before the Miracle on Ice.
Right.
Like, that's what you're looking for. Is that,
that's what I'd rather see.
Yeah. You want it to make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. He got teary-eyed when Jim Craig was looking for his father.
Right.
Like, that's Indiana Jones.
Indiana Jones in Last Crusade, I think it was like in 1989, somewhere around there. Okay. And in that movie, there's a scene there at like a Hitler rally. And he's got a book, and he's got the Grail book that he has, and he comes across Hitler face to face with Hitler. Hitler looks at him, looks down at his hand. He's got the book. He opens the book to the first page and signs it, gives him the autograph, and hands it back to Indiana Jones. And nobody's the wiser that, oh, wait a minute, he's going to try to foil something. And so they had Nazis in the third installment, Nazis in the first installment, and those are both somewhere in the World War II range, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, so if I go past Indiana Jones' Last Crusade, which now we're talking, 34 years later?
Mm-hmm.
Again.
He's really having problems, people.
I'm just saying.
Doesn't make sense, does it? Well, let's hear what the people have to say. Ron, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Ron?
Hi, how are you guys?
We're okay.
Hi, Ron.
Gator, I saw the premiere in California.
Okay, I don't want you to give any spoilers. I mean, it's hard to do that with my concern here, but okay, just so you know, no spoilers.
I'll have my finger on the dump button, and you tell me if he goes too far.
All right.
Okay, I'll try to do it without giving the spoilers. So Nazis are involved, and then it.
Just tell me I'm okay. Just tell me I'll be okay. Will I be okay, or will I be pissed?
I thought it was very good. So when they showed a young Indiana Jones, they did a really good job of making it look like, because he's 81 years old right now, but they did some computer stuff with his face.
CGI.
And it looked like he was.
Yeah.
Yes.
I knew they were going to do some stuff with that.
And it didn't look fake. I thought it looked really, really good. And so what happens is there's this
Careful.
dial.
Careful. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, so the dial plays a role into why the timeline might be, messed with a little bit.
Well, the dial disappears and then they jump forward.
Well, don't.
Years.
That's okay. All right. See, that's the whole thing.
I hit the dump button.
All right. Good. All right. So fair enough.
248-539-9797.
So,
can we even take calls on this without spoilers?
Probably not. Let's just okay. I think
You expressed your concern.
I expressed a concern. I apologize for expressing the concern because I think now it's painfully obvious what happens, and it's a spoiler, and we should probably move past
on.
that. Yeah.
All right. Well, we dumped the one call.
I'm sorry, people.
Yep.
I'm sorry I went there. Here's why I will say this.
I want to say something too.
Yeah.
This is 100% on Gator. I have no concerns.
It is. It is. Now, I'm glad to hear the caller say that he liked the movie, and I actually have heard good things about the movie. I'm going to see it because Indiana Jones is one of my favorite characters of all time.
Yeah.
I had
How many Indiana Jones movies have there been?
4.
So it was Raiders.
I'm sorry, 5.
It was Raiders, and then it was Temple of Doom.
Yep.
Is that the one with where they were on
Short
the
round.
mining? We're on the mining
Yeah.
track. Okay, those are the 2 I've seen.
You never saw The Last Crusade
No.
with Sean Connery?
No.
That's
Is it
outstanding.
good?
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good.
Okay.
And then they did a horrible one with Shia LaBeouf about 10 years ago.
No good.
Terrible.
No good.
God, it was terrible.
Was it? Why did they do that?
I don't know why they do that. Like some of the CGI stuff when you create it, some of it makes sense. It's kind of cool with special effects, what you can do. Others, not so much.
Yeah.
And that one they did with the crystal skull or whatever it was, Indiana Jones and crystal, terrible.
Really bad. Huh?
Just terrible decisions throughout.
Decisions.
Bad decision.
All right, 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Instead of terrible decisions, make great decisions. Here's one for you. You're deciding on which bourbon you should buy? Try this out if you haven't already. Flying Ace Bourbon. Flying Ace Spirits develops this bourbon. It is delicious. It's a tribute to the American airmen of World War I and Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. Now, it's a small batch American-made bourbon. It's blended in Holland, Michigan, and yep, it's part of the Coppercraft family, artfully crafted for the brave of heart. Why I like it? I'll tell you why. Versatility, my friends. You can drink it any way you want. You want to celebrate with your friends, do some shots. That's cool. You want to have it as an everyday sipper? Okay. You want to throw an ice cube or 2 in there, change the flavor profile a little bit? It works that way, and there's no shame at all if you want to mix it up with your favorite mixer, whether it's ginger ale or a cola or whatever, because at $30 a bottle, it's not going to bust your budget at all. It is delicious. It's the perfect everyday drinker that's as smooth as it is unpretentious, no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram, and you can stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We've moved off the topic. Felt like a dangerous topic.
It was. I'm sorry. I take full responsibility. But fortunately, you dumped the call.
I did dump the call, and you probably went too far.
We stopped.
Doug, what if Maton made that play Sunday and didn't get demoted? It's from Chris and Albion. I don't know. What if? What is he? What he like?
Would he still be on the team today? Yesterday? He would have been. He wouldn't have started yesterday because he's left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't have been any difference to last night's game. We also didn't see Tyler Nevin play last night.
Roger Mount Clements. Too bad Ivan Rodriguez isn't the Tigers' batting coach. That was some interesting listening to him talking about batting. They should at least bring him to spring training. He needs to work with Torque. It's from Roger Mount Clements. Well, Torque. Torque. Ample opportunity has been given. The trends are in the wrong direction right now. I'm not saying the clock is hitting zero. I'm not saying we're getting into bust territory. I'm saying Torque is making us uncomfortable. How about that? Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment of what he's doing?
That's very fair. I think it's very fair. He, the first 26 games of the season through April and May and March, the few games he played in March, he hit 206, 575 OPS. That's terrible. The next month, the month of May, he perked up significantly. Had 9 doubles in a month, a couple of home runs, hit 267 for the month with a 368 on base percentage and a 783 OPS. Much better. The 23 games in June and 100 plate appearances, he's hit 176 with a 602 OPS. And he has struck out 31 times in the 100 plate appearances. Now, Doug, that's 31% of the time.
Bravo.
That's too high. And that's a concern because it looked like he was, the previous month he struck out 25 in 101 at bats, but 117 plate appearances. So that strikeout rate was much lower than the 31%. Even the bad month he started off with, it was 23 strikeouts and 109 plate appearances. Again, far below the 31% that he's going through right now. It is a concern. He had a great week and then followed it up with a miserable week, and it continued last night. Now, yeah, did he sting the ball a little bit to the left side? He did, but it's going right to the third baseman, or it doesn't matter. He hits it to the deepest part of the park in center field somewhere, and it's just, it's not falling where they ain't.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. You hit the ball hard, that's great, but they got to find the gaps in the outfield and they got to find the holes in the infield. And he's struggling to do that. And if he's not doing that, he's just swinging and missing. He swung at some awful pitches last night. The 3-2 pitch that he struck out on was a foot outside the zone.
Yep. And the walk, that was a foot outside the zone. Ball 4 is a 3-2 pitch there. That was a foot outside the zone, and he showed better judgment there.
Yeah.
I just, the defense is plus, and
his defense is really good, even though some metrics somehow say he's not. Do the eyeball test, and you tell me if you think he's good.
It is getting frustrating, and I think we tend to be pretty patient, and I'm not running out of patience, but I'm kind of cresting. Like, hey, it might be in time for another trip back to AAA, but
it might. I don't like to say it out loud, but if they waited that long on Maton, are they gonna give him some more rope? He has gotten on base.
Well, he deserves more rope than Maton, obviously.
Yeah.
Like the Maton thing. Maton probably benefited a few weeks because he was a Scott Harris signing, but he's a 1-1. He's going to get opportunities. Now, you got to think, okay, what's the goal here? Is the goal trying to win this season? If the goal is trying to win this season, then yeah, you've got to at some point consider making a change there. Is the goal trying to get Tork up to speed and ready when you are ready to win? There could be that too. Maybe those two things could be married together.
Well,
can Justin Henry Malloy play first base? I mean, what are we doing here?
I think that at the very least, the discussion has to, and I'm sure they've had discussions all throughout while this is going on, but maybe you just sit them down for a couple games. Give them the Javi Baez treatment that was given back in Toronto after the Toronto incident. Give them a couple days off and see what happens. Now, if you really don't want to when you're facing left-handed pitching, but once you face the right-handed pitching, maybe give them a couple days off and see if that can recharge his batteries and figure some things out. Give him some confidence in the batting cage. And, I don't think I'm not calling him a bust. All right. 2 weeks ago, I was feeling pretty good about myself because there were a lot of people that were already calling him a bust, and they had that great week. But what he's followed it up with has been mung.
Yep.
And can't have that. And it's like, you look at they showed the stats last night with Javi Baez and how Jekyll and Hyde he has been. Like every 11 to 14 games, he switches and becomes a different player. You got good Javi, terrible Javi. Good Javi, terrible Javi. Good Javi, terrible Javi. Well, right now we're in the midst of the terrible Javi, but it's ready to change over any day now, which is it's been predictable with him. What can you get both of these guys playing well at the same time? Because if you can, that offense should be much improved. If both of those guys get going, they can absolutely carry the team. But neither is going right now, and it's just compounded. I mean, Riley Green can't come back soon enough.
Another text coming in from an unnamed texter. Yzerman needs to do something. He's trending on bust category if nothing good happens this year. So that's interesting. I don't think he's anywhere close to bust category yet. I do feel like there's been measurable small steps forward throughout the Yzerman era, but now is a time that patience is a little bit it's becoming a little bit of a stretch, and it does feel like he wants to add fuel to this rebuild. At the end of the day, as long as they take another step forward this season without some ridiculous contract or giving up on some prospect that they regret, I'm okay with another step forward. I mean, these things, rebuilds can take 10 years.
Well, they obviously they can, but look what he's done. I mean, he's almost completely changed over the roster that he inherited. Okay, if this texter wants to call him a bust, do you think that the draft picks he's made, the selections he's made, those guys are busts? Mo Sider, Lucas Raymond, Simon Edvinson, Marco Casper got a little chance last year. Some of the guys he got in the later rounds that have started to spring up. I don't think from a drafting standpoint he's been a bust. He brought real adults in the room last year to this team, free agents that paid off, made some sense. I'm excited about Kubalik moving forward. I don't think he's anywhere close to being a bust as a GM. He's got a tough job to do. Now, I will agree with this. There is a sense of urgency to make things happen quicker.
There should be a step forward.
Yeah, and I think that this offseason should reflect that. Let's see what happens the next couple days. Because you got the draft tomorrow night. You can wheel and deal during the draft. There may be a trade that happens any second now. If you believe if you read the tea leaves or the smoke signals or whatever you want to say with the Red Wings in Ottawa and Alex DeBrincat, if that's a possibility, if that happens, I think that's a pretty big move to make. There's lots of moves to make. I've
seen the criticism too is, look at Vegas. They've already won a Stanley Cup, and Vegas, to be fair, Vegas is in their 6th year. And Yzerman is entering. Vegas just finished their 6th. Yzerman's just entering his 5th.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Vegas has done an incredible job, but they also got, I think you would you think most GMs would rather take over an expansion team given the rules or a team that's
god-awful?
That's god-awful, and you've kind of got to weed things out.
Expansion team.
Probably an expansion team, but I do think steps forward this year are, if they don't take a step forward this year, kind of a little bit more measurable one, I'll be I'll be a little bit concerned.
Oh, I'll be very concerned if they don't take a step forward, but I feel very confident they're going to take a step forward.
248-539-9797. All right, the GM in Ottawa just said something that could impact all of this. We will get to that at 11:32. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Just a reminder, our website, 971theticket.com. That's where you can find Champ and Chump. People voted Champ and Chump of the weekend, and we posted on our website who the people selected. The Chump was no surprise. But check it out with go through our website, 971theticket.com. Look up Champ and Chump. We'll try and remember to tweet that out, too. Also, you can stream the show through our website, 971theticket.com. You can stream it via the Odyssey app. Download that for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And you can stream and see video on twitch.tv, where they voted my hat 50-50. Some people liked it. Some people hated it. Gator does not like this hat.
I don't like the brim, and I think the brim ruins the hat. The rest of it's okay.
Yeah. The shirt, though, you approve of.
Shirt, I approve of.
Anyway.
Oh, it's booze.
It's good to have your approval. Check it out, twitch.tv. Comment in the streaming chat there. And you can watch on YouTube. Search up 971 The Ticket. Okay. The general manager of the Ottawa Senators, Pierre Dorion, is meeting with the media as we speak. And according to a Senators writer for TSN, Bruce Garrioch, I think it's Garrioch, he says that Dorian doubts he'll get into the first round of this draft. Quote, I don't think that's going to happen. So, I mean, there's no way the Red Wings are getting DeBrincat without a first rounder, right?
Unless they give him a prospect that's a lot better than Philip Zadina.
Mm-hmm. Gorich also says Dorian says DeBrincat hasn't asked for a trade, but he refused to sign a long-term contract, and the club has to look to move him. Then he says he may get a second or third rounder.
What do you mean?
All right, let me read these sequentially as Garrioch tweeted them out. Dorian says DeBrincat hasn't asked for a trade, but has refused to sign a long-term contract, and the club has to look to move him. Next tweet. Dorian says he'll doubt he'll get into the first round of this draft. I don't think that's going to happen, says Dorian. Next tweet. Says he might get a second or third rounder.
So, I mean, reading that, it sounds like if you're going to trade DeBrincat that you're going to get a second or third rounder. Okay.
I
mean, that would seem
yes, please.
Way too easy to do. But, I mean, he does come with a price tag.
Yeah.
And re-signing him would be key, and that's the difficult part for Yzerman, that he doesn't want to go long term.
And then all those people saying he has no leverage are exactly right. If his best offer is a second rounder, then he literally is moving him to keep from losing it for nothing. That would be unbelievable.
Well,
if you ask me, but
yeah. So make that happen the next hour. Let's enjoy that.
Yeah. So it's a general manager of the Ottawa Senators talking to the media as we speak. 248-539-9797.
Maybe he shouldn't speak.
Right?
Maybe there's some things you just don't say. I mean, because when you say it like that, it sounds like you've really devalued Alex DeBrincat. Mm-hmm. But if that's the case, I have a hard time thinking that is the case.
I do too.
Yeah, 2-time 40-goal scorer.
Mm-hmm.
Guy scored 30 last year.
Yep. All right, more feedback coming in. Why not Kyle Connor and DeBrincat? Bring home the Michigan talent and make a push with a young core. Kyle Connor, Michigan. He's from here, right? And he played at Michigan.
Who's that?
Kyle Connor. Yeah, he played at Michigan, now with the Jets. Why aren't getting a star with DeBrincat? He's a little better. Why aren't getting a star with DeBrincat? He's a little better than Tyler Bertuzzi. I don't know what that means, but they might get Bertuzzi too. Here's what's crazy is there's some buzz about Bertuzzi coming back to Detroit. Now, Boston just cleared some cap space.
Yeah, the pretty big trade.
Yep.
But did they clear it because they want to sign or re-sign Tyler Bertuzzi?
They cleared it for a variety of reasons, but that might be part of it.
Yeah, if if the Red Wings get Bertuzzi back, I'd love it. You know how I feel about Tyler Bertuzzi. I think he's a heart and soul kind of guy. That would be pretty sweet.
Yep. More feedback. Mark from Roseville. I really hope Steve addresses the goaltending. I want Steve to trade for Hellebuck. He gives us a good tandem with Husso. Had some injuries last year. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation that they will. Do the deal in a heartbeat. Zadina's close to a bust unless he dramatically gets better. From an unnamed texter, no faith in Yzerman to do these deals. He hasn't shown anything. He's been a bust in trades and free agency. He loves picks too much. Well, I mean, has he been a bust in trades and free agency? I mean, would you say that nothing has worked out for him?
No, I wouldn't say that at all.
Like Kubalik.
Yeah, I like the addition of Perron, Kubalik.
I mean, if he gets Bertuzzi back, I love that trade. Right? I mean, isn't that?
Perron, Kubalik, and Andrew Kopp were all players he acquired that were better than they were point every other game, better than point every other game players.
Mm-hmm.
Kubalik had a great World Championship run?
Yeah.
After the season. So it gives you hope that there's a lot more left in the tank there. What he's done drafting-wise, I really like what Eisman's done drafting-wise. Now, he hasn't hit on all the trades or all of the free agent signings, but he made the team appreciably better last year when it came to how they played on the ice. Now, season-to-season point totals, I suppose that's a little bit different, and maybe it wasn't a giant leap forward, but you look at how many goals they gave up from one season to the next, it was a big difference.
Here's an entertaining one. Do you guys get a bonus for praising Saint AJ? He's so brilliant. Wonder if your Saint AJ could have cobbled a better third baseman on Sunday. That's funny. I mean, look, there's obviously there's obviously people hated Nick Maton. That's what it comes down to. And AJ defended him publicly and on this radio station. You do realize that as long as somebody's on the roster, they're going to get defended. They're going to get, because the moment you cast any public doubt, you undermine any chance that you'll get anything out of them.
Yeah. Does AJ Hinch make the decision to bring up a player or send down a player?
No.
I'm sure he's consulted.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he's consulted, but he's not the guy that makes that decision. Scott Harris makes that decision. If you have a problem with Nick Maton being on this roster as long as he was, and I had a problem with that, voiced it 6 weeks ago.
Yep.
I think that's a Scott Harris issue more than it is an AJ Hinch issue.
Do I like AJ Hinch? Yes.
I love AJ Hinch.
Yep. So
I
will admit to that for sure. But
I have. Here's where I do have a concern with the Tigers and with AJ Hinch. The last 2 years he's been here. The hell's going on with the hitting?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've changed hitting coaches, hitting instructors. They're not better. And that's a major concern. This team is hitting, 225 as a team? They're 28th in Major League Baseball with runners in scoring position with a robust 227 batting average. Why do the Tigers lose so much? Because they can't drive guys in. Why can't they drive guys in? Because guys aren't on base. And even when they are, they're hitting with runners and bases horrible.
What were they said worse than the majors last night? 221 or something?
It was 28th, and it was 227 on the season. It's just terrible.
Tony writes in, eyeing the leg for potential humping is the best phrase I've heard all day. Thanks, Gator. Talking about my feelings towards Reese Olson. Yes, the leg is being eyed. 248-539-9797. All right, coming up. Next hour, we got another edition of Who's on Top. Additionally, what's the best use of this? What's the best use of this? All coming up in the second half of the show. In the meantime, Gator, last night, I did the work of a frontiersman.
Oh, did you?
I did the work of a frontiersman. I felt good about myself.
You channeled your inner Daniel Boone?
I sure as hell did.
Nice job.
Yep, we'll get to that today at 11:48 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, golfers in Metro Detroit, we know one thing. We love to golf. Indoors, outdoors. We want to be out there and practicing. That's cool, too. Well, you can play, practice, and party at 5 Iron Golf, which is opening in Detroit this July. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors, and a full bar and restaurant to boot. Join as a founding member and 50% off your first 3 months. A free lesson plus more. Or experience a new way to play on courses like Pebble Beach, with excellent food and drink specials, a private event space, and a new late night or date night activity. Go to 5irongolf.com to learn more and tee up some good times.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing great. 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, yesterday we were on the air and we were talking about the storms that rolled through Sunday. The winds that preceded the storm in our area on the west side was pretty significant. Gator, you had the same experience at your house. You said you had a branch fly right by your face as you were standing by your door wall, was it?
Yeah, I was just watching it outside. It just went flying past.
It was pretty wild, and I'm thinking to myself, these aren't even tornado conditions. Like, this is significant wind, but it's not even a tornado, but still, it was impressive. And I woke up on Monday and kind of did the once over of the house and everything and looked around, and there was no significant debris. There was, branches and stuff on the ground, but nothing that big. I could have chosen to go rake if I decided it was something I wanted to take care of. But driving to work, I saw trees uprooted, saw branches on the ground, et cetera, et cetera. So yesterday, Gator, I'm cooking dinner, and I'm looking, and something catches my eye to my left, which is where our door wall is. It leads to the deck. And what I saw were branches kind of swaying, like somebody was rustling around in them. And so I was doing what I was doing, and I decided I'd walk out on the back deck and take a look. And there were two massive branches that had just fallen onto our backyard. I was like, oh, crap. So they were pretty big and pretty thick. I was in the midst of making dinner, and I'm like, great, that's something we're going to have to take care of. And this is going to take, a significant amount of sawing or I don't know if I drag those up to the curb and put them in a truck and take them. So I didn't know what we were going to do because they were big, thick branches. So I texted my wife about it, and she was out. She got home, and she went around to take a look. And my neighbor, Claire, who had it was kind of straddling the property line, but to be honest with you, more on our side than his side, he was already out there with his axe.
Wow.
Yep.
Already taking care of business.
Yep. So, again, I'm cooking dinner, and my wife comes in the house and says, Claire's out there with the axe. You want to go help him? And I said, yeah. You want to finish dinner? She's like, yep. So I went out, I put on the work gloves.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Walked around, and there was Claire with his axe. And I'm like, this is awesome. I was really excited because it was going to take a while. I was like, do you need any help? And he goes, yes. So I'm like, awesome. He's like, you better get some safety goggles. And I was like, safety goggles. Got to get safety goggles. Went back up. We happen to have safety goggles. I got to put on the safety goggles.
Sure.
And I proceeded
to safety the hell out of that project.
Yeah. I did it safely. No helmet. Spare me the joke. I proceeded to, Claire and I take turns working away. Probably had to cut up like 4 different places on this giant branch to put it in the recycling, the yard waste bins that are picked up. Ours happens to be today, which is nice. But I felt like a real frontiersman. And while my maiden made dinner.
You say frontiersman?
Frontiersman.
Frontiersman,
right? When I was out there with the axe, Daniel, booning it up, and it felt great.
That's awesome.
Yes.
No chainsaw.
No chainsaw.
Went old school.
Well, we don't own a chainsaw.
I don't either.
My brother-in-law gave us an old chainsaw that we took to our place up north because it was more likely to be needed up there. But we just went old school axe. So first of all, Claire was kind of the hero because I'm like, gotta be honest, man, these things are more on my property than yours, but they're a little bit. And he had the axe.
Can we start with the name Claire?
Yes.
Interesting name for a man.
Mm-hmm.
Never heard that before.
Haven't you?
I have not. Had you?
I knew a few Claires, yeah, but it's old school.
Okay.
Yep. Claire's a little bit older. Still getting it done, though.
No.
Still getting it done.
Man busts out an axe.
You call him whatever
you
you
already
want.
got respect.
Claire with the hatchet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I bought an axe last year.
Did you?
I did, with the full intention of when branches came down, that I could chop them up. Yeah, I haven't used it yet.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It is fun.
It can be tiring, and you'll feel it in your back. You'll feel it in the muscles you haven't used, and what just happened? It's like using a sledgehammer.
I expected to be sore today. I am not.
Well, wait till tomorrow.
That could be the case. They say 30 hours afterwards. So we'll see. I timed it out great, too, because first of all, get it all chopped up, put into the yard waste things, took them out to the curb. Then there was a lot of shrapnel. The eyewear was absolutely the call.
Oh, yeah.
Safety goggles.
Yeah.
And so we went and got rakes and kind of cleaned up all there's a lot of
Look at you.
shrapnel. Cleaned it all up, then walked in the house, put my Paul Bunyan pose in front of the we got the work done back there, honey. Now feed me my dinner.
I need starch. Starch and raw meat.
So
preferably not red meat.
What's funny is
maybe some turkey jerky.
just a turkey. I'll
a
just
little
eat
bit of
the
kale.
turkey. Yeah. He's still alive, whatever. No, I got an axe. No, it felt great. I was like, look, there's going to be projects that are way bigger than just an axe for 35 minutes in the backyard, and those suck. That 35 minutes, I enjoyed the hell out of it. I need to get myself an axe.
You probably do.
I probably need an axe.
You probably do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking out loud here because I'm not a frontiersman.
Yep.
But I do have an axe. I'm wondering with the cleanup part, would it be easier if you put the branch that you're trying to cut up into smaller pieces? Because it's going to take several whacks before you actually cut through all the way.
Took quite a bit.
And then you can be a little more careful with it. But would it be easier if you place that on a tarp for the cleanup so it doesn't get all over the yard?
It could have been. Project was started before I got out there, and we own a tarp, but never got didn't give it a thought, but maybe next time. Next time, get the tarp out. Keep the shrapnel from getting all over the yard.
Did you got to swing the axe? So
I got to swing the axe.
It's a full-on axe too.
You're holding it, but when you bring it back to swing it, you put your hands together and really leverage it.
Yeah, it starts apart and
starts apart, and they slide them
down.
together, and you really and when you're chopping away, right?
Yeah.
I make it sound like I'm the first person ever to wield an axe, but when you're chopping away, there's nothing more satisfying when you get the axe right where you're aiming. I'm also a little surprised that I ever got it where I was aiming. I thought there was a 50-50 chance that I was going to cut my foot in half at some point, but
that is an opportunity.
I escaped it. So we had some yard work to do.
What was your footwear like?
I was wearing the old Nikes that I use for when I'm mowing. Probably steel-toed boots in the future. I need to get some steel-toed boots.
Well, yeah, I think you do need to get some steel-toed boots.
Need to get an axe. Need to get a steel-toed boot.
Do you have a trowel?
I do not. Yeah. Get a trowel?
Have you got a trowel? Do you have a tool belt? Do you have a belt, or is it?
I do have a tool belt.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
I think you're on the right page here. But you do need to get look. You are going to appreciate.
Supply. I do have an ample supply of helmets. I just didn't think they were necessary.
Yeah.
For
Well,
this job.
do you have a helmet for this job?
So I've got a old Home Depot college game day plastic helmet that they were handing out at the college game day set. Is that not?
No.
It looks the real, like it's orange. It looks.
Look, that's like when I was a kid. I went and saw Bad News Bears go to Japan, and they handed out these little batting helmets,
the plastic ones.
Yeah.
Yep.
And thinking that would work when I played Little League.
Yep.
No, that wasn't happening.
No.
You need to go out and get a big boy, real helmet, which you should enjoy because that's the kind of guy you are.
So head to the Home Depot, trowel, axe, helmet.
Yeah. Maybe chainsaw. Maybe you do need a chainsaw.
Ooh.
Not if you have the axe.
If I got an axe. It was. I will tell you.
I'm looking behind you, and John Jansen's just getting ready to leave.
Right there. There's our station lumberjack.
What are the odds he's got all three of those items in the back of his car?
He might not have the helmet, but I bet he's got an axe back there, and I bet he's got a trowel.
He's got safety goggles?
Probably has safety goggles.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't tell John. I should.
You probably should. Yeah, you probably should.
Let's call it what it is. And I think it probably qualifies for everybody here at the station. When you get Jansen's approval,
it means something.
It does mean
it's like the SEC. It just means more.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway,
congratulations.
Felt good about it.
Yeah.
Felt good about it. I'm now actually kind of looking forward to, hopefully it's not too big a job, but I enjoyed the hell out of that.
I may have to go.
Dinner was satisfying.
I may have to go looking around my yard and find bigger branches to chop up with my axe.
You should.
I've got safety goggles.
I went so far as to think I should be rolling on this and tweet out the work I was doing in the backyard. Because I think, I got to tell you, I'm starting to think people think I'm soft.
No.
I'm
No.
starting to get that impression, dude. No?
Nobody thinks that
No?
out loud.
Okay. Sometimes some of the feedback that comes in.
No. You're not looking at feedback, are you, Doug?
Sometimes when I do,
Don't do that.
I'm not so sure people think I'm particularly manly.
You have a tool belt.
I do own a tool belt. Yep.
You put in the floor in your basement.
We redid
You
the whole
tiled.
basement. Yeah.
You did that.
Me and Walker and Junior got the job done.
Yes.
They taught me stuff. I do it. They come back, fix it a little.
You
Give me another assignment.
You kind of fixed a dishwasher and a lawnmower.
Did fix the lawnmower.
See? You
All
can
right.
change a tire.
I can change a tire. And now I'm a lumberjack. All right, straight ahead.
Triple threat.
Talk a little Tigers. We will do that after last night's win and what felt like an unlikely win and great moves by St. AJ. That is straight ahead here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. 248-539-9797. Open lines. Just talked about yesterday. I got to wield an axe. Productive. You know, I had to chop up my neighbor Claire. It was his axe, and we had a couple branches fall in the backyard, and he was out there chopping. I was making dinner. Wife got home. I got to go out there and help.
You also got to use the word wield.
I did.
That's fun.
Yeah. I did wield an axe, and it was a blast. We chopped the thing up, then we raked up the shrapnel, got it all in the yard waste bins that get picked up on Tuesday morning. Timing was good, so there we go. Felt great. Now, as I pointed out to you, and this is where the sympathies do lie, and I don't want to dismiss this. It took us a half hour. It took us 35 minutes. If we had so many branches down or an entire tree that we had to chop up and it would take us like 4 hours, I probably would have been miserable.
You would have gone out and bought a chainsaw.
That also might be true. I did get 2 texts back.
Okay.
One from Gouge and one from my wife. Which would you like me to read first? Now, the reason Gouge is my cousin's husband. They live in Ottawa. And I texted him earlier, are the Red Wings going to get DeBrincat from the Sens? And then my wife commented on what we were talking about. Do you want to hear from Gouge regarding DeBrincat?
Yes, I want to hear that first.
Okay. So I texted Gouge, do you think the Sens are on the brink of trading DeBrincat to Detroit? He texts back, I'll find out. Then he texts, trading him to the highest bidder any day now. Detroit is on the list. From Cousin Mark, the insider.
Oh.
I said, I will read this on the air. And he says, perfect. Never reveal your sources.
Great. And we don't do shout outs.
No. So I responded, I've been talking about Gouge on the air, so it's a bit too late. No issues. I did predict the Hossa fiasco.
There it is.
So there you go.
Now the wife.
The wife.
Your wife.
Yes. You suggested that next time this happens, I should get a tarp out there.
Yeah.
My wife says, you'll just chop holes in the tarp.
Well, I said before you get to the last part.
And
be careful with it. Flip it over and hit from the top.
It's probably true. But yes, I probably would chop holes in the tarp. So how about that Tiger win last night, huh?
Yeah. I like what I saw.
All right, so look, 4.5 games out. What are they, 9 games under 500?
Yep.
Minnesota loses. Detroit, it was Matt Boyd. By the way, I was kind of hoping when it was 6 pitches into the game and he's hurt, and it kind of, you're going, all right, what's the problem? And what did you have? Were you wondering what it was yourself when you were watching
with Boyd?
Yeah.
I wasn't wondering, and I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
I'm not devastated at all. Matthew Boyd isn't giving the Tigers much. I mean, Matthew Boyd is fine until he's not fine. In every game, it seems like that it's that way. Mm-hmm. In fact, I coined a phrase on Friday night while I was at the game with my friends from 24 Seconds.
Okay.
And it was, it felt like, and I think it was Joey Wentz going that night. There is one bad inning, except I used a different word for bad.
Okay.
It's just one blanky inning, right?
Yep. Desecration inning.
Yes.
Yep.
Like one shining moment. It's one bad inning.
Yep.
And it really seems to be true with the Tiger starters. They'll have one bad inning. Can you avoid the bad inning being a terrible inning and just make it bad? Like giving up 3 runs is a bad inning. Giving up 6 runs, you're done.
Yep.
And you're not going to come back from that. So that's kind of what Matthew Boyd, it feels like that's how he's pitched this year. He'll go 5 innings, but in the 5 innings, one of them is a bad inning.
So a couple things about it. One is, I hear what you're saying. It's not like losing Matthew Boyd is losing peak Justin Verlander, and we all know that.
Maybe it's easier because Manning is back. He'll pitch tonight.
Manning is back, but losing Boyd, my first thought is, all right, I hope this is an oblique. Like, you hear oblique. Then when they said elbow pain, you're like, oh, God, his season's over.
Well, and
which is just like me going to pegging the meter on the panic if you really get panicked about
I was thinking the same
Boyd.
thing.
But you hear elbow, you go, well, that's
done.
That's probably it.
Right. And whether it is or not, we'll find out. But look, I believe it was a 1-year contract they signed him to, so he's a free agent at the end of the year. You like getting good innings out of him, but I think they can overcome this one with guys that are coming back. Would he have been the first guy knocked out of the rotation with Manning coming back? No. Would he have been the second or the third? Maybe. And with getting Manning back, getting Skubal back, and getting Rodriguez back all in the next few weeks, okay, this is one they could absorb. The tougher one was Will Vest.
Yeah.
And
who got hurt an inning and a half later.
Did they say what it was?
It
was all types of speculation, but I don't know if I ever got a firm answer in what it was.
Double check.
And
it was a foot, wasn't it? He
looked like he landed
awkward.
kind of funny, and didn't know if it was a hamstring or a foot or ankle or what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't an elbow.
So hopefully that's just like some sort of sprain, and he's out for.
Unless it was an elbow in his foot.
Well, that's a problem. It's a joint. If he's only going to miss a few days, okay, that's fine. But he's a guy who's been so good for the Tigers this year.
Yep.
So valuable when it comes to these opener starts. He's always played a role. Seems to get some big outs. I like Will Vest. I like him a lot coming out of the bullpen. So that one is one they need to make sure he's able to come back. But Bo Brisky has pitched well since he's gone on rehab starts and assignments, and he's gone like an inning at a time. I wonder if they're bringing Bo Brisky back he's a bullpen guy. Is that somebody's going to help bolster the bullpen? I would hope so.
Vest had right knee discomfort.
Oh, well.
Yeah. So that's not great.
No, you want to find out what that is.
Mm-hmm. We'll see what comes out of that. But, so a team that used 6 relievers on Sunday had to come up with 8 1/3 out of the bullpen on Monday. That's a lot of work for your bullpen. It's not when you need an emergency start. In fact, what that does is it cranks up the sense of urgency for Matt Manning to give him like 6+ tonight, which is a big ask on a guy's first time back. But, I mean, AJ got it done. AJ and the bullpen got it done and pieced it together and came up with 14 strikeouts in 8 1/3 from 5 different relievers. Not bad.
Yeah, really good. And then you have the 2 strikeouts that Matthew Boyd had, and 16 of the 27 outs recorded via the strikeout. That's an impressive outing for the Tigers pitching staff, getting it done against a Texas team that can score runs in bunches. In fact, the 2 runs they scored were on 2 solo home runs. Fortunately, nobody was on base at the time. And it feels like, does it feel like they got away with one last night?
A little bit.
Okay. Because I agree. I think it feels like they got away with one last night.
When you lose your starting pitcher, you already got a bullpen was taxed the day before to have to ask them to put together another bullpen emergency start is a big ask. I mean, they did get it done. I wouldn't have predicted that. When Boyd went down, I went, oh, chalk this one up.
Well, they got it done with the pitching staff, but they also got it done because they scored 7 runs on 10 hits.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to see the multiple run home runs. You get the 3-run jack from Andy Ibanez, who had 2 hits in the game. And then you had the 2-run shot from Jake Rogers with his team-leading 10th home run. I mean, that's pretty cool, and now he's got an OPS of 700 on the season, despite the fact he's hitting 191. But Ibanez has bounced back nicely. He's got his average up to 238, which is not great. But considering this team, it's well above the team average, and you like to see that. And his OPS is hovering right around just below 700, actually. That's a guy that we've talked about. Can they get a break? Did they get lucky? Giving him a chance, and he's running with it now. I don't know. It's a long-term thing. I'm not going to make a decision based on one game, 1 week, or 1 month. Let him play out the season and see if he deserves to be up here the whole time. Maybe he does, and that could be a nice break for the Tigers. Miguel Cabrera with a couple hits and a walk last night. That's good to see. You know, his on base percentage is actually up to 321 now.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to see. And Miggy's, you know, swinging the bat well this last month for sure. He's raking in the month. But then there's the Torkelson side. The 0 for 4 from Spencer Torkelson, whose average has dropped to 218, whose on base percentage is now below 300, who has way too many strikeouts. He struck out 31% of the time in the month of June. 31 strikeouts and 100 plate appearances. That has to be a major concern for the Tigers right now, is what happened to Tork. It looked like he was coming back, had a great week, built that OPS up to 718, and, you know, now it's down at, I think it's 958. That's not good.
Gator,
I'm sorry, 658.
Maybe this is inaccurate, but I think when the patient shows starting to get impatient, I think that maybe there's reason to be concerned. I'll just put it at that. I really hope.
I'm concerned.
I hope he doesn't need another trip to AAA, but something to get him right.
Yeah, I think when you face a right-handed pitcher, maybe you sit him out for a game or two. And I haven't looked to see what the matchup is tonight, if it's a righty or a lefty. But I think maybe that could be something wise for the Tigers. They need his defense at first base. He's been a Hoover out there, fielding some
Hoover,
picking up some horrible throws from the left side of the infield in particular.
All right, 248-539-9797. You want to keep talking Tigers? All right, it's also it's one of those national days.
Yeah.
I want to know what the best use of this thing is. Okay.
Okay.
We'll get to that at 12:20. Hey, if you're headed to the pool, get to the summer mocktail party right now with Tropical Smoothie Cafe. The new strawberry margarita and the Island Punch are the fan favorite watermelon mojito smoothie. Get them on the app or online at tropicalsmoothiecafe.com. I'm having a little TSC withdrawal because we went there 3 straight mornings. We were in Chicago over the weekend, baseball tournament. Guess what was in our parking lot, our hotel? That's right, a Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
Hit it on the way. You can always hit it on the way home, buddy. Lunch, dinner. It's good.
I could hit it on the way home for lunch or dinner. Typically, I have a smoothie for breakfast, but their wraps and sandwiches are pretty good. Flatbreads as well. But the thing is about Tropical Smoothie Cafe, not only is the food pretty good for you with fresh chopped up fruits and vegetables every day, you can also customize it with add-ins like almonds, spinach, kale, chia seeds, and ginger, or supplements like Fat Burner and Energizer. Do what I do, which is use the app, and that way you get Tropical Smoothie Rewards points. Those tally up, and the next thing you know, you're getting a free smoothie or free wrap or free breakfast sandwich or whatever it is. So use that app, order ahead, take the scenic route, and earn rewards points with the Tropical Smoothie Cafe app. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Tropical Smoothie Cafe. You're on Tropic Time now. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you here on a Tuesday in Detroit. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. Doug by a chainsaw. From an unnamed texter. Anybody who actually works construction for a living laughs when they hear about people being excited about using tools. Nerd.
Of course. Thanks.
Daniel Boone, move over. Doug Karsh is here. Doug, did you kill a bear with your bare hands afterwards? That's from Mike.
No, but he choked it out.
Tony says, and thus 9 months later, Karsh baby number 4 was born. I don't think she cared that much about my axe work.
No?
Someone just said the price of axes outrageous nowadays.
I can't remember how much I spent on my axe.
Can you get an axe off?
The last time I said that, I meant a guitar, but this time I actually mean an axe. Yeah. I don't know what a good price was, so I wouldn't know going into it.
Yeah, I don't really know either. What do you think an axe would cost?
Home
Depot's website.
$50.
Yeah.
50, $75, somewhere in there.
What's an axe at Home Depot going to cost a brother these days? Gardening tools, striking tools.
Ooh, it's a striking tool.
A striking tool. Fiskars. 6.3 pound super splitting axe with 36-inch shock absorbing handle is $69.98. Okay.
Be pricey.
I bet Daniel Boone didn't wear safety glasses, Doug. On my way to Home Depot buying an axe now. It's from Patrick in Southfield. Best workout ever. I don't touch weights. I just cut wood. Small chainsaw is handy, though. Get a tree bow saw. Faster, more efficient, less cleanup. Sir Don, who owns chainsaws, LOL. Doug did the P90 axe workout.
Yeah, there it is.
Good man helping your neighbor out. Aaron on a mower in Dexter. He was helping me more than I was helping him, to be honest. I feel like Doug needs flannel and overalls. Maybe even a fake beard.
No overalls.
No.
You're not a conductor of a train, and you're not a farmer.
Paul Lapierre says, Doug, the hard hat style helmet is the most important safety device under a tree that is dropping, what you're referring to as widowmakers in the tree trimming community. The helmet is no joke in this instance. It's never a joke. It's never a joke.
You could have put on
let me just ask you, out of all the people in your sphere of friends, who's the most pro helmet guy you know?
Doug Karsh.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, if I didn't have a helmet for this job, we would look for like a football helmet. Do you have a football helmet somewhere?
I have a football helmet.
Yeah. Could you use that?
Yep. Sean in Walt Lake says, when you get your helmet, get one with the flip down, flip up eye protection screen. They don't fog up like safety goggles. And even though you're using an axe, you need eye protection.
Yeah. Well, he used eye protection.
Frontiersman would have made a bonfire out of the wood to cook something on it. Perhaps Doug could make a nice kale slaw.
Yeah, you chopped it up and you threw it out. You didn't think maybe you saved the wood for a fire?
No.
You're regretting that now?
Yep. Didn't even cross my mind.
Yeah, that crossed my mind.
And there's this one. Doug, did you almost eat meat after that? Or did you have
You know what, Claire, this calls for? An Impossible Burger.
Some near meat.
Some near meat. And near cheese.
All right.
And near Reese's Peanut Butter Cup for dessert.
Gator, how do you feel about onion?
Like the onion, the website?
No, just onion.
Like onions?
Yeah, onions. Do you
As
like,
a food item?
Yes.
Love them. Love onions. Red onions, white onions, Spanish onions, Vidalia.
Today is National Onion Day.
Oh.
Yep.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the question is,
onions.
What is the best use of the onion?
What
is the best use of the onion?
All right, two things come to mind for me really quickly.
Mm-hmm. One thing comes to mind for me.
First thing is the bloomin' onion is fantastic, right?
Outback Steakhouse?
Yep, the way they just slice it up and then they deep fry it with the batter and they get the little petals. You just pull them off and dip them in the sauce. It's delicious, right?
Yep.
one of my favorite dips involves red onion, Swiss cheese, mayonnaise, and black pepper.
Red onion, Swiss cheese,
Grated
mayonnaise, and
Swiss
black
cheese. Fresh.
What is it, like you melt it?
No, you just you grate a bunch of Swiss cheese. You add a little bit of mayo to it to bind it together, along with chopped up red onion, and then you season it with some fresh cracked black pepper.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of my favorite dips out there. It's absolutely delicious.
Wow.
Use it with a Triscuit or a Ritz. You want to throw it on a Ritz cracker? It's fantastic. Any kind of cracker. It's amazing.
Okay.
But I love onions, period. Love them on pizza, on my sandwich. I love them raw. I love them when they're caramelized, cooked in between. It really doesn't matter to me. I mean, any onion, anytime. Scallions, love them.
You're taking it all.
I love onions.
Okay. So if you had to rank them, though, the best use of onion, because to me, it's ring. It's onion ring, yeah. I mean, I've told the story on the air where we were up at Red Wings training camp on 9/11 when we were told we were up there to do shows, and they said, come home, we're not doing shows from up there this week. We just started simulcasting WWJ, and I kind of had if we're getting attacked, and this is it, I went and got a large onion ring from Burger King to eat on the way home because I'm like, I don't eat onion rings very much. I'm not a deep fried food guy. It does stuff to me. Like it, good old fashioned American
diarrhea.
Yep. And so I don't eat a ton of fried foods, but the onion ring, I think is spectacular.
Onion rings are great.
Yep.
It's great. And the Burger King ones are nice and crispy.
They are. Now, I mean, you can obviously get better ones. I remember when Jansen found that out, he said I needed to go to Clyde's, which is just across the bridge, Mackinac Island, and you go left on Route 2, and I guess Clyde's is like a drive-in.
Okay.
Is it St. Ignace? St. Ignace, right?
I was going to say, is St. Ignace left or right of the but I know it's just on the other side.
Yeah,
of the,
so
bridge.
anyway, he said go to Clyde's and get their onion rings, and he was right. They're fantastic. But other great uses of the onion include, if you had to rank, I go ring one. I love the red onion on a sandwich.
Yeah.
I mean, it really...
It's got that bite.
Yeah, it's even a little bit uncomfortably thick, like where the bread doesn't...
I ain't mad at you.
The bread kind of balances on top, and the sandwich loses a little bit of its integrity, structural integrity, because the onion's so big.
There's something about onion and mayonnaise together.
Yeah, not so much.
I know you're not a mayonnaise guy. I know you're not, but there's something about those two flavor combinations that just those two flavors that make a combination. It's amazing.
Works for you.
Yeah, really does.
All right, what's the best use of onion? 248-539-9797. Seeing some of the feedback coming in. There's some great ones. There are some great ones. But if you had to choose just one way to use your onion on this National Onion Day, what would it be? A little bit later on, hear from some insiders. Are the Red Wings going to get Alex DeBrincat from the Ottawa Senators? This is better sources than Gouge and Cousin Mark.
Oh.
Yeah. You'll hear that coming up in the next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. So, Tigers with the win yesterday. We got some Alex DeBrincat scuttlebutt out there that we'll get to a little bit later on, whether or not he's coming to the Red Wings. In the meantime, today's National Onion Day. What's the best use of the onion? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Everett, you're on 97.1. What's up, Everett?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Oh, not a lot.
What's up, Everett?
I got to say, it was a really tough decision for me because I was thinking of a couple different ones, but I'll start it off with the top three. I got sauteed onions, whether that's on a burger or with a steak. You got the blooming onion over at Outback. And then to top it all off, it's got to be French onion soup.
Oh, French onion soup's
a little bit
great.
of cheese on top. Oh,
Caramelized onions. The broth is great. You get the crouton, and yeah, the coup de grace there is the Swiss cheese there.
Yep. Appreciate it, guys.
I use a lot of French onion soup mix when I'm making turkey burgers. You get one of those envelopes, and you mix it in with the turkey. Very good. I mean, you can do it with a regular burger too, of course. But
Do you ever eat French onion soup?
nope. I've had it before, but I don't get it very often.
Always so piping hot because usually it comes in that little crock the crock bowl or whatever, and they have to broil it to melt the cheese on top.
Saw a couple here on Twitch. TK Raj 3 says, eat an onion raw like an apple.
Well, you have to be careful which one you use.
Or just never do that.
Well, some people do that with like the Vidalia onions because there's a lot sweeter. But even then,
I've never seen or heard of it.
Some people like to be tough guys and say they do that.
Okay.
Maybe they do it and they enjoy it, but it's I think it takes a different kind of person that wants to do that.
Okay. No, not my jam, but you do you. Far be it for me to judge what people want to do for food.
How are you at chopping an onion? You good? You got skills or no?
I don't think I'm particularly good, but I mean, just I chop the onion.
Do you have that method where you cut it in half and then you slice it on the side, slice it on top, and then
I gouge out the ends.
Yeah.
And then usually cross section it. And then go from there.
So you don't dice it, you just kind of.
Well, if I dice it, once it's cross section, then I flip the sections, all ringed out, and I dice it that way. If that's a system, apparently I have a system. Do you have a system?
I've tried after watching all these cooking shows. I try to do it how they do. You need the sharp knife, and you gotta.
Oh, a sharp knife.
There's like three different ways you have. Well, you need it in order to cut into the side of the onion the way that they do it, and it's not that easy.
248-539-9797. Roy is next here on 97.1. Hi, Roy.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Great show as always. Calling you from the land of the Mud Hens.
All right. You got yourself a Colt. You got yourself a Colt these days.
Yeah, we have been lucky this season that we've gotten people coming down that are interesting and people coming up that are interesting.
Yeah, well, Colt Keith is about as interesting as they get.
2012, if we can get back to 2012 hype because of this, I am ready to go see Bless You Boys again. That's what I'm looking forward to. But it starts with the youth movement. So hopefully we are where we need to be in track for the single A all the way up.
Okay.
I have to agree with the previous caller. My tops has always been French onion soup. When my grandmother lived in Warren, right across the street from the apartment complex was a place called Sixpence. And it was the first time I ever had it. And I found myself using my spoon, scraping off the cheese that got on the outside of the bowl. And the one thing I would add, though, for the one of you two that actually likes French onion soup, use a Swiss Gruyere mix. Perfect mix. Mm-hmm. It's actually how the French do it. Something about that Gruyere cheese with the Swiss gives it a good kick.
Yeah, they're both very similar cheeses, yeah.
Yeah, my fallback is, and I agree, it's an onion ring, but it's a crafted onion ring, and I learned it from a friend of mine. He turned me on to panko breadcrumbs, and you take larger rings of a harder onion, whichever you choose for what you like, for bland or sweet or whatever, and you take string cheese and you peel the string cheese into thinner strips, and you wrap in between two rings. and then you wrap it in the panko breadcrumbs.
Wow.
And, oh, my goodness. You want to talk state fair food on a city price? Good Lord.
That sounds brilliant.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, no, it's blowing my mind right now.
Grandkids. I do it for my grandkids, and they love it.
Wow.
Thank you for sharing. I bet some people will try that.
Sounds good.
Let's go to Greg next year on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
So I got I wouldn't call it a hack, but love onions, love your show, love U of M football. And I use any onion, whatever you want, and you just slice it up like you were making onion rings. Put it into either a tin foil, like they have the foil loaf pans, if you will, small little pan. You might make like a loaf of bread, this rectangle, or they have the hard metal ones are even better. Just cut it up, saute it with a little butter, and then put it into that pan. And I use it on the grill. Hot dogs, brats, anything you're cooking. Put in some beer. You know, it doesn't have to be cold. It doesn't have to be the best beer, but better the beer, the better the taste. So you warm up that beer like on the grill, and I usually put it on the top rack, like your grill has a tray for cooking buns and warming them up, and just put it up there. It kind of slowly heats up the beer with the sauteed onions. Makes like a hot tub for all your brats and dogs and things. So, and people want.
So do you grill the dog? Do you grill the dog first and then put it in the bath after, or do you just cook it all the way in the bath?
Yeah, no. I offer up as I'm cooking. If people want beer onions on their food, great. And then as as you're cooking, they get old, they get dry, and you take them off, but then they get cold wherever you put them, and if people want them. So I just dunk them into there,
put them in
and
there.
They stay warm, they stay good. You can grab them out, and then when you're done, you can store them in there. Once everything cools down, you can throw it right in the fridge. And when you go to heat it up, it's like the best dog or brat you ever had. So,
wow, sounds like you got quite the plan.
Yeah, it works well. People love the onions, and it's a great combo. So
there's something about the smell, like the ballpark smell, with the sautéed onions.
Oh yeah,
that you can get on your kielbasa. I mean, I don't even eat that stuff, but I appreciate that smell.
There's the smell.
And whenever we get like the turkey sausage or chicken sausage or whatever, yeah, we'll grill up some onions for sure, and the peppers.
It's pretty great walking on the concourse at Comerica Park, and you get hit with the combination of smells.
All the different smells.
That's one of them. It's awesome. And then of course you get the cinnamon almonds.
Mm-hmm.
But you kind of combine them together, and you start to salivate.
It's very distinct.
It's time to get a beer.
Very distinct. All right, so we were talking earlier. If you missed the first hour of the show, we went over a lot of what the insiders were saying regarding Alex DeBrincat and the rumors really heating up. And now the general manager of the Ottawa Senators has spoken today and made an implication. We will get to some insider thoughts and play for you some of the sound and talk about the feasibility of this. Does it make sense? Will Detroit get a 25-year-old guy who's put up 40 goals in a season? There's a trade looming with the draft tomorrow. All that starting at 12:48 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Just a reminder, you can stream the show through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted today. You can also stream with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And streaming video on twitch.tv with the streaming chat there. You can participate. Also watch the show on Twitch and streaming on YouTube. Go to once you get to YouTube, search up 971 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
I don't know about you, but I don't like being creeped out on my phone when I've been talking about something, and then I turn on my phone, I go to search for something, and next thing you know, I'm being inundated with ads for, like, I don't know, protective eye gear, helmets, or axes. I've been talking about this stuff like it was earlier today. It's just really off-putting. I really don't like that at all. Well, if you use DuckDuckGo as your browser, you're going to be able to conduct private searches with the help of tracker blockers. They're going to help to prevent the spies that are on your searches. DuckDuckGo Private Search is available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Keep your searches and browsing history more private, and download it today for free in the App Store, or you can visit DuckDuckGo.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, one of the hottest stories in the NHL is what's going to happen with Alex DeBrincat. And he is 25 years old. He scored 40 goals a couple times in his career, and he was traded. First, a second, a third was given up to for the Ottawa Senators, got him, and he is due a contract extension. He's not going to re-sign in Ottawa. So there is word that they are looking to trade him. We played for you earlier sound on why the Senators and the Red Wings have been connected to one another and why a deal would seem to make sense, even though it has one of the biggest roadblocks in sports, and that is a trade within the division. I mean, I don't know if this matters, Gator, but in the NHL, there's only 4 divisions. So do you really want to eliminate 25% of the league that you can make a trade with? Maybe not.
Probably not.
But it's the Red Wings with youth, with draft capital. They have excess talent in the pipeline. They have draft capital. They have cap space where they could sign DeBrincat if they so chose. And Ottawa wants draft picks back. I don't think they have a pick to the 4th round of this draft. And so are they dealing from a position of weakness? Yes. Is this a situation that Yzerman could take advantage of? Quite possibly. But here is Craig Button on TSN on what Detroit would have to give up to get Alex DeBrincat. Pierre Dorion is their general manager there. In the meantime, Pierre Dorion said today he doesn't think he's going to get a first-round pick. He was talking in the context, based upon the sequence of tweets came out, he was asked about DeBrincat and said, yeah, I mean, we're looking to trade him. He won't sign long-term here, so we're taking a look. And then later, the next tweet said he doesn't think they're going to get a first-round pick. I mean, if the Red Wings don't have to use a first-round pick in this draft, I mean, maybe they give up one of their 2 first-round picks in next year's draft. Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, they've got so much draft capital. It just feels like the Red Wings can really make a giant splash this offseason.
So,
if the cost for DeBrincat is not a first-round pick, then that just makes it easy to do. It ends up being, okay, what about term and how much is he looking for in an extension, and is that going to price them out? Do they not feel comfortable doing that?
Well, I guess, I mean, what you're talking about, and let's keep in mind, he said he doesn't think he's going to get in the first round of this draft. So would you give up a first rounder in next year's draft? And they do have 2.
Consider it.
Yeah. I think I absolutely would consider it. 9-17, right? The Red Wings have 9-17. I don't think they're going to move off 9. Now,
no,
Ottawa may ask for 9, but that doesn't mean they're going to move off 9.
I would imagine if they're going to trade the number 9 pick, it's to move up in the draft, not to send it to somebody else for a player.
Right.
Unless that player is you can't miss with him.
All right, so we played some Elliot Freeman sound from you earlier, and actually, I want to play a Freeman 2 here, Greg. This is him talking about how Steve Yzerman will have his price, and he'll draw a line in the sand, and he typically won't move off it. That's from the 32 Thoughts podcast with Jeff Merrick, and that was Elliot Freeman's voice you heard. And I mean, I've said that the people in the organization have told me Yzerman is here. He's not he's not running the Red Wings because it's fun. He's not running the Red Wings because he wants to make friends. He's not running the Red Wings because he's trying to, get the perks that come with. He's not running the Red Wings because it's cool. He's trying to win a Stanley Cup, and everything he does is about winning a Stanley Cup. And it's kind of, that's it. So, in fact, here's another cut that he's all business. And he keeps his cards close to the vest. Again, here's Elliot Freeman saying it's hard to know what Steve Yzerman is thinking. Okay, so that was Jeff Merrick and Elliot Freeman. My apologies, but both of them. Yzerman's all about business.
Yeah, plays close to the vest.
Yep.
He should. Don't give away any more information you need to.
Okay, so some of the criticism of people who want Alex DeBrincat has started to come in. I want to see if I can find some of the text. There is this tweet we've gotten, Gator, and I guess I'm looking, you can respond. Randy Burback has tweeted us. Give up what exactly? To get another middling good player? No, I seriously do not understand why so many are enamored with DeBrincat. Please explain.
I'll try to help. In the short time he's been in the NHL, which is 6 seasons, he's had a 41-goal season, a 41-goal season, a 32-goal season. Last year he had 27 goals when he got traded to Ottawa. He's 373 points in the 450 games in his career. He's a pretty good performer. Is he elite? No, he's not. He's not a $10 million a year guy, but he's a player that you would think if he plays on the wing with, say, Dylan Larkin, that he could get back to maybe 40-goal seasons again. Maybe. I mean, I'd think 30 is that's where you set the bar at the bare minimum. And this is a Red Wing team that is in desperate need of finding goal scorers. You look at the roster last year, and they had one 30-goal scorer. It was Larkin. Beyond that, they had 24 and 20 from Perron and Kubalik. They had 3 players on the team that had more than 20 goals. That's not good. They need more goal scoring. Does DeBrincat bring you more goal scoring? Yeah. And if I'm setting the bar at 30, which would be my bare minimum, I don't think that's asking too much. That's a significant number added to this roster. I don't think it's a middling player.
No, so it goes back to something we talked about with the Pistons. What is your access to a player of this caliber? Do you have access to a player of this caliber? Is there a guy in the system that's going to give him 40 goals potentially next year? North of 30
in the system? No.
Yeah, and probably and possibly north of 40.
I mean, I don't think Marco Kasper comes in here and scores 30 in his rookie season, basically.
No. Is there somebody they're going to draft that can give him that kind of production and score that much?
As a rookie? No.
Okay. Is there another player that is available on the trade market? That potentially is.
Yeah.
It potentially is. So it's not obsession with DeBrincat. It's obsession with this type of player. It could be somebody else. I'm perfectly fine with it being somebody else.
You can say you don't like DeBrincat for a number of reasons. You don't like that he doesn't play defense, that he was a horrible minus 31 last year, or that you think he's too small at 5'7", that he's going to lose that impact. The teams have figured it out or whatever. I'll listen to that.
Mm-hmm.
But to say he's a middling player, I think is way off base. He's been a guy who's proven in the league that he can score.
You could say you don't want to pay him the kind of money that would take to keep him here because he's not a two-way player. Look, every player isn't perfect. Because quite frankly, if he was perfect, Ottawa would make it worth his while to sign, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if he wouldn't be available.
They need
if you want Connor McDavid, so do we.
Yeah, right.
But it's access to the player.
They need to have guys step up and be better and stay healthy too. I mean, Lucas Raymond played 74 games last year, had 17 goals. I'd like to see him score more than 17, and maybe he's a guy that can turn things on and get closer to 30. Michael Rasmussen has been really improving year to year, was hurt last year, 29 points in 56 games, including 10 goals. Can he give more? I'd like to think he can, but they're going to have to go out and find a way to add a player to this team that's not on the team. You can't just expect these guys to, snap your fingers and they're 30 goal scorers. Go out and get guys that have done it. And DeBrincat is one of those guys that has gone out there and done it. Not once, not twice, but thrice. And a fourth time where he had 28 goals in his season. So, yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Look, and if you don't like the player, that's fine. Is he a bit of a one-trick pony? Does he get most of his goals on the power play? Is there some stuff that doesn't make him perfect? Yeah. Yep. But you're building a team, and a team might include a guy who just puts pucks in nets. And they don't have a surplus of that right now.
I don't mind getting a Ray Shepherd once in a while.
What was that? Did you say Kopp, Andrew Kopp?
Yeah.
Did you say he was in their leading scorers last year? Did I hear you say that earlier in the show?
No, what I said was he was better than point every other game. He had 42 points in 82 games.
Where did he finish in the team in points?
He was probably, looks like 8th or so.
8th with 42 points.
8th, yep.
Okay. I mean, look, there's room to just get some guys that can put the puck in the net. Now, he also apparently would like to come here, being that he's from Farmington Hills.
Yeah, return home.
So
there's interest.
That's the other part of this, is that not everybody wants to come here.
Yeah, and the Wings aren't going to make the deal unless they know that this is a guy that can sign longer term. But if Steve Yzerman doesn't like giving guys the 8-year contract, then you have to find out what exactly you're getting yourself into.
The most interesting quote of the day is the general manager of the Senators saying he doesn't think they're going to get into the first round of this draft. Doubts will get into the first round of this draft. I don't think that's going to happen. That, according to a Senator beat writer, tells me the Red Wings might be offering next year's first round, one of their 2 first-round picks next year, or they won't give up a first-rounder this year, which makes this even more attractive of a deal potentially to get done. If I were an Ottawa fan, I'd be pissed. It's Carson Anderson, Open Line. Red Wing fans, what do you think? 97.1 The Ticket. trying to follow a text we got here. Last hour, we were talking about it being National Onion Day and what's the best use of an onion. A listener named Ben sent us the following, Gator, and I want to see if you can follow this.
Okay.
Best use of an onion. Cut in half. Okay, so I'm cross-section, just cut it in half.
There's two ways to cut in half, but yes.
I think he means the cross-section where you can see the rings.
Okay.
Yeah. Put a fork in the dome part after cutting. So if you cut them in half and flip it face down and put a fork in the top.
Yeah.
On a hot grill, push back and forth to clean the grill grate.
Yes.
Cleans it perfectly.
Yes.
Throw out the used half of an onion.
I've heard this.
I've
So
not.
this is not to eat. This is just it's a cleaning thing. That it's used to clean the grates of the grill because a lot of people are concerned these days with the grill brush because those bristles may dislodge and then they get stuck, and then are you having those wire bristles in your food? That's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So people looking for better ways to clean a grill. I've heard this about the onion, that you just cut it in half, stick a fork in it, and rub it up and down a hot grill.
Does it also kind of season your
I'm sure it does.
grill, give it a little onion flavor?
Sure. Why wouldn't it?
I don't know.
if it's
I've never
much.
heard of this.
I don't know if it's much.
I wouldn't have guessed to clean the grill.
Yeah, right.
Right. Feedback. Jim and Milford, I think the Red Wings should trade their number 9 pick to Boston and get Tyler Bertuzzi back. He's a free agent, right?
Yeah.
You have to trade anything. Next text. They should go after Clayton Keller. He's rumored to want out. Much better player. Also signed longer. Doesn't have a crutch of being a power play specialist. He sends his stats. Steve also built Tampa, he wrote.
That he did.
Yep. DeBrincat lives on my lake. It's from Mike. DeBrincat lives on my lake. Talked to him a few times. He wants to be home and loves the lake life. Sounds like he's coming.
Well, there's that.
Another one. I would rather sign Bertuzzi. You realize you could probably do both.
Well, it'd be expensive.
Would be expensive.
But you could.
John and Brighton, my 13-year-old son and I were watching the game yesterday, and we continued to see fly balls that looked like they were going out, and we would both get excited and then realized it was a routine fly ball. My wife noticed as well. Thank you. Thank you, John, in Brighton. Yeah, watching the game, the Rangers' new stadium, dead center field cam, absolutely love. Super high angle behind home plate cam, fooled me a bunch.
I don't know if I had the issue with that game. I don't remember having it with that. I remember I have that issue a little bit with the College World Series game. Thinking, is that a home run? Is it not? I don't.
Everything that comes off an aluminum bat sounds like a home run.
Sounds like it's going to be, and obviously it's not because they're deadened a little bit to try to not, be like the typical aluminum bats that have that incredible life to them.
BB Core drop threes now.
Sorry, what was that? Like all baseball coach, I mean?
Yes. There's a certain kind of, and once you get to high school age, you can't have the bat be configured a certain way where the weight is more than 3 ounces greater than the length. So like if you have a 31-inch bat, it has to weigh 28 ounces. It can't be a 31-inch bat that weighs 21 ounces.
Gotcha.
That's called a drop 10. So I think they're all drop threes. Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure. Okay.
Yes.
Aren't they deadened a little bit too, in a way?
I think
or does
that's
that
how
just
they do
it?
it.
Because they slow the bat speed down?
Yeah. Yes, I'll take a 30-goal score with a side order of onions, please. That's from an unnamed texter. I'd be afraid that DeBrincat's best 3 years came when he was playing alongside Patrick Kane. The Red Wings don't have a Kane-caliber player to help him out, so DeBrincat would not be worth the money for a 27-goal season. That's from Brian and Monroe.
Well, to that I would say is Dylan Larkin close to what Patrick Kane was at the end of his career there, or while he's here? I'm going to look at what Patrick Kane had done.
In the DeBrincat years?
Yeah.
I would think that Kane was better, but...
Oh, I definitely think he was better. I'm just wondering how much better was he? I mean, 84 points, 66 points, 92 points, 45 points.
This is in the last... What years would DeBrincat...
DeBrincat he's been in the league for 6 years, so I think he came in 18-19. that year, was his rookie year. Patrick Kane had 110 points that year. So it was DeBrincat's rookie season. But Kane dropped down to 84 the next.
What year was that?
1920.
Okay.
So that would be the COVID, the COVID years of 2020. Well,
Dylan Larkin had 53 points that year.
Okay. Then the next year, 2021, Patrick Kane had 66.
23 for Larkin.
23 points or goals?
It says 9 goals, 14 assists, 23 points.
How many games did he play?
44.
Yep. 21, 22.
Yep.
92 points for Patrick Kane.
69 for Dylan Larkin.
22, 23, 45 for Patrick Kane.
79, Patrick Kane. They're both playing elsewhere, though, right?
He did. This is what he did. That's true. I'm sorry. Got to look at the.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point Brian's making.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. So what about who he played with Ottawa?
Well, I would hope that Stevie would
and compare it,
be comfortable with him being able to produce outside of Patrick Kane, because it is more than just numbers. There is truth to that.
Sure.
Red Wings need muscle and goal scorers. DeBrincat is a goal scorer, so of course he'd be a good pickup. Yeah, he's not a perfect player. He doesn't check all the boxes, but just something to think about. 248-539-9797. Of course, the draft is tomorrow, and deal could go down before then. In the meantime, Gator, feedback coming in as it pertains to the Tigers. Manning had a ton of base runners in Toledo in his rehab starts. I'm not optimistic about him pitching good or going deep today. We might need reinforcements for the pen after this one. That's from Marlon. Yeah, I'm not particularly optimistic, although if you look at Manning's track record, he was regularly going 5, 6, 7 innings. And, they need a long outing tonight. They've gone to the bullpen 6 times on Sunday and 5 times yesterday.
They were saying that on his rehab starts, he was hitting the upper 90s, like with regularity. That's big. He's throwing harder than he ever has, that's good news for the Tigers.
Unnamed texter, Torque is what he is. Let it go, guys.
And what is that?
Well, right now he's not exactly great, but I'm not.
He's not great right now.
I'm not letting it go. He's only got. Think about this. His career plate appearances is only slightly ahead of Riley Green right now. Riley Green, the light went on a month ago and stayed on for an entire month, and then he got hurt. I mean, it's not like Torque's 27.
No, I'm not thrilled with what's going on here.
I'm not either.
The first part of the season, it was one of those things where, yeah, hard hit rate was up there, just wasn't finding the gaps, wasn't finding the holes, but he hit the ball hard. Then he hit the ball well. They started finding the gaps, started finding the holes. Now he hasn't. He's back and can't find it now. But what's problematic now is that he's striking out at an alarming rate, 31% in the last month. That's way too much, and that's very concerning. What are they going to do about it? I don't know. Are they going to sit him down? Perhaps that's what's best. I don't think setting him down is the best. I think you start with sitting down and see if that matters. Over the next couple of games, perhaps they're playing a left-handed pitcher tonight. Martin Perez is pitching for Texas, so I'm guessing he's going to be in the lineup tonight. Wednesday, they will take on Dane Dunning, who's right-handed, so maybe he takes the day off on Wednesday if he struggles tonight. I mean, who knows? It's a position. Obviously, first base it's a power position. You need to get power from that position, and it's probably, would you say, all due respect, it's the easiest position to play in the infield?
Yes.
So you can find guys that can't find a position to play can go over to first base. If he's not going to get the job done, then you've got guys that you want to give an opportunity to down the pike for sure. So the writing's going to be on the wall for Torkelson very soon if he doesn't snap out of it.
Yeah, I'm not happy, and I don't want to give the impression that we are, but he has 730 plate appearances in his career. Riley Green has 642.
How many strikeouts does he have in those plate appearances?
Well, let's see. I just went to the Riley Green page. Torque In his 730 plate appearances, he has 178 strikeouts.
Okay, it's a 24% rate,
Mm-hmm.
which isn't terrible, actually, but that shows how bad he is right now.
I think the MLB average is 21. But we don't want him to be average.
Better.
We want him to be above average.
better.
He needs to be better. I agree, but I'm not at the he is what he is, give it up
No,
stage.
I'm not there, but I'm also I've definitely soured over it. This last week has just been so bad, and the way he's swinging at pitches that are so far out of the zone. I mean, it's not as bad as what Javi Baez was when he was swinging at everything low and outside, but Tork's just swinging out at outside pitches now, and he's not coming close. That's a problem.
248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Hey, did you know that there's an actual science behind the perfect night's sleep? Well, the experts over at True Sleep Mattress Store have helped thousands, and I'm going to take one for a test drive myself. In fact, I've used some of the pillows they have over there in the last couple of weeks, and it has definitely made a difference in my sleep. And I'm told that there are many health benefits to having the right mattress. So I'm pretty excited because I know that better sleep is going to equal better performance. I'm just going to feel better about it. Find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep at either Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
You know, Gator, I don't know if proud of you is the right way to describe it, but I do take great pleasure in the fact that you have started to enjoy something that I have enjoyed for a long time, and that is the College Baseball World Series. Last night it concluded with the LSU Tigers slipping past Florida. I believe the final was 18-4.
Yeah, LSU was not happy with what happened on Sunday night when they gave up over 20 runs.
That was 24 to. Look, it was
Yeah.
outrageous, yeah. And these were against some pretty good pitchers too. And I don't love college baseball. Got a little Mickey Mouse. It's funny because you brought up the bat changes, and that's when the bat changes were made to have them play a little bit more the way baseball. So the games weren't routinely 17-13. But this one, there were some real offensive explosions in the last two games. Did you find yourself rooting for one team or another? Or maybe against one team or another?
Initially, no. And then last night, I was getting a little sick of the LSU love because the whole crowd in Omaha was LSU fans, it seemed.
Yep.
But not terribly. Because what I was watching I was just watching for players. I didn't care about the team aspect because all I was watching it for was the draft that the Tigers have upcoming in a couple weeks and the draft that they'll have next year because there's so much talent, high-end talent, and you're just watching, half the lineup that you could see for both teams are guys going to be drafted probably in the first few rounds in each draft. So that's what I was looking at.
I started to find myself rooting pretty strongly against LSU. Part of it had to do with their fans, which, I mean, I don't know how else to describe them other than they took the stadium over.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess that makes them great fans. Okay. So I have no reason to be irritated by them. But then I started thinking about just Louisiana State University athletics.
Yep.
And you start getting into them winning the National Football Championship and a former player being on the field handing out $100 bills.
Yep.
Didn't it just get ruled that they had to forfeit a bunch of games?
Yep. Under Les Miles. Yep.
Yeah. Didn't Will Wade, the head basketball coach there, get busted being caught on an FBI wiretap making significant offers to players? Didn't they just win the women's basketball championship?
They did.
Yep.
She was there.
And Kim Mulkey was there. And there was some back and forth about, obnoxious behavior and Iowa included, but but LSU won. And so they were forgiven more, I guess, if you will. And I've just kind of had it with LSU. And it doesn't impact my life in any way. It's not like LSU's a regular on any of our local team schedules. And I don't even know, there's a very murky area of what is even cheating anymore in college athletics. And what Will Wade is coaching again. He's coaching Division I college basketball somewhere else.
No, I get it. I totally get it. LSU is they're easy to dislike. The whole SEC thing is obviously they're part of that, but since Nick Saban left Michigan State to go to LSU, yeah, I think there was a good number of people that started disliking LSU.
Mm-hmm.
And, you go from one person to I'm not saying Saban cheated, but Saban certainly had a different way of recruiting. But then you bring in Les Miles goes there and he wins the national championship. But he leaves and then he has to forfeit 30-something wins because they were, paying players or the recruiting inducements and all this. And, the Odell Beckham Jr. thing with him handing out the money and they get in trouble for that now. Some receipts are coming in.
How do we feel about Brian Kelly?
We don't like Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly, the accent that he switched on when he became the coach is hilarious.
I think
Brian Kelly's a good coach, but
sure. I don't really care if you're out there doing some of these things, but when you're out there doing these things and you're winning national championships, has there been any significant punishment of LSU athletics for any of this stuff? Has it set them back at all? I think SMU's over there going, what the hell, man?
Yeah, right. I mean, SMU did some bad things to get but they got the death penalty, right? Penn State didn't get the death penalty.
No. Penn State, though, it wasn't NCAA violations, which is what the death penalty is used for. It was worse, but it's outside of the jurisdiction of the NCAA. The NCAA actually did levy penalties against them when I think Penn State could have argued that, hey, you're there to we broke laws, not rules.
Yeah. And they got passed
individuals breaking laws. Yeah, they did. But I mean, I'm not absolving anything that happened.
No, I guess just looking at the NCAA violations, take Penn State out of it.
Yep.
I don't like when schools do things to break the rules and they don't get punished like other schools would have. Right? You brought up the SMU thing, and
that was a million years ago.
Yeah.
And it probably nobody's getting the death penalty
it's from the mid '80s, and there was certainly an issue. And they had Eric Dickerson and Craig James, the Pony Express, and those guys are getting paid. The whole team was getting paid, and they faced the repercussions of it, which was the death penalty, which meant your program was shut down for a couple of years, and it devastated them, and they've never been come close. To see that LSU can continue doing what they do, Ohio State, when they had their issues, it's okay. The kids said they were going to come back.
That was really bizarre,
and there was no real punishment for that. The NCAA doesn't like to punish the big schools, the blue bloods. What they like to do is set the example with the smaller schools, and that's crap. I mean, but it's been going on forever, and now it's totally changed with NIL and the transfer portal. It's just the Wild West, and there's no structure, there's no guardrails. Nothing is letting us know where you can step and where you can't. And now each state has different laws that will make it easier for and harder for others to induce payments to players without having to go through whatever the initial spirit of the rule was. And that's what's always bothered me about NIL, is that the initial reason for it was so that the players could make money off their name, image, and likeness based on, hey, you're using my name on the back of a jersey to sell it at the student bookstore. I should get a cut of it.
It was just a number.
Yeah.
Nobody was ever using a name, but everybody knew. Now, Dan Murphy of ESPN tweeted out the following today. The NCAA National Office is sending schools some NIL clarifications today that prohibited some of what is being allowed in progressive state laws. Setting up a potential conflict would be, once again, test the legal ability to enforce its rules. So they're trying to come up with something, but different laws in different states mean not everybody's playing with the same hand. And I do think there should be some uniformity in when it comes to how NIL can be used. But anyway, when LSU, it's like I said, I didn't particularly care, and then it feels like they're starting to win a whole bunch of stuff. And then it's like, you know what, screw these guys.
Well, but I was watching for the talent and watching Dylan Cruz have a bunch of hits last night.
Do you really think I want to ask you a question about that, because the Tigers might be making a decision, and we will follow up with that in a minute. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, so here's a question I want to ask you after watching way more of the College World Series than I ever expected you to do, and I'm proud of you, my friend. I'm proud of you. But you
I'm just
did
part
it.
of the trend in America, my friend. People are watching more college baseball year in and year out.
Mm-hmm. But you were doing it for scouting purposes as well. And most people believe at the Major League Draft that the top 3 picks were on those 2 rosters last night. Paul Skeens and Dylan Cruz, the 2 players from LSU, the outfielder, Skeens the pitcher, and Cruz the outfielder, and then Langford,
Wyatt Langford,
the center fielder for Florida. I think there's a sizable difference between the 2 LSU players and the Florida players.
I think Langford's really good, but I would agree that Dylan Cruz at this point, I'd take Dylan Cruz over Langford, but I don't think that's any big surprise. A lot of people think he's the number 1 prospect in the draft.
I felt like there was a big 3. I feel like there's a big 2, and then there's Langford.
Okay.
And I'm no scout, as Dave Dombrowski once pointed out to me.
Now, with that admission, so if the 2 LSU players go 1-2 and the Tigers are at 3, would you rather they go with Wyatt Langford, who hit 373 this year, had a near 1,300 OPS, near 498 on-base percentage? Would you rather have him, or would you take a shot on one of the 2 high school kids? Apparently the kid from Carolina has tons of power. The kid from Indiana has an incredible arm and can run really well.
I would probably take Langford anyway. College bat, closer to being ready. And I have not seen the kid from Indiana, so I'd be making stuff
I haven't
up.
seen. I've seen a couple clips from both of the kids in high school. I believe are left-handed. Langford's right-handed. So it's just that different looking swing that the left-handed swing. I don't know why it always looks so much better.
Don't know either.
But I'm starting to see sometimes because of college, these guys on the right side are now having some of the. It's almost looking like a flip swing. Maybe it's a launch angle thing. I don't know. But I think that this could be the conundrum that the Tigers find themselves in.
Yep.
Do they go with guy who could be ready maybe to make the major leagues in a year? Or do they take a chance on a high school talent that might be ready maybe in a couple of years, but more than likely 4 or 5 years?
Let's call it what it is, too. If either the LSU guys are there, that's the pick.
You got to take it.
Yeah.
I mean, you agree about Skeens, right?
Yep.
Even though he's a pitcher.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on?
Yeah, I just wanted to call in. I really enjoy your show. You guys are hilarious. But over the years, and I called them before, it just seems like this bias comes out against other non-Big Ten schools and other conferences. I remember back when during the draft, I was talking about Justin Herbert and Lawrence, and you were like, "Oh, their competition was horrible." And it just you're placing the Big Ten on this pedestal. And when you're talking about LSU, and you even mentioned the girls' basketball program, the girls' basketball program didn't do anything wrong.
No, they
They're
won.
a great team, and it was
Mike,
a great story.
No. It's because they won.
Yeah, well, you cannot like teams because they win,
Yeah,
but you're
that's
kind
it.
of alluded
That's
to
it.
like
That's it.
some
Yeah.
of their infractions.
Well,
and Michigan's had
hold
plenty
on.
of infractions.
Yeah, but they haven't won 5 national championships in major sports in the last 5 years.
Well, I don't know if girls basketball is a major sport, but Michigan has plenty of success in in sports across the board.
They do.
And
They
Michigan
absolutely
State
do.
had success.
They absolutely
and lots
do.
of people don't like Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But Doug was naming the infractions like the Big Ten schools are like not involved in that.
If the Big Ten was winning, if a Big
Michigan
Ten
won the
school was
Big
winning
Ten.
all these national championships, I'm sure people will be irritated the crap out of them too.
Yeah, but they're not going to mention like these excuses of them cheating, like you keep making reference to.
Well, I'm sorry that it's in the news that Les Miles cheated while at LSU. I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings. I'm sorry if it hurt your feelings that the basketball coach had some problems there too.
You never reference any of the success that Michigan has had. I mean, they won the Big Ten, and all sorts of scandals came down.
If you didn't listen to our show in the fall, that's not my fault. We brought it up plenty of times.
When it
believe
happened,
me.
when that stuff happened, it was talked about. But I does it have something to do with Big Ten bias? Of course. Does it have something to do with getting irritated with a team that keeps seeming the athletic department that keeps winning in the midst of all this? Of course.
Yeah.
If you're winning the big prize and on top of that, then yeah. I mean, I'm not going to deny that this is a very pro Big Ten show.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
And it gets irritating. Yeah, when you see the teams from down south do well, and now we're watching baseball, which we typically don't even talk college baseball. But draft's upcoming. There's some prospects to look at. The Tigers picking early. I got into it. I'm amazed at some of the talent that's there. And, but if you want to nitpick it, and we have, I don't like seeing that LSU is always winning. The same schools are always there because those schools spend an inordinate amount of money on their baseball program.
Yep. And look, the Southeastern Conference, if you don't think the rest of the country gets sick of hearing how they're just so much better than everybody, guess what?
It just means more.
Yeah, guess what? Everybody's sick of hearing about it.
Yeah.
Everybody's sick of hearing about it. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson, 97.1. So anyway, LSU did deserve to win. I will say that.
Oh, well,
they just hammered Florida.
Well, when all 9 of their starters had a hit, 8 of their 9 starters had an RBI, all 9 of their starters scored a run. That's just clear across the board, unbelievable. They had 3 guys that had 4 hits in the game, including Dylan Cruz, who've just finished a fantastic season there. A 567 on-base percentage. 567 on-base percentage. They showed the average of Tommy White. Did you see that stat last night?
I saw a bunch of stats.
There was a stat they showed Tommy White's batting average when Dylan Cruz is on base. He hits like 660.
There were guys on LSU's team that looked like they were more likely foremen at construction sites than they were college baseball players. They had that look.
Yeah, they definitely had that look. And Florida's big guys didn't show up as much. Langford had the 1 hit, and it was a bomb. It was great. Their pitcher, Caglianone, just didn't have it last night as a pitcher, didn't have it as a hitter. Great hitter, but he went 0 for 3 last night.
248-539-9797. Did you happen to see the article in The Athletic about rookies that should see the field for the Lions this year?
Yes. I scanned through it.
Yeah. Any thoughts on there's the obvious ones, right?
Yeah, I think that you get to the first 3 picks, you expect those first 3 guys to contribute a lot as rookies.
Jameer Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta.
Yeah. And then it starts to get where we're going to see, I look at the wide receiver that they got late.
Antoine Green
is the interesting one to me. I think he was in it 7 of the 8 guys that they had looked at. 8 was Hendon Hooker. And
the least likely.
Yeah, the least likely. Yeah. And Green was next on that list. And yet I'm not so sure because I think he's going to get every opportunity unless they go out and sign another wide receiver, which could very well happen. We talked a little bit yesterday of all these great players that are still available in free agency. There might be a couple more when all is said and done because guys get cut all the time, or maybe you trade for one, whatever the case is. But if the Lions stay the way they are right now, and knowing that they've got that 6 games to start the season without Jamison Williams, that Antoine Green might be the benefactor of that, and he's got measurables that look good. He's got good size, great speed, and you're looking for a wide receiver. So that bodes well for him getting a chance. I don't know what he's going to look like in training camp. I'm very much looking forward to seeing it in a couple of weeks when they start training camp.
So the way they were ranked in The Athletic, rookies most likely in the impact they're going to make, Jameer Gibbs was 1, Sam Laporta 2, Jack Campbell 3. Brian Branch was 4.
So far, as expected.
Yeah. I think the most fascinating draft pick that really tests how good our guy is Broderick Martin.
Yep.
They traded 3 draft picks to go get him. To go get a defensive tackle, an unheralded defensive tackle from Western Kentucky, was it?
Big fella, strong fella.
Why? Because they got to a point in the draft where they couldn't let this guy escape.
Yeah.
And I want to see why. Because I believe in our guy. I believe in Brad Holmes.
I do too.
But he did something that I don't think anybody else foresaw coming, giving up 3 picks to go get a guy that people didn't expect would be there. I sent you a tweet last night.
Yeah.
And it's something the Lions tweeted out, and it's just a drone flying over Ford Field. And it announces that it's inside the den behind-the-scenes draft show will be released in the middle of July. This is the one where they're in the war room and everybody's mic'd up. Now, it's a very pro-Lions piece, for sure.
As anybody would, yeah.
Every player that they get, they celebrate, they high-five, they talk about how they can't believe he was still there. The pick that I want to watch the most, the build-up to it, is the Broderick Martin pick.
Yeah, Broderick Martin is one of them, and Hendon Hooker is the other one. I want to hear the discussion about Hendon Hooker. Like, when's the right time to take him? They made some maneuvering throughout the draft. Like to hear that. I mean, all of them, frankly, love to hear the discussion. They talked in front of the cameras and microphones about how they got, 3 of their top 10 players or whatever it was, right?
Yep.
And let's see what the film shows, although I can't imagine they'd release it and it wouldn't jibe with that. So
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1. We got a ton of feedback on a ton of topics. So let's get to it. Steve on a mower writes, Doug, I'm proud of you for pushing through the poor air quality to cut those couple of branches. I think he's making fun of me. Do you?
You think so?
I think he's mocking.
Okay.
Unnamed texter, Jimmy Devellano built the Red Wings into a dynasty. His number one rule was never trade our draft picks.
Yeah, a different era of hockey when he was doing that, when there were 21 teams.
Well,
and teams weren't really tapping into the European market
they
just
got
yet.
ahead of the curve. Those things got wildly valuable when they were getting Hall of Famers in rounds 3 through 7.
But he also, I mean, it wasn't just success with the Wings. He also had success with the Islanders before that were a dynasty. No question, Jimmy, do you know what he's doing? But it is a different era of hockey then.
From Brian the mailman, oh, hell yeah, use the onion on a grill, but leave the onion off to the side. Makes it smell so good. Neighbors walk by and say, what you cooking? I say, my onion, LOL.
Oh, do you want neighbors walking by?
No.
I mean, outside of Claire.
I mean, Claire's always welcome. Then let me use his axe.
Yeah.
How about this one from an unnamed texter? Onions, scientifically, have no taste. It's 100% smell. Learned that fact in culinary school.
All right.
I mean, isn't smell a big part of taste? I don't know that.
I think they kind of go in hand in hand. But I mean, if you're saying that you can't actually taste something that's on your tongue, all right. I remember doing a test in elementary school where you were blindfolded and you would like dry out your tongue with a napkin or something like that, right? And then we would have slices of onion and slices of apple and try to decide which was which. And you really, just by having it sit on your tongue, you really couldn't do it.
Really?
Yeah, something like that. I remember doing some kind of experiment in 5th grade, I believe.
This one's from an unnamed texter towards the guy that texts us, Torque is what he is, let it go, guys. An unnamed texter writes in, let it go? The whole crack of that guy smoking dude with a first overall pick in the draft, I swear I'm in crazy town. I don't know what you just tried to write. Next one, Torkelson's a 240 hitter who may hit 18 home runs a year. Who's an okay but not great fielder? I hope I'm wrong, though.
I think he's a better than okay fielder. I know that there are, I'm not sure I even understand the sabermetrics of it that show that he's not. You watch him play. He's pretty good. The home run part, I don't know if he's just got something messed up in his head or if he's totally different than what he was in college, if he's just trying to straighten out a swing rather than doing the launch angle thing. I don't know. But he looks like a mess right now. Mm-hmm. And yet, at the same time, when you watch him a couple weeks ago or even in the last month, he really was hitting the ball hard, but he got nothing out of it or very little out of it. But you can see that there is absolute big power potential with Spencer Torkelson. I question what if the Tigers have the right instruction based on the lack of hitting that this team has done the last couple of years.
I think it's personnel. I don't think it's coaching. I think if you look at who they drafted, I mean, maybe there's a couple of examples, some guys going elsewhere and blossoming, but they weren't. It wasn't like they were. If like Candelario turns into some phenomenal player elsewhere, but
well, that's a good name to bring up.
Yeah. What is he doing right now? I'll read some more of these while you're looking up.
Spell his name correctly to do it, but right now he is hitting 260 with an 802 OPS with 10 home runs, 24 doubles.
Yeah, well, didn't he lead the league in doubles a few years ago?
Yeah, at 42 a couple of years ago. He's got 24 in 74 games with Washington.
So he might be doing similar things that he would be doing here. Now, would he have been more productive at third base than Nick Maton? Yes.
Yeah. 100%. But it's just, this is why I say with the last couple of years, the Tigers have had historically bad hitting teams. Last year, he was part of it. He hit 217. He went from being a 297 hitter, 271 to 217, and now he's back up to 260.
The thing with Torque is he's not improving while Riley Green has improved. Torque is no better than he was 500 at-bats ago, and hitting ground balls ain't going to get it. No, No, the truth is, though, the light went on for Riley Green about 150 plate appearances ago. Tork isn't like way ahead of him. Now, would we prefer that the light goes on now? Yes, of course. But there's not much difference in their development. Guys develop at different times. Letting it go at 23 seems to be ridiculous.
Late last week, when he was in the midst of having this horrible slump that he's in, pointed out that his OPS on the season was around 680, something like that. And the prior year, it was like at 600. So from one year to the next, his OPS jumped 80 points, and that was big. Add a few more games to it, and that number's dropped even more. Now it's like he's at 650-something OPS. There's room for concern, absolutely, but I'm going to judge it after the end of the season.
I have a feeling this is going to get twisted. We are concerned.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'm even saying rest him on Wednesday and Thursday when they face right-handed pitching.
Another one says, hey, guys, why are so many Tiger pitchers injured? Seems like a higher rate than normal percentage. Is there something to do with their training regimen? This is a really long text. The Avila era didn't pay nearly enough attention to mechanics, is my
your takeaway.
Yeah, my takeaway is there were warning signs. Some teams could see it with players and adhere to it. And it's why I was in favor of trading Fulmer and why I was worried about Mize from when the day they drafted him and expressed it on the air, is their deliveries were high-stress deliveries and they were high injury risks.
Eduardo Rodriguez is a finger thing. He looks like he's okay, so that's not like an arm thing. I wouldn't look at that. Jackson Jobe, who was coming back from an injury, was a back injury. It wasn't an arm.
It wasn't an arm.
Matt Manning, what kept him out this year was a foot injury. Wasn't the arm. But, yeah, I think that there are reasons to be concerned from older players that they had.
This came up during a commercial break, and somebody has now asked us, what do you guys think of Alek Manoah's stat line in the Florida Complex League? 2 2/3, 10 hits, 11 earned runs, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, 2 home runs.
Yikes.
It's hard to believe that this guy was in the All-Star game a year ago.
Yeah. And this isn't the Florida State League, low A ball. This is the Complex League. This is against, tons of international players that are in their teens. And he got lit up. That's I don't know if that's hanging a guy out to dry or not when you go 2 2/3 innings. He was an all-star pitcher and gives up the 10 hits. That's not lack of control. When you give up 10 hits, that's stinging the ball all over the place with the 11 runs to go with it.
Doug, could you please give a quick explanation of what Dave Dombrowski said to you? I've never heard it before. They had just traded for Gary Sheffield. I did not like the trade. We had Dave Dombrowski on. I told him, and he said to me, oh, so you're a scout now, which I thought was really funny.
It was really funny. Yeah. And in the end, Sheffield didn't do much for the Tigers, and nor did the players that gave up.
The guys that gave up didn't do much.
They did nothing.
No. But, I mean, I told him I didn't like the trade. He made fun of me, and that's part of the job.
It was a funny line.
Yeah, it was really funny. All right, we got Rico and Mike here. Gentlemen, how are we doing?
You're out of line.
What did I do?
Right there.
What did I do?
That's a nice hat.
Hey.
You're out of line.
Get rid of that brim, and I have no issue with it.
It's not how it's designed.
It's stupid.
It's not
It's
stupid.
stupid. Do you have a flat brim on that hat? No.
Yes.
Rico, is your
It's the same style hat. I just put a slight little tilt.
Is this a little better?
That's nice. It's a nice hat. The guy paid $6 for it. What the hell's the difference?
It was
$8.
The brim's ridiculous.
I had to put a bin.
The brim is ridiculous.
Gator, do you want one? Is that the problem?
No, I don't want one.
Why don't you wear hats? You're not a big hat
Look
guy.
at his hair.
Well, it is. It's.
You don't cover that.
I do.
Thank you, Rico.
I like hats.
See, that's why I'm always shocked because every now and then you take the hat off and it's like you're not bald. You actually have good.
Yeah,
hair.
no, it's there.
What's funny is
I like hats.
I'm more inclined to wear hats when the hair starts to grow in. I don't want to be bald. I want to get rid of all this, and I just haven't.
Only was a way to do
Wait,
it.
You're saying take everything off?
Yeah, I take the clippers and
Let's
it's
go.
with no guard, and I take it down.
Mama's
and I do it
calling.
like
Come home.
every 2 weeks.
Let's.
I should do it more
Like Gator
frequently.
says, it's not like they haven't invented anything like that yet.
What I don't get
we
is
would call it a razor.
you
There
used
you
to
go.
have the Karshko
head
team.
blade.
There was a time and you had
I led with the goatee.
Yeah, and it was like a Tom Selleck goatee. It was there.
Yeah.
Why have you never explored the beard?
Here we go. Ready?
Itching.
You're going to be so
I can't
disappointed.
get past. There's a level of itching that
break
drives
through,
me
man.
nuts. I know everybody says
You won't
that.
do
I've
it.
never been able
Just
to
break through the barrier, bro.
I have probably 5 times in my life said, all right, this time I'm going for a beard. And the itching gets to the point where I'm like, I can't take it.
And by the way, I just heard it's not going to get twisted. You're not wrong for saying you're concerned with Tork and that you're not ready to say he's a bust. We're going to do something similar. Is just how close to you are you to calling him a bust?
Well, some people I can tell you have.
and that's fine. The point is, this team, people don't recognize AJ's managing on most nights with about 22 functional ball players on a 26-man roster.
What he did last night was incredible.
Oh, it was Harvey bias. It was like body snatchers. That swing on the 3-2 pass was a foot outside the zone. It's unbelievable.
No, but I'm saying what AJ hinged did.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, Scott. Yeah, and that's the point. You have the manager, you have the pitching, you have the closer. This is where, okay, here, you can twist it. I'm not ripping the guy. I'm saying I wish Scott Harris would get off his ass and go get – look, the Yankees exhumed the body of Matt Carpenter last year. They didn't even know Matt Carpenter was still in the league. All he did was hit home runs. Dodgers came calling for Trace Thompson.
How did that happen?
And we didn't want him, but he helped them. All I'm asking Scotty Harris to do is go get me 2 piles of garbage that aren't named Nick Maton.
For a
give
low
AJ a
A
chance.
player.
Yeah. They can win this division.
Just don't make the deal with the Rays.
No, you're not allowed. The
Yeah,
Rays,
no, that's a good call.
The Rays are
That's a
safe.
great
You
call.
trade him Torque to the Rays, and how he's an all.
So we have a new metric to
there's
debut
a 45 home run.
New metric?
It turns into Carlos
It's called
Pena.
WHAM.
Wham?
WAM. It's a new metric.
Are you going to explain?
Wins above Maton. And we're +1 right now. This team, if Nick Maton, if Nick Maton did not exist or simply played ball anywhere but Detroit, fellas, we are 2.5 out of first. We're 2.5 out of first.
Yeah, right.
Wins above Wham. Wins above Maton.
If they didn't start Maton, you go back to all. We need to do the research. Go
We'd
back
be
to
up
all
by
the games.
6.5 games.
How? Yeah, exactly. It's not
there.
how far back.
Doug,
it's how far
there.
ahead. How far ahead would the Tigers be?
It just, and also you could display your standings another way, which is they're 4.5 games back, 2.5 games Maton adjusted.
I like it.
Hey, Gator. Savage.
That was savage.
Wham.
It's good stuff.
Stay safe,
Who
everyone.
needs war when you got Wham,
Treat
people?
each other with respect. 90-some-1.
Thanks, John. No better way to start the day. This music's addictive. We're putting this under all of Rico's reads today.
Okay, is this real music or is this you going down?
Oh, this is what you hear at Kenny's birthday. It's a little Russian. There you go. It's a Stoli Doli. We'll get to that at 4. We're very excited. We're going to be drafting Dark Man, the mystery man. Rico, I know last night was exhausting as the Grand Marshal of the fireworks for both sides of the river.
Okay, whatever.
I want to bring you into the fold. Well, you have to rule later. You're going to be the judge. Because I feel like I'm right. Kenny feels like he's right. You need to be the voice of reason. We're going to do that at 4. We need to start out because I have a new metric to debut, and I have to make a statement about the baseball team in this town. Now, I'd like to say for the record, Sunday was not a Tigers loss. It was a Maton loss.
Okay, the difference?
We should be 2.5 out of first. So we're 4.5 out, game to game, because your Braves did the business against the Twins. Twins then go to Baltimore. Tigers win an incredibly unlikely game last night. Hey, I'm Matthew Boyd, dead. Hey, I'm Will Vest, also dead. And all they do is go out, use a zillion pitchers again after using a zillion pitchers Sunday. They start the 4-game set with a W. 4.5 out, and as I'm now starting to state, 2.5 out, Maton adjusted. The standings, we have 2 sets of standings.
So we're just going to act like he doesn't exist. Gotcha.
Well, my point to you is if he didn't exist, if the idea of Nick Maton never happened, and he didn't exist, we'd be 2.5 out of first. That game Sunday, he cost us a 2-game swing. And I said yesterday, I'm not giving up the ship.
No.
4.5 out
I just knew that this was over.
No. And I said it yesterday.
You hopped on the boat with the women and children.
No. I hopped back out.
You're with the band?
I am with the band.
Oh,
we're playing the clarinet, and the water's up to our knees. But I said it, and then David's like, but they're playing Texas. And I'm like, play the games. Do you know what this team displayed last night? I want to tell you something. Championship DNA. It's in their bones. This team is like a bad rash. They just will not go away. They won't go away. Rico, they had Boyd die after 6 pitches, Vest after 3.
Mm-hmm.
They are getting nothing. And we're going to do this at 3 o'clock. Torkelson is trash. Maton, garbanzo beans. Harvey, when he's not Javi. And it won't go away. We're getting Scooble back. You're getting Erod back. Tonight, Matt Manning on the mound, which means no more bullpen days. Maybe Joey Wentz gets launched into the sun. Rico, I want to know that even though they're 4.5 out, I'm starting to feel even better. Even better.
Really?
Pitching's there. Pitching's there, and we are now +1 in my new metric.
See, honestly, I thought you were
No.
This was a dumb idea. I can't believe I got suckered in.
They didn't lose Sunday.
You would have grabbed a wig and high heels and hopped in the boat.
Nope. They didn't lose Sunday. Nick Maton lost. We have a new stat here on this show. We will present to you, and I'd like to make a request for our update people to do this, whether it's Chris Villar, whether it's Captain Good Afternoon, or whether it's Luke, who's probably wearing a parka today because he's still wearing flannels in June. I would like them to present the Tigers standing every day with games behind and then Maton adjusted games behind. I think our audience deserves to know. But we have a new stat because today's a new day. Much like going from BC to AD. Well, we're in a post-Maton era, and I'd like to debut an analytic. I call it WHAM. W-A-M. You know what that is? Wins above Maton.
A new analytic statistics.
We're +1
All right.
in wins above Maton. Now, I come up with this stat because all it really means is what do you do in the absence of Nick Maton being in your clubhouse. Wins above Maton. When you replace a Maton with a bag of potatoes, you get wham. Tigers have a +1 wham post-Maton.
So the new war.
You don't need war when you got wham. War is based on a replacement level player.
Nick Maton, russet potatoes.
Wham is based on baby Yukon Golds. It's a new day, people. Kenny buys it. Kenny buys it.
Is the metric of the future now that we know what life without Nick Maton looks like? We look to wham.
You don't need streamer. You don't need the zips format. You don't need VORP trends. You don't need OPS. You don't need war. It's wham. Wins above Maton. And Maton adjusted standings. We're really only 2.5 games out. And that's the world I'm living in because I'm in a post-Maton world. And they took the opener at Texas while their starter died after 5 minutes. Then the guy they bring in next blows his knee out.
Nothing about that game made sense.
No, and it doesn't have to because it's baseball.
No, that's been there every time you thought, okay, they're out of it.
You realize if Scotty Harris would add 2 bats that were just not Maton, they'd win this division. The pitching's there. The bullpen is there.
Add 2 bats, and one of them is not Akil Baddoo, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I look
at this point, like once you get all your people coming back, and you get the Riley Greens and everybody, it's almost like you made a deal. Because you treaded water when everybody thought that you were just going to drown.
I need somebody at third base, and I need another bat anywhere in the order. See, here's the problem. This is the thing that kills me. We'll get to this guy at 3. If Spencer Torkelson were not Maton-esque, he's definitely in the Maton family tree. Imagine where the team would be.
Yeah, he was doing so good for about 10 days. It's like, yes,
well,
maybe.
It's funny you say that because unfortunately for Spencer, depending on the month, there's usually 20 to 21 more days than that. And I have his June numbers for you, and we're going to get to it at 3. But I want to know where the people are at. Are you willing to embrace Maton adjusted standings in the updates? And then, yes.
We petitioned the league to allow this to actually be incorporated in there.
Well, I just feel like what we provide.
In the event that the Tigers are like a game out, no. Let's go back and readjust this.
Game and a half out, but a half game up, Maton adjusted.
Right.
And we're +1 in wham. And all I said, fellas, win 1 in Texas, it's the minimum. You win 2, it's a success. You win 3, we're throwing a party. 4 is impossible. Yeah. But the point I'm making is Minnesota is not going to run away. You had them dead to rights, and then you got Matoned. So my point is, amidst all their flaws, amidst all the frustration that they won't call up any of the kids we care about, and amidst Scott Harris refusing to just do us. I used the examples yesterday when the Dodgers called you about Trace Thompson last year, and he really helped them. When the Yankees exhumed the body of Matt Carpenter. You got to try a few things, right?
Right.
I swear to God, if Scotty Harris would get off his ass, we wouldn't need Maton adjusted standings. This division is historically bad.
I just think that after the All-Star break, I think he's given the team half a year. Show me your worth. And at that point, I'm going to start making some moves, and I'm going to go out and try to get some people and see. And also, is this real? Like, is this a mirage, or are we really competing?
I don't know.
I don't want to, short-term, long-term for him is, we can try to get a few pieces.
None of the moves I'm suggesting have any – they don't fly in the face of any rebuild because a lot of these moves, it's cash consideration. Or it's a prospect that Scotty Harris, and you've always said this, and you're right with it. He walked in here at that press conference. He basically told you, guys, I've taken a look at the grocery basket. We're missing several ingredients in the farm system. Mm-hmm. Identify the prospects you don't like. Kill them off. Trade them. Do whatever you got to do. The point is, if I'm a Tiger fan, this team will not quit. I think that's a credit to the manager. Now, AJ's not perfect because he's still the one playing, when Maton was here.
Right.
Or whether it's Harvey batting cleanup, whether it's Maton hitting third or fifth. I still look at AJ Hinch managing most nights with 22 people on this roster. Torque is a nothing, Cabrera's a nothing, Harvey's a nothing, and then Maton has become a verb. You never want to see someone Matoning. 248-539-9797. Gentlemen, are you ready? I mean, David, who's doing updates today for us?
Should I answer the way I want to answer, Kenny? Yes. Heck if I know.
Excellent. I want to communicate to the update guys that I would like Maton adjusted featured in the update. You can give the real standings, and then it's Maton adjusted. 4.5 out, Maton adjusted 2.5. Kenny, are you comfortable with Wham? Are you comfortable with Maton adjusted? Are you comfortable with your baseball team having championship DNA?
I'll tell you, after being there on Sunday and seeing what Maton did to us, and now we have wins above Maton. He said championship DNA. Rico, you saw your Braves now. They're beating our Minnesota Twins. That's exactly. That's championship DNA. You're looking at it. No Maton, no problem.
See? Mo Maton, Mo problems. They won game 1 last night, fellas. They're 4.5 out. You know what's funny? You could split this series and still be 3.5 out. Twins ain't beating Atlanta. Not happening. Twins blow.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Atlanta's awesome. And then guess where the Twins got to go? At Baltimore. Yeah, beating that team.
You're right.
It's right.
Where's Cleveland? What's Cleveland doing?
I don't care. We are on to Minnesota.
Gotcha.
Don't worry about the Guardians.
Gotcha.
We'll get there.
I still can't believe they won last night. I mean, I'm happy, but yeah, I'm even more shocked. You're still on board. But I fully expected to see dirt in this studio where you just buried them and put a tombstone. Do not ever let me buy into this team again.
That was not a loss on them. It was a loss on the Maton family tree. That was a Maton family loss. We've gone from BC to PM post Maton.
See, that's what I like. I like that better. Before Maton, post Maton.
I want the ticket text. Love to hear from the callers. Guys, listen, you can laugh. We have nothing else going on. Let's check that Pistons trade hotline. Training camp's a month away. The Red Wings, we're going to get to it 4 because I'm still waiting for, Kenny's ultimate hero to do something. That's right. That was David, not me.
Yeah, that's my button, Kenny.
And Rico gets to be the judge. 248-539-9797. Rico.
Kenny.
Wham. Wins above Maton. What do you have for us?
Wins above Maton, Russian Kenny. I love it. I take one day off. You know what? Okay. We're just going to go ahead with the Specs at LTU read right now. All right. Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus of Lawrence Tech in Southfield. They're offering certificate programs in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program. Specs is the name that you all know. There's a lot of Specs grads throughout the industry. And here's the thing. It's taught by people who actually work in the industry. So when you start taking courses at Specs at LTU, you're going to learn from people who may end up becoming your coworkers. They're going to tell you exactly what you need and how to get to where you're going. Why? Because they're not going to inundate you with a lot of coursework and theory work. It's going to be what you need to make it in this business. It's very simple. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. Make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, go to ltu.edu/specs.
Hi. Kind of weird. I was just speaking to David, and now I have to speak to you in the same breath. Okay. Headed to Vegas? Yes. Go to D Las Vegas, just like the commercial you just heard. The D Las Vegas has it all. The long bar, the sports book, everything you've grown accustomed to over the years. But also, you get 2 free stadium swim passes for the new Circa Hotel and Casino. Gorgeous. We were out there for both March Madness and for the Masters. Check that out. John Jansen talks about this Bacon Nation restaurant. He said he was going to drag Stoney there. The point is, it's got it all. The D.com to book your stay today. It's the D.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas.
Is this the new Whopper Whopper?
This is the greatest thing I've ever heard. All right, let's get the ticket text. David, find out who's doing the updates. I want Maton adjusted standings. We are debuting Wham, wins above Maton. And in all seriousness, I thought the team showed a ton of grit last night. That's a hell of a win. I know it's 162 games. I know it may end up meaning nothing. But for you to go to Texas with your arguably second worst arm on the mound, he dies, then the guy who replaces him dies. You had a bullpen day Sunday. Now you got another one, and you're playing the Rangers, who are awesome.
Yeah. Mike, they are living the cliche right now, one game at a time. Don't look next week.
No.
Just, can you win tonight? Okay, great. Let's move on to the next night.
The point I've been making, though, is the more I watch this team, the more I watch what Hinch is able to do and the fight that they have. Look, I really feel like it's time for Scott Harris to get off his ass. I'm not asking you to make big, bold moves, and I'm not asking you to spend a ton of money. But what I can't do is continue to have you, we sent down Maton and we brought up bag of potato. Like, why do I have to look at Tyler Nevin? How do you not bring up Parker Meadows?
Well,
guy's got a 900 OPS in the minors. He goes to the outfield. You moonlight at third with McKinstry and company. What's the problem? You know what Nevin was hitting his last 15 games in the minors? 140. Don't tell me he earned the shot to be up here.
No, I think this is your stat may fall away by the way, because I think Maton, this may be what we're going to send you to the minors, fix yourself, and we're bringing you back up here.
Well, then we create WWM, wins with Maton, which will surely be a negative quotient.
Or, maybe he's really invested. As I saw when I was gone, Colt Keith got moved up to AAA, so.
Which I also don't really understand, but so be it. Because to me, give the kid a shot. You don't need to destroy him. If he comes up here and he's drinking out of a fire hose, you send him down in 2 weeks and go, hey, we think you're going to be a star. We wanted to show you the work you need to do.
No. I mean, instead, so you're saying they should just brought him straight here?
I would have rolled with it.
No.
I don't care.
Because you got to see better pitchers in AAA. So you're going to see better pitchers in AAA, see what you can do there, hold your own, and then you bring them up.
Fine, you and your damn responsibility. Dave, the ticket text, please.
This song is amazing. Someone says it should be wins after Maton. That is from Scotty.
We can take it under advisement.
Wham is an elite stat that the entire Major League Baseball can benefit from. We're all living our best life post-Maton.
Right, and again, why use WAR when you can have so much more fun? Wins above Maton.
Says, all this team is garbage most nights offensively. I'd rather go on a slide the next few weeks and sell off Erod and Lang others for prospect.
Yeah, but I have news for you. You can still do that. They're in this without Erod. And if you traded Lang, what do you think? The bullpen's totally going to fall apart? No one is saying buy at the deadline. What I'm asking my general manager to do is what good GMs do. Go get me someone else's garbage and have him help you. Do you understand the world, like what Rico said? We're day to day. If I make a move and I go get another guy that's blocked by an organization, veteran guy, not some player with a ton of team control. Like they came and got Trace Thompson last year. Trace Thompson helps the Dodgers.
Right.
Why can't we do that? Matt Carpenter helped pace the Yankees season last summer. I didn't know Matt Carpenter was in baseball.
I just wonder if it was one of those that he didn't think that they would be this. He'll never admit this.
Right.
I didn't think these guys would be this good that I would have to start looking for quick decisions to bring somebody here.
What? Now you do.
Right. I said I want his job to become difficult in the month of July where he's got to make some big
games out.
Yeah, he's got to make some
Maton
decisions.
adjusted.
But I do think that Maton is one of those, okay, we're going to send you down here. It's it's kind of like when they benched Baez. This is your punishment.
Rico.
You're going down to AAA.
We're going to talk Torkelson a little later. But Rico, the Maton thing just reeks of I'm going to be right. He made the move and acquired this guy as the centerpiece of the deal for Gregory Soto. What other player with less pedigree would be given that amount of runway to be that bad?
Right.
That really, I'm sorry.
And that's what I'm saying. I think this AAA is, okay, we've talked about this. We've said, you promised me you'd do better. Okay, I mean business. Pack your bags, get in your car, you're driving to Toledo.
Well, it may not be long if Torque doesn't turn it around, but we'll save that. David, go ahead.
Hey, Mike, Tigers are undefeated since sending Nick Maton to Mars.
That's
I
right.
think the wins on adjustment are absolutely necessary. Marlin in Walt late.
Marlin, that's exactly right. Sharks don't swim backwards. We are on to Texas. +1 wins above Maton.
Says you guys are killing me. Maton, does it equal Munson?
Yeah. You don't need WAR when you got Wham. Because WAR factors in a replacement level player. Wham factors in sack of potatoes. No. Okay. Hey, here's how the show's opening tomorrow. Please stop.
Roberto says, every time you say Wham, we're playing that.
Oh, okay. Now I'm like, what? Oh,
fine.
okay.
I see your Wham and raise you.
Kitty's out.
4 o'clock's going to be spicy because Rico's got a rule on this. It is. You're the voice of reason when it comes to the Red Wings draft tomorrow.
Wow.
Yep. Oh, that's right.
We're at the bottom of the chili pot. Okay.
Some good flavor down there. David, one more, and we can do football or we can do a little wraparound, whatever you like. I wouldn't mind the NBA thing. Buyer beware. You've piqued my interest.
Nick Maton is the baseball equivalent of Jonathan Erickson. Do you agree, Kitty?
I don't know about that. Jonathan Erickson was serviceable for a period of time. Nick Maton has never been serviceable up here.
Was Jonathan Erickson ever the singular worst person to put on a pair of skates?
No.
Okay, well, there's a bridge to cross there.
Maton, Javi Baez.
Javi.
Okay. Wow.
That's not even close.
Wow. I know your disdain for him even when he was a Met. You didn't want him to come here.
Oh, no.
If you to say that without even thinking.
Because there's at least 3 2-week spans in a season where Javi will carry your team. Nick Maton he didn't carry his high school team.
Someone says, I knew it was coming. Good old jitterbug. Definitely Roberto's idea. Love it.
What are the odds we could get the Tigers to get on board and feature that song down at the ballpark? I mean, now we're in.
What does that pop up on the board as?
That would be Russia song.
Okay.
Well, it's one of the free songs from the system.
Okay. Just in case when you're not here, I know where it's at.
From what I'm being told from our Odyssey royalty-free music, that is a Russian traditional waltz.
That's what they played when they waltzed Maton's ass out of town. Here, waltz down 75. Here's a water. Let's get to a blitz next. We're off to a good start today. Good energy. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary, celebrating 50 years of flavor. They've been serving only the best pizza, fresh dough made in-house daily, 100% real mozzarella, no space Wisconsin cheese here, 8 different flavors of the flavored crust. And for 50 years, treating customers the right way. The mix and match deal, $6.99. You don't feel like cooking. It's a cloudy day. Pick your menu items, mix and match, $6.99 a piece, or special menu items all summer long to celebrate the anniversary of the 73 Classic. 73 slices of pepperoni, $9.99 on that 73 Classic for a limited time only. It is Hungry Howie's, and as always, restrictions may apply. All right, let's mix in some of the other sports. We've got NBA free agency starting Friday. We saw a couple of deals yesterday. Pistons, obviously, we are hoping get active somewhere, somehow. David has a little buyer beware here. So if that means slandering Kyrie Irving, I am so in. Let's do this. Subpar production, please. Golly, that same buzzer. I hate it.
Leave the buzzer in. The buzzer stays.
Oh, my God. I'd rather use this.
Oh, no.
That's actually what goes on in Kyrie's head as the shot clock is going down.
Well, that is the first player to buyer beware on. It is Kyrie Irving. Would you, of course, you agree with this. Both of you agree with this, right?
Yeah, he's franchise poison.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he went to Dallas. They were the 4 seed. By the time he was done with them, they were tanking the last game to preserve their pick, and they missed the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember you guys actually said you're like, you don't actually think that Dallas was trying to tank. And I'm like, I do. I think Cuban really wanted his shot at Wembanyama and said, what's the easiest way I can do this and make it look like I'm trying? Kyrie Irving.
I just think Kyrie killed him. Plus, what did Kyrie do in Brooklyn? You know, where was he last playoffs when he was healthy, KD was healthy, and they got swept by the Boston Celtics? I don't get it with Kyrie. He hit one big shot in his career to help LeBron in a finals game about damn near a decade ago.
And I don't think any other than Dallas, no one's interested in him. So, yeah. I think the people read the menu and said, no, we'll all be wearing of him.
So the next one here is interesting the way they put this one. It is any Heat free agent, but they give context to why. Because of the past. Hassan Whiteside was a nothing before he got to Miami, played nowhere. They turned him into something. He got $90 million, became nothing again. Tyler Johnson was a nothing, undrafted free agent. Played with them. They made him something. He commanded $50 million from the Brooklyn Nets. So they're saying buyer beware on Cade Vinson and Max Strus.
Yeah. Here's the comp I would offer you. It's something Rico and I joke about all the time. They're neighbors slightly to the north. They're the Rays of the NBA. You just don't do business with the Miami Heat.
Right.
I'm with you.
And the fact that it's one of those, what did you call them, gym class heroes?
Yeah, tryhards.
They fit that system. You take them out. There's a lot of players, man. You take them out of that system that they play in, and they are epic fails. So, yeah, I would stay away from all those gym class guys and just, nope, I'm going to move on.
Next person on the list, Austin Reeves, who is a restricted free agent. They're saying buyer beware. Had 13 points per game, 3.4 assists, 3 rebounds. They're saying LeBron made him.
Yeah, well, LeBron and AD. Look, here's the thing. Austin Reeves will get an offer from someone. Enrico, they'll make him a very wealthy man, and his life and his family's life will be set forever. The problem is the game's going to look a whole lot different when LeBron and AD aren't on the floor with you. And now it's a cold Tuesday night and you play for the Charlotte Hornets. The best thing, and it's easy for me to say, Reeves is going to have to make a decision between money and actual career.
Winning.
I think the short money, you take it, your career's over. I think if he's willing to take a little less, stick with good players, he'll actually become a better player and get more contracts. I just feel like he's the classic guy who signs, he goes to a bad team, and he disappears.
This is, once again, the theme, I think, David, is know your lane. Know where you belong, because if you go outside of your lane, you make that money.
Right.
You're Ben Wallace when
Now,
he
can I
left
ask-
and went to the Bulls, and the Bulls realized, oh, my goodness. I think the same, and I don't know if he's on your list, and I don't want to jump the gun, but I look at Draymond Green. I think the same way. You belong on the Warriors. You put him anywhere else, you're going to overpay for somebody to do nothing.
So here's a question, if I may. And I don't think it'll happen. I'm asking. We're so desperate in this town. I know Reeves is only about 6'5 and a half, 6'6". What if he was brought here as a part of a Cade, Jaden Ivey? He's 25, would fit the timeline of the team.
Yeah, but this is the man who said, don't draft me, Detroit.
I know. That's
Don't
why
want to come here.
I want to go back and try again. Enrico's
But you're going to have to overpay him.
Yeah, they wanted to take him, I think, at 42 overall, and he's like, no, I'm good. I'll take an unrestricted thing and go to the Lakers. I'm just saying there has to be a fit for him outside of L.A. I just can't come up with it.
See, I'll go right to it. I was going to leave him for last, but you just mentioned him. Draymond Green is on this list. And, of course, the report are that the Blazers, Kings, and Pistons are expected to pursue him, but they're saying buyer beware. Stay away from him.
100%.
Because if he came to the Pistons, he would tear the team apart. Why? Because he's about winning, and he sees that they are so far away. He would get on everybody's nerves. He would isolate himself from that team, and they would just revolt against him, and I think the fans would then turn on him.
Or he'd kill someone.
And
murder plays really well in afternoon sports talk. So he would launch someone out of a cannon, and not literally kill them.
Well, we all saw what happened last summer with Jordan Poole.
And that's 3 days of radio. I'm in. No, you have to be buyer beware. He's an aging player, declining skill set. There are two places to me that made sense for him. One of them already traded for basically a smaller version of him. Memphis would have made sense based on the grit and grind, the culture, and the Lakers make sense.
They just picked up the option on X, so I guess they see some work. But see, it's one of those, you know where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
In Golden State, he knows, get the ball to the Splash Brothers and protect them from anybody who wants to do any harm to them.
I thought the Lakers made sense.
So the Blazers wouldn't make sense if they kept Dame?
Problem is, who's the second scorer? Who's the second player? Draymond needs to be your third guy.
Right. And the fact that you need somebody who can kind of pull Draymond aside and say, hey, Draymond, power it back some. I don't think Dame is going to do that. Whereas Steph will eventually say, hey, Draymond, they come to see me, not you, okay? Know your role.
And then final player on this list is Kyle Kuzma. They're saying 21 points a game, plus minus. It is what it is, but he's just not that great.
No.
And
You know
don't
what?
want to pay him a lot of money.
I'm not going to say buyer beware for him because if you're looking for somebody to be your first and second scorer, yes. But if you can get Kuzma to be your third guy, for some reason he just gets a bad rap. But he scores, and he's on bad teams. He still scores. So eventually maybe it's one of those where if he goes to the Heat, he blows up and we're like, wow, he pulls a Jimmy Butler, like, this guy's really good. So he is one, if you're wanting him to be your main guy, David, don't do it. But if you brought him to the Pistons and say, look, I need you to be the third scorer on this team, I'm okay with that.
Okay, I'm not. Dude's a loser. I mean, the guy basically takes 8 threes a night and shoots 32%. He played for a horrible team. The idiotic sweaters, can't do it. I'm out. I don't want nothing to do with it.
Newsflash, you don't wear the sweaters on the court.
I know. I don't like him. I think he's great on a bad team where you're like, oh, Kuz went off for 27 tonight.
You just hate Flint.
That's not true.
That's it, man. There it is.
I was a big supporter of Morris Peterson. I don't think Kuzma's a winning player.
I think that if you put him as your third scorer, I think you got
He was the third scorer in Washington. What did it do for you? Beal, KP, him. And once again, idiotic sweaters. Can't do it.
You don't like the big extra large?
Can't do it.
More than extra large.
Fashion
I'm not going to pay a guy to shoot 32% from 3 and take 8 of them a night,
Now
David.
put Shannon Sharp in one of those sweaters and he loves them.
That's different.
That does make a difference.
Looking like
man.
Uncle Grandpa.
And that is your NBA fast break.
Summer's here. Everybody on the road, going up north, road trips, traveling. Moran Buick GMC will make sure to get you there in style. The new 23 Acadias, flexible third row of seating, make room for everyone and everything. The Buick Envisions are in as well. New stock arriving daily. And again, if something isn't quite right with your vehicle, go to MoranExpress.com. Get the service appointment. They give you a free loaner. You go about your day. Go do what you got to do. Scheduling is fast and easy at MoranExpress.com. Stop in today where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, give me a few ticket texts. Top of the hour, a.k.a. 10 minutes. We're going to have a conversation, and I don't know what to expect. I think sometimes I know how I feel, and I might lose touch with how the audience feels on stuff. We need to have a conversation about Spencer Torkelson, and all opinions are welcome. I'll tell you where I'm at with it. David, a few of the ticket texts, then we'll go on the board.
Nick Mayton, what are you doing in my car? Someone says.
We're not going to recreate that.
Another person says, let Draymond come here and punch Isaiah Livers in the face. I'm so here for that. That must be a Michigan State fan.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I was about to say, Livers is actually one of your better bench players, so no. And here it is. I'm a Sparty, and I like Livers.
Someone says, Mike Rico, we had Trace Thompson. Wow, the Tigers really don't know how to do business. Chris from Albion, they say. Jason in Heartland, the only thing that makes me not burst into tears about how bad Harvey has been is that Carlos Correa is even worse.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the Correa thing and how it ended up, and remember, he's supposed to be a Met. That whole thing was done. He was going to go to a loaded lineup. There was this thing with the physical and his leg, and they never were totally clear on it. And then he ends up back in a place he doesn't want to be. He ends up on a team that is pathetic offensively. Good thing they traded Luis Ariz, who's hitting 400. And you just look at it and you're like, wow, this is a total and utter disaster. He's terrible.
Someone says, Mike, the Mets are dumping players. Wentz for JV. Who says no? Gary at work.
You're done. You're done. I really want, you just hate to see it. I mean, my heart breaks for New York Mets fans. It really does.
Mike, that's Mike dancing around the man cave.
There's me dancing around Citi Field. To hell with him.
With the Wham, did the Phillies win the World Series last year?
Shut up.
No,
You go with the bit.
They did not win the World Series.
By the way, shout out Harvey Baez. He's back. OPS below 600 again. I mean, how effing terrible can you be? League average again, guys, about 735.
Well, let's see if he's made his way back to batting second.
It's unbelievable. A.J. Hinch should be given a Medal of Honor because every night he's filling out a lineup card that really has like 4 players in it for 9 spots.
I mean, when he tells you openly, well, we really have like 12, 13 starters, and I just kind of manage them. It's the old, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks.
Yeah, someone said AJ should go into the dugout and say, don't get Mayton today, fellas.
Yeah, don't be a Mayton. Let's go on the board. Take care of some business. Well, good times did not keep rolling. I gave out a stink bomb yesterday. We took the Reds at plus odds. They got crushed, but Kenny hit it because he had the over in the game, and they scored 7 million runs. David, I have no idea what your bet did because you bet the WNBA.
So you're officially done with the WNBA?
Let's not talk about it.
Okay. Nah, it drops him to 4-3. He's going to continue the fight.
Let's not talk about it.
Now, let's go to Rico. I'll tell you right now, I just want to watch the game tonight. I'm taking one. I'm out. I don't like the number. I sure as hell don't love the total. I'm out on this tonight. So I'm gonna take my weekly mulligan today. Rico, You're back. Give us a home run prop on a Tuesday. What do you got?
You want a home run prop on a Tuesday? I'll give you Matt Olson, red hot for the Atlanta Braves. He's at plus 280. If you want a parlay bet, Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, and Michael Harris to all record a hit at plus 190.
God, I know what they're doing over at FanDuel. I know. That sounds so easy.
Braves are red hot right now.
And we know it's not. Oh, but then again, we get to root against the Twins. That could be a solid bet. Let's go to the Cone, a.k.a. Kenny Cott. What do you got?
Well, my Reds over hit yesterday. I'm looking at the Reds' past 4 games. They've all gone over 8.5. Their total tonight against Baltimore, 8.5. So I'm going to just take that easy money and go over, hopefully.
Will you take it easy?
I've hit a couple in a row. I'm feeling pretty good.
I know, but don't ever use that phrase.
All right, I'm taking the not-so-easy money.
That's right. You're going to try to earn another day. All right, now, Hatchet, Let's have this discussion. Will you look, Rico, will you help your guy? Help him out.
David, what happened? I was gone one day. We got Russian music now.
Oh, I want to give out the Indianapolis Stars minus 36 and a half.
Boston, Aaliyah Boston decided to show up finally last night against the Aces.
Okay.
He's a rookie. We played at South Carolina. And she decided to show up for her competition in the Aces. And they only lost by 8. It was a 14.5 spread. The Aces have been killing it all year. So it happens.
So
it won't happen anymore.
Get back on the horse and come on, let's go.
I'm done.
Oh, so you're done. Now, if you're done, you can't do another WNBA bet.
I'm done. They're dead to me now. Wow. That league is dead to me.
Okay. Well,
stop it. Stop it, Mike.
I'm not being serious. Well, it doesn't make money, but does it do TV numbers?
Not really.
Okay, then I don't have to say. It's guys, I understand it, but like, it doesn't do numbers and it doesn't make money. The NBA funds it because it is. I mean, it's cool to have it, and it's the players are very, very good. But I mean, David, I'm sorry, like it's just not. Who sits down and watches it? I don't know anyone who watches it.
Me.
Okay.
And some friends of mine.
God bless. Have a great time. It's not for me.
See, you should have just came down to the fireworks instead of watching that game and being sad.
I would watch the WNBA over the fireworks.
It's fantastic.
Fireworks are the most pointless thing in the world.
Well, you could have done both because that game started at 10. So you.
All right then. Yeah. Sorry. Was not going to make a 10 o'clock tip. It was a tough in the streets yesterday. All right. Rico has the Atlanta Braves hit stuff. You also got Dinger Tuesdays on the home runs.
That's Matt Olson plus 280.
Kenny giving you the over Cincinnati and Baltimore. Not terrible. David is retired from the WNBA. I'm taking the day off from giving a pick. That is on the board. Baseball season in full swing. No better place to bet the game than FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers, no sweat, first bet up to $1,000. You get $1,000 back in bonus bets if your bet doesn't win. They also have the home run props on Tuesday. You bet a home run parlay, you fall short, they'll still pay you for all the home runs hit in that game, $5 a pop. It's FanDuel, the official partner of Major League Baseball. Baseball trademarks used with permission. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117. Hour number 2. That song's totally ridiculous.
Very uncomfortable.
It's not great. So I want to bring this up. I will give you a disclaimer. All opinions are absolutely welcome because I have no idea what to do. I know what I feel on it, but we sat here and we have impugned Nick Maton, right? We have hammered Harvey/Javi Baez, right? This team is in it. They're 4.5 out in the AL Comedy Central. And you know who largely gets a free pass? None other than Spencer Torkelson. Now work with me. We all want him to be good. But you know what I really can't stand is when someone's terrible for long stretches and they're good for exactly 7 days. And people want to hand out flowers and thumb their nose at people who, oh, I thought you said he was bad. Okay. So Torkelson had 7 good days. Here's Torkelson's numbers in June, people. You know, the whole month. After his 7 good days, he's gone on to be the worst player in baseball on a 2-for-31 slump, striking out every other at bat. Here's his June numbers. He's hitting 176, an OBP of 250, an OPS of 601, a 31% K rate, and on balls in play, batting average on balls in play, meaning hits and home runs, he's hitting 212. Do you know what league average BABIP is? 300. Spencer Torkelson.
So slightly under.
Just a bit. Last night, he pulled a Harvey. He swung at a ball a foot out of the zone. So here's my question. The question is twofold. At 248-539-9797. How close are you to calling Spencer Torkelson a bust? Now, some of you may say, I'm not close. He has runway. We rushed him up here. This team blows. Fine, I'm not mad at you. Others will say he already is. He's had almost 700 at-bats in this league. He has shown largely nothing at the plate. And outside of a week here or a week there, he's a guy with a strikeout rate north of 25%, a career OPS under 600 or 620, and he's a -2 WAR player. And then there's the middle, and varying degrees of the middle. Like, are you getting close to calling him a bust? So let me offer you where I'm at. Rico, take it wherever you like. I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I don't. 248-539-9797. I'll just tell you he's got the next 300 at-bats, a.k.a. the rest of the season. Once you've put damn near 1,000 at-bats on tape, that's who you are. 1,000 at-bats over the course of 3 years, it's just kind of who you are, man.
Yeah, see, for me, this is one where I have to sit down, Spencer, and say, for the better part of your career, let me help you out. You're going to get those 300 at-bats down in AAA.
See, that was the what could be done question I was going to ask. I'm glad you brought it up because I want people to have multiple ways to play this. So you're saying right here, right now, you'd send him down.
Yeah, you're going to finish out the year. This is not a punishment. We brought you up too soon. This is our fault, not your fault. Disservice to you. Don't think of it as they're bailing on me. As a matter of fact, we want you to be better. And I think going down to AAA will get you confidence and you'll be better to come back opening day next year ready to go. Because the Tigers were so desperate for anything when they brought him up here last year, and you knew it. That's why I said, Colt Keith, no, I don't want to see him up here because you were about to do the exact same thing that you did to Torkelson by bringing the player up too soon. If you go down to AAA and those numbers continue, then yeah, I'll go ahead and say maybe you are a bust. But right now, man, that's the Tigers' fault. Plus, it gives you more time to work within the Scott Harris system rather than the previous regime. So I'm not willing to give up on him because here's the thing. He's the type of guy, Mike, if you traded him to let's say you made a deal with the Rays or he goes to the Dodgers, he goes to the Braves, you know he's going to turn things around. And now you're going to sit there and be like, wow, you know what? He just became, J.D. Martinez or Nick Castellano. Now all of a sudden he's good. So I'm not willing to give up on him just yet.
Okay. And again, totally reasonable. This isn't going to be something where I yell at anybody. I'm with Rico. I can't give up yet, but am I on the road driving towards exit 87 known as give up? Yes, I am. He's got the rest of this year. Now, if you're saying send him down, fine. But he's going to be with the club next year. He's going to get another shot. They have too much invested into him. They don't have a farm system. I'm just making the point, I can't keep watching a guy who can't make contact, who takes room service pitches. And again, if you want to highlight what he did for 1 week, I want to give you a context. He was god-awful in May. He's god-awful in June. And if we're going to sit here and crush Nick Maton, who, guys, Nick Maton is a nothing. He's nobody. Like, he's living his dream playing ball and making some cash, but nobody ever thought of Nick Maton. You could name 500 ball players. You wouldn't name Nick Maton. Spencer Torkelson was the number 1 pick in the draft. He is a college bat, prodigious power, and he has come to Major League Baseball and been, simply put, one of the singular worst players in the sport, full stop. He is almost a mind-numbing -2 WAR player for a career. That is an unplayable player who simply causes you to lose by playing him. That's incredible. So you could say what you want. Now, look, my reaction to what you're saying, Rico, is the following. Why do we have to exist in a different world? I see other teams call up their top prospects all the time and have success. Now, sure, you'll tell me about Jared Kelenic, who came up with Seattle and was atrocious last year. It happens. But you don't get 3 or 4 years to get good. Rico, after
you don't,
7,
Mike,
800 at bats, I got to see something.
At some point, you got to put the blame on Spencer. But when I look at the minor league system, they're not really developing anybody. So now that Scott Harris is here, I'm hoping that the minor leagues will now become what you see for other teams, where, to me, Torkelson should have been making his debut this season, where we're like, I just think they brought him up too soon last year.
You're on your own on that one. I draft a college bat. I'm going to put you down the minors for a year max, maybe 2. Rico, even if they rushed him, you're here. You're here now, and they keep him here. So I'm with you. You want to send him down? You know what I don't want? Guys who cause me to lose every night. You could pick any average minor leaguer and get more out of him than Spencer Torkelson.
No, you're right.
That's what the data says.
You're right. But I also think that he's a guy that if you let him go, you'll regret it.
You can't let him go. There's too much invested. So here's my question. There's 2 of them. How close to calling Torkelson a bust are you? And what can be done? Before you bristle at what Rico suggested, no, I don't think spending the remainder of the year in the minors is the right idea. I think a trip to the minors could be. Because simply put, I don't know what you're gaining getting 100 at-bats a month and hitting 160 and striking out 31% of the time. I don't know how that's helping you either. And if you're going to highlight his 1 good week, I'm going to highlight 3 bad months. You're not winning that argument with me. Don't say, see, it's there. No, you can't say it's there when it comes out as often as a lunar eclipse. It's just, guys, something has to be done here. You want to send him to the minors for a little bit? I'm not mad about it. But the problem is he's going to go down to the minors. He's going to take BP off tomato cans, and he's going to have to come back up here. And every turn, if I take a look at his career and he's about 700 at bats, Rico,
right? But
what am I going to do?
The BP off of tomato cans may be what he needs for confidence, and this is so he won't go out and pull the Baez and swing out a pitch that's just so far out the strike zone.
That was unbelievable yesterday.
Right? Because now all of a sudden, okay, I'm hitting the ball. I'm getting in rhythm so that when you come back to the major leagues, yes, the level of pitching is going to accelerate, but you're more prepared. Because right now, a lot of times when he's at the bat, he looks like he's just guessing and hoping. You don't see confidence. He's just kind of swinging. And I know he's not, but it's like in Little League, David, when you see the kids, they close their eyes and just swing the bat, and you hope to hear a ping that you hit the ball.
What he's doing is, you're exactly right, because I was going to say that. He's doing what we tell some of the kids. Keep your head down. He's not looking at the ball all the way through. He is a Little League player right now.
Here's the other thing, too, right? I'll just give you an example. I don't even focus on batting average. Batting average is a pretty bad stat, but I like painting a complete picture. So I can give you a guy who hits 220, but he's a great ball player and he can play for my team any day of the week, is Pete Alonso. Because the difference is Pete Alonso has more home runs this season, 22, than Torkelson has in his career, 16. Think that over. So a guy's going to go up there, strike out a bunch, hit 220, but he's going to have 22 bombs before we hit 4th of July.
You can live with that.
Oh, I'll more than live with it. That's a player that is the opposite of a -2 WAR player. That's about a 2 WAR guy. That's a 4-win differential. I'm making a point. If Torque isn't hitting for power, right here to the rest of yous, because none of what you say matters. You have to hit for power. Right. It's what we pay you for. You're going to hit 210? You're going to look stupid on some pitches? Fine. But you got to have 40 home run power.
But that's where it's it. You need to go down to the minors to gain that confidence because he really just looks like a guy closing his eyes, swinging, and hoping that he hits something.
But will he gain that confidence?
I think he will because he's going to see.
Let me give you this.
Don't destroy my.
He went down. Okay. He went down to the minors last year at the end of July. He had 155 plate appearances, only 5 home runs. Sure, 229 batting average, 738 OPS.
But see, here's where I would
see it. He doesn't see it.
No. But see, here's where it will be different because when he went down, it was probably one of those. Okay, I'm being like Mayton. I'm being punished, so I'm only going to be down here for a little bit. No, you're going to be down there for the rest of the season. So don't get it twisted. You ain't coming back to Detroit for the rest of the season.
Well,
now, go down and get better.
And they only brought him up last year because of the call-ups, the September call-ups. He had 41 strikeouts when he went down there. 41.
You know what's crazy? I mean, basically the same timeline, though, right? So the same amount of at-bats. So I gave you Jared Kelenic, who at one point was one of the 5 best prospects in baseball, Seattle Mariners. He was god-awful when he debuted last year. This year, total turnaround. About an 800 OPS. He's got 11 home runs. He's a plus 2.1 WAR player, 324 OBP, hits for some power, good OPS plus numbers. My point is, Rico, while everyone's not the same, and while every prospect's journey is not this linear progression, I only speak for me. Other people will disagree. I'm sure some people think I'm stupid. You get 600-700 at bats, and I see nothing, buddy. I'm kind of out of gas. Now, I'm being nice because we have no other options, and I'm taking the rest of this season. But if he finishes this year looking like this, and you're 1,000 at-bats deep, we're done here. For me.
No.
I will enter next season as that dude sucks, and I don't have much hope.
And so, yeah, I guess right now I'm looking at it. He goes down to the minors, and we're looking at one of those Rocky training sequences where he just has to go out there and yeah, we're
Apollo with the dramatic music, like Torque goes down and he's all sad.
Right.
And then Tiger coaches are like Apollo Creed screaming, "What's wrong with you, Stallion?
Right.
There is no tomorrow."
Right.
There is no tomorrow.
He's running through the Toledo Zoo.
Hitting coaches or punching them.
Right.
Torque, there is no tomorrow.
Fighting bears and tigers. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, you're talking Rocky IV, the Russia montage.
Right.
Where the KGB's following him in the little car. Oh,
yeah.
That's great. How close are you to calling him a bust? No.
Russia, I'm sorry.
But that's just, he's to the point where I can't defend him anymore. It's going to get to that soon. Stick him down there and, hey, guy, get better because this is it for you. Okay? Can't keep, there's something you're doing wrong. And, yeah, maybe, with Scott Harris and how he's trying to get the minor league system better, maybe you got to get rid of that Avila stench and everything that came with it. And you got to start all over. So, yeah, it does kind of feel like one of those Rocky montages where, It's there, but we're going to have to break you down in order to build you back up.
248-539-9797. How close to bust territory is Torkelson, and what can be done? If you don't like Rico's answer, cool. What's yours? It's really as simple as that. Rico, take him to church.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, well, they have a great war, and they want to be your next Chevy dealer, period, by finding you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save your money. New vehicles being delivered every day into Hamilton, including the June Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Camaro, $399 a month. For 36 months, you walk in there with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yes, an auto transition Chevy Camaro for $399 a month. What are you waiting for? You know you've always wanted a sports car. Hamilton Chevrolet has it right there for you for under $400 a month. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in a 2023 Chevy Camaro for $399 a month. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
You've heard me talk about David Femininio. We have told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, when you get David, you get the best in communication, the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you pay nothing until he wins your case. If you're injured or know someone who has been, call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, David on the ticket text. I'm asking the question, how close are we to calling Torkelson a bust? The team had a hell of a win last night. Championship DNA. 4.5 back in the division, 2.5 Maton adjusted. But Spencer Torkelson, after having maybe the best week of his career, has gone on to have maybe the worst week in MLB. And in the month of June, he's arguably the worst player in the sport. I mean, he is atrocious. 167 average, an OPS south of 600. On the year, he's having a god-awful season, and you're just, guys, we're trying to win this division. You know, Rico might be right. Maybe he's got to go down to the farm for a bit. Now, I differ with Rico. I can't do this whole jettison him for the season. But something has to change.
At least a month.
Okay.
I got to let him know. You're not coming back next week.
You're back when Saratoga opens.
So
done.
Get down there, settle in, go get an apartment, whatever you got to do. Fix yourself. Don't start counting days on the calendar because you're gone for a minimum of 30 days.
David, what do you got? What are the people saying?
I'm still holding hope for him to be solid, but I have given up on him being a part of the rebuild. Ooh, my.
No, I'm not there yet. I will watch the rest of this season. But I'm getting, I mean, Kenny, you nodded your head. So are we aligned on this?
Yeah, we're pretty much aligned on this. I haven't called him a bust. I haven't given up on him or him being a part of this rebuild, but I did do a little research. The last 16 games the Tigers have played, they've slotted him at batting second. I think that's my solution of what needs to change. Drop him in the order. Make him, 6, 7, 8, somewhere in there. But I don't see, so there's less pressure on him to immediately perform throughout the game. Take a little bit off his shoulders. Maybe that fixes something.
Okay. Kenny, okay. I can't make fun of it. You're right. You know what I get tired of? Pressure. Wah. He's a college bat.
I agree. That's why I don't think.
How old is he again?
How old is he?
No, he's 23,
Sorry,
24.
Let me look to make sure I have the
give me
page
how
up.
old is Torque? No disrespect to anybody.
He's 23.
Yeah.
He'll be 24 in August.
Yeah, you're not a 20-year-old kid. Now, Kenny, I get it. You're not wrong. I'm saying where my patience wears thin. He's 24. So contextually, listen to how David bombs Cade Cunningham. This guy's 3 years older than Cade.
And that's why I'm not ready to send him down to the minors for the rest of the year. That's why I'm not going to put him in AAA. I do think you drop him in the order and take a little bit off of his shoulders. He's supposed to be one of the best players on a very bad team. He's not even one of the best players on a very bad team.
No, but Kenny, I would drop him down to the minors because he needs to hit the ball. And you're going to go up against worse pitching, but it boosts your confidence because right now he looks like a man that just goes up to the plate and hopes to hit it.
And that's why I kind of look at what David gave out stat-wise about that's what you did last year and the results.
No, but
really
this is where
great.
I'm letting them know. You're pretty much on thin ice here. You're not coming back for a while, so don't think that if you have a hot series over the weekend, you're going to be a Tiger. No, you're going to have a hot series over the weekend followed by a game on Monday. You're down in Toledo for a while. Go get better. Plain and simple.
Go to James 97.1. James, how you doing, buddy?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
Hey, real quick. So I've watched a couple interviews one video, and then I read a written interview with Torkelson in the off season. And what I've always thought is kind of an issue for him is hubris. What I mean by that is I think he's probably been the best player at every level he's ever played. And at the major league level, he's obviously not the best player. He has a giant hole in his swing, which I'm sure we could all see, especially on middle of the plate fastballs. If you look at his average at that, it's like 150 or less. And I think I'm kind of agreeing with Rico here. Normally I wouldn't on this type of thing. I think he needs to go to the minors for the rest of the year to be humbled, to realize he has to change his swing, because the interviews that I saw and read, he does not think he has a problem with his swing. He thinks he just needs to make minor tweaks. But that swing is not hitting major league pitching, average major league pitching, let alone, better major league pitching. And I think going down to the minors for the season would maybe get him to realize what he needs to do.
I mean, guys, but James, here's your issue, right? Let's say you do this. Do you understand what you are doing with a 23-year-old player? Banishing him for 3 months to the minors? If his problems are that big, I mean, why should I trust this franchise to fix him? So you don't get to blame the franchise on the front end and then use him as the savior on the back end.
I would simply say we're now in that Scott Harris era, and that he'll put enough people down in the minors that can fix this problem.
Okay. Hey, listen. You want to go with it, fellas? I'm not mad at either one of you.
Because if we're trusting Harris to make these types of deals, maybe we could look at this as a deal that you're looking towards next year, you fix him, or later on this year, he becomes that trade that you really didn't have to make. You just fixed your guy down in the minors.
Yeah, I think we already tried going down to the minors for a little bit last year, if you remember. Then he got the September call-up, even though he didn't do much in the minors. So I think he needs to be humbled, because I don't think he sees himself as having a problem. And that's the big part. I don't think our minor league hitting instructors or any of our coaching is going to get through to him unless he's humbled, because some people just have that self-confidence where they can't be taught certain things, a la Javier Baez.
I think the problem, too, is that while he's having a little bit better of a season, some of the metrics, will bore out. Exit velo's up a little bit. Your barrel percentage is up a little bit. It's not translating. And the one thing that really just isn't there, I mean, guys, I'm sorry. You can't be on pace to hit 16 home runs when power's your calling card. That's just, come on.
No. That's, yeah.
Why?
No. It's depressing, but yeah, this is why. Let's just start by saying, hey, Spencer, there's a problem.
Right, you launched him out of a cannon. All right, Rico wants him off the team for the rest of the year. There you go. Go to Joey.
No, I want him fixed.
97.1. What's up, Joey?
Fellas, how's it going?
Good, Joey.
First of all, Mike, I gotta throw it at you, man. You just mentioned last segment Pistol Pete Alonso, Home Run King, and Torque in the same sentence. So first of all, I gotta throw you out there right there.
Oh, you can't. Hold on, Joey. I was saying if I'm going to tolerate, if I'm going to tolerate 220, here's what it needs to look at. I was just giving an example of what it has to look like if I'm going to put up with this level of lack of hitting ball. That's all.
I agree. So I can't more disagree with the last caller. In my opinion, 95% of batting is confidence. If you send Torque down to the minors for the rest of the year, what do you tell a 23, 24-year-old kid? Dude, we lost all confidence in you. So whatever confidence you have in yourself goes out the window.
I'm with you.
I also think we're putting too much weight on every one of the Tigers, considering Scotty Harris had zero confidence in the team, basically said, I have zero expectations, and we just happen to be in a historically bad year for our division where we can sniff first place, that we are now throwing these guys that, if you remember last time this year, we did the same thing because we had a fluke 2 years ago where we thought the team was going to be great. Then we talked about how our team was just terrible for the second half. So, you guys have to realize we had zero expectations. To put Torque, we're playing with the lineup, second in the lineup. Who else are we going to put in the lineup? But I agree with you. Put him at the end of the lineup, throw someone new in there, change it up. If he can't bat right now, don't destroy his confidence. Confidence is awesome in a batter. Don't destroy it. Get him with a swing coach, get some tweaks going, get the confidence up, get him hitting a few balls. But, guys, you have to realize we are in such a bad division, and we happen to be lucky enough to be how many games behind that we are now having conversations about who we have to put in the lineup to catch first place? Like, I mean, I'm just counting my lucky stars.
Yeah,
That's
but
all I gotta
Joey,
say.
I don't see it as you're destroying his confidence if you're saying go down there. It's saying we think you can be better. I'll just leave it at that. I don't think we're destroying it.
All right, we'll get more to calls. We'll get some of the ticket texts as well next. Comer and Cross Garage Flooring. Is your garage floor dull and gray concrete, cracks and stains, or worse, an old epoxy or paint job? In one day, you can completely transform your garage to the gold standard flooring of Comer and Cross Premium Garage Floor. It's easy. They do everything. They'll move your entire garage out, put all your stuff back. They get the job done in one day. Comer and Cross Garage Floor Coating is the gold standard, 4 times stronger than epoxy. Guaranteed that it won't chip, crack, or yellow, and no tire tracks. In one day, you're going to love your new garage floor, and it will last. They guarantee it. Call Comer and Cross right now. Get your free estimate, 248-266-4443. That's 248-266-4443, or go to comerandcrossgarage.com. All right, to the people we go. How close to calling Tork a bust are you? Rico is going to be the judge at 4 o'clock as we settle a debate Kenny and I had yesterday. I have the perfect plan for the Wings. It's inarguable. Nobody can argue it. We see if Rico buys my line of thinking. We do it tomorrow. Paul is up next. 97.1. What's up, Paulie?
Hi, how you doing, guys? I listen to you almost every day. I think you're fantastic.
Thank you, Paulie. What's going on?
I think there's one thing that we really haven't looked at. Okay, I agree with you and what Rico's saying about Torkelson, the whole 9 yards. But have you noticed, and I know you have noticed, Mike, every time we get rid of somebody, not every time, but a lot of times we get rid of somebody, we've given up on somebody, all of a sudden they go to another team and they just become good. And I'm wondering, who is our hitting coach?
Well, the problem, hold on. So, look, let's take the bigger view of this. The bigger view, because I don't want to get into an argument about, like, Mike Hessman. It's more organizationally, you still haven't produced an all-star since Travis Fryman, a homegrown positional all-star. It has been an organizational failure for decades. So it is not surprising to talk about what you're talking about. I think the issue I have is they seem to have some guys that might be able to help this team, and they just won't bring them up.
Well, I agree with you, Mike. However, but the current people, the current guys on the roster, what is the hitting coach doing to try to improve the guys? I mean,
everyone's doing. Yeah, but see, this is the thing. It's not like there's anything that's that cutting edge. Everyone's using the video, the film room, the StatCast numbers. It's not like the movie Moneyball here where they were doing something new. Hey, when you get your pitch, you're hitting 76 points higher. Everyone knows this.
I understand that, Mike, but why? Then explain to me why, like Paredes, whatever his name is, we sent him to Tampa Bay, all of a sudden becomes a horse. There are different examples of people that we've let go that all of a sudden produce in other environments. And the only thing that I can see that's consistent about that is the coaching.
I know.
So, I mean, why aren't we looking at what type of hitting coaches we have?
They've tried a million. People. And look, Scott Harris has brought in his crew. A.J. Hinch has hand-selected his guys. Paul, part of it is the players that have been here, right? They're a bad drafting team. Then it goes into player development, and you go, well, are they bad at developing or are the players bad? It's probably both. And then now you end up with the Torkelson thing. Did they rush him up? Probably. He's 200 games into his career. I got about 15 home runs. It ain't going to work. What can they do to fix him? I don't know when a kid can't recognize and hit fastballs. I don't know how to fix that. You want me to entertain you between 2 and 6? I'm happy to do it. I can't fix Spencer Torkelson. No. I don't have those answers.
No, that's why I said a stint down in the minors could help. And realizing if you're the Tigers, you got to take some ownership. We helped in ruining this kid's career. So, Spencer, work with us. We'll get you better. New people down there. Let's make this happen. But right here, right now, the way you're going, you're going to be out the league soon, son.
Up next, your thoughts on Keith Beauregard. I mean, it's no, I mean, it's very difficult for me because they have hitting coaches and they've hired new people and AJ has brought in his guys. I don't know what to say. I can't argue sending him down is wrong. I'm not even arguing. I just wouldn't do this whole, hey, you're gone for the rest of the year. 30 days? Sure. But I also think there's no rhyme or reason to a lot of what they're doing. They sent Maton down, and then they bring up Tyler Nevin, who was hitting 150 in his last 15 games.
But I think, as you said, it was for Maton, this has to work, so we're going to send you down here knowing your replacement sucks.
Is actually worse than
right.
you.
So then everybody's going to say, we need to bring Maton back up here. You're not bringing somebody real. You're stacking the deck. Think about it. I mean, the rhyme and reason is there. We just don't want to accept it.
That's very true. Because I know we had a caller a few back go, hey, we had no expectations. Guys, that's like saying, okay, so if your college football team, let's say you're a Spartan fan. Let's say the team gets out to a 4-0 start. They beat UW. They look great. You're not going to change your expectations?
You're not going to alter.
No, Vegas had them over under 3.5. We win.
Right. No, you have to change your expectations. This team is 2.5 games out of first, Maton adjusted. You're in the mix. You have to start talking about it. We can't put three players out there that are amongst the worst players in the entire sport. Go look at qualified first baseman in OPS and where Torque is. I think there's 25 first basemen who qualify. He's 24th. Can't do it. Right. Can't have Baez. Can't have Cabrera. Can't have Maton. You're putting out 4 or 5 of the worst players in the entire sport. That's where I go, no, it's not acceptable.
I know. And then here's where it makes 0 sense. You can still win your division.
That's why I want Scott Harris to just tinker a little bit. I'm not asking you to do anything goofy.
Okay, you know what? The compromise, 30 days. 30-day stint. Treat it like rehab. You're out of here.
Okay.
Go get better.
I can't get mad at it. Let's go over to Ed, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, bud?
Guys, you're killing me, man. You're killing me.
What we do?
And you're doing it in every sport. It's unbelievable. It's like after Thanksgiving, you guys want to fire the football coach and get rid of the running back and all that old crazy stuff. Listen, man, we're not having a fire sale. There's nobody to go down and get. It's not happening. You're lucky to be where you are, okay? This is all luck, smoke and mirrors, guys. Enjoy it because at any time it could go poof. Let that man please take his lumps so that he becomes a real boy instead of a puppet.
I think you're certifiably insane, and I wish you a good day. I don't know what I was just listening
When did we want to get rid of after Thanksgiving?
No, after Thanksgiving when Dan Campbell screwed up the clock, we talked about it. And I think you're
David,
in space.
Maybe because I'm the Lions hater, did I not come out here weeks before Thanksgiving and say what this team was capable of doing, and they did it?
Beating the Buffalo Bills, and they should have if Dan Campbell didn't screw up the clock.
So
also, what should we sit here and tolerate?
And let Torque just sit here and just not hit?
Guy's the worst player in the sport, arguably. No, it's okay to say, how do we fix him? Ed, there might be a matinee pricing for a movie. Go see one. 248-539-9797. I don't know what to do with it. I can't be bothered. All right, hit a home run on Tuesday. Dinger Tuesdays, FanDuel Sportsbook. Each Tuesday, all customers, $5 in bonus bets. You bet on these deals, you get $5 in bonus bets for each home run hit by either team in the game you play. And again, FanDuel has promotions like this all year long, all different sports. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25. Restrictions apply. See full terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
All right, let's get a little football in the mix. First time today. I know we'll have some Lions stuff for you tomorrow, but let's do a little football. David, this is the top 25 under 25, right?
Correct.
See, I always like these lists because you're bickering. All these players are really good. We're just bickering about which one we like better. And I want to know if there's any Lion on the list because there damn well better be. Let's take a listen.
There are 2 Detroit Lions on the list.
Okay.
I think you all can guess who they are.
I just say, come on, I'm not playing this game.
24, Amon-Ra St. Brown. 22, Penei Sewell. Honorable mention was Aiden Hutchinson.
No, here's Aiden's deal. Oh, Sparty. Guys, I think he's going to be a good player. I've always thought he's going to be a good player. His pass rush win rate needs to get a hell of a lot better. He was only winning about 13% of the time. And I don't want to hear about sacks. Sacks is a lucky number. Sometimes your teammates rush the quarterback into a sack you get. Aiden has to become more effective on win rate. He's a good player. But if you're going to be one of the top 25 guys in the sport under 25, I got news for you. No, Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell have done a hell of a lot more.
They proved it.
Now, I don't have any issue about either guy. I think both are going to take major steps forward this year. I think Sewell establishes himself as the best right tackle in football, and I think Amon-Ra is going to flirt with being one of the 12 best wide receivers in the game. I think Amon-Ra he's a red ass. He's a dog. He's a competitor.
He's going to have he'll have longevity in the NFL.
He reminds me of Hines Ward. He's just a red ass. He's just
great call.
Like one of those tough slot, nasty
May
players.
never be one of those guys that you're going to go flock to go see, but every year you know exactly consistency. That's what he brings to the team.
He'll block. He's physical. He'll play hurt.
I think Aiden will be on this list next year. I mean, if the Lions, I'm not going to say wasted, but they mismanaged his early games. And I kept telling you, like, if they play him like he played at Michigan, he'll get a lot better. And then all of a sudden, they moved him to the weak side, and now he started getting a lot more production. But he's got to prove it more than 1 year because he didn't have that Sauce Gardner type of impact where you're like, man, this kid could be special. You see the potential with him.
No,
I think he'll be on the list next year.
So those are 2 players in the bottom 5 where the Lions sits, and then we finish out the last 5. 25 would be Justin Fields, 23 T. Higgins, and 21 Devonta Smith.
I would argue on the Devonta Smith one. Look, I think he's a nice player, but pretty easy to do when you play for the Philadelphia Eagles.
No, I mean, because
I'd put Fields there and move Smith to 25.
Fields, I think, is exactly where he's supposed to be because he's
got no help.
Right, but we're basing it on, well, if he gets help, he'll be better. We haven't seen it yet. It's all speculation. I've seen what Smith has done, and I don't care that you play for the Eagles. You still got to catch the ball. You still got to run down the field. You still got to score touchdowns. And check. He's done that. So I think he belongs in that spot.
You have Garrett Wilson at 20, 19, Rashawn Slater, Quinnen Williams at 18, DK at 17.
DK Metcalf isn't 25 yet?
I was about to say.
He is 25. So this is the last year he can be on the list.
Right. I was like, wait.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They had actually from 18, 17, and 16 are all 25. They'll be off the list. Quinnen Williams, DK, and Josh Jacobs at 16.
Jacobs, I listen. As Melvin Gordon said in an article yesterday, it's a joke playing running back these days. I mean, I'm not going to freak out about it. But all the players you just listed, whether it's Aiden, whether it's Sewell, Amon-Ra, Devontae Smith, DK, I'm putting them all ahead of Josh Jacobs. I just don't value the position that way. Running backs don't impact winning.
No, there's no longevity there, but I guess if you're just looking at it for this year, I still would probably slide him a little bit lower. Smith, I would put higher because I think that he is a key part to that Philadelphia offense.
So then we jump into the top 15 here. At 15, we have Jonathan Taylor. 14, Jalen Waddle. 13, Trayvon Diggs.
This is getting worse and worse and worse.
And your guy, 12, Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, the Trayvon Diggs thing, He's
high
fun
risk, high reward.
Yeah, fun to watch. But, I mean, the dude makes egregious errors. He gets absolutely toasted.
He thinks every play is a pick six.
David, I got to be honest. This list is getting worse and worse the higher up we get. It really is.
Is it because your guy's only, at 12?
Right, he's outside of the top 10. Is that why he's saying it?
Who's that, Trevor
Lawrence.
Oh, I think it's stupid, but I mean, I'm not going to let it taint the list. I just think Trevor Lawrence, the way he finished up last year, the infrastructure they're building there, what he's able to do with what he had. I mean, you could make an argument he's one of the 6 best quarterbacks in football right now. But again, it's not my list, and I'm not going to freak out about it. I think it's stupid to tell me there's 11 players teams would rather have than Trevor Lawrence under 25.
You're probably not going to like who's at number 11 right ahead of him.
Who?
Creed Humphrey, center, Chiefs.
See, now you're trying to be provocative. I stop. I mean, look, the kid's been a beast since he was a freshman at Oklahoma. He's a stud center. He's a very good player. There's no universe where he's a better football player than Trevor Lawrence.
He hasn't missed an NFL start, has rarely been penalized, they say.
And I was about to say, it's hard to quantify offensive linemen because it's one of those, the less you hear their name, the more they are, but you don't pay attention to them. Nobody goes down to the games to say, I'm watching the O-line outside of their family members.
So in the top 10, we have at 10, CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Cowboys. At number 9, offensive tackle, Tristan Wirfs.
Okay, I'm not a Trevor Lawrence fan. I could put him above both of those in the top 10. Keep going.
Number 8, Patrick Surtain II. And number 7, Sauce Gardner.
Okay, look, I think Sauce is probably a little low, but it was only one season. But it was one of the most locked down seasons we've seen from a rookie corner in NFL history. It was incredible.
Number 6, Justin Herbert.
Oh, enough.
This still goes back to the Red Bowl, right?
No, Justin
Red box
Herbert,
game.
he's a good player, but nobody has gotten their ass kissed for doing less than Justin Herbert. When's Justin Herbert going to win some big-time football games?
He's in the right market, L.A.
That's fine. He's a good player. I'm not slandering him. But you know who beat Justin Herbert in the playoffs? Because Justin Herbert blew a 28-point lead? Trevor Lawrence.
But he doesn't play in the L.A. market. And,
I know.
Last time I checked, that brings in more money.
I don't like this list.
Well, okay, so I'm going to give you the top 5. I don't think you can argue with the top 5. Maybe placement within it.
That's
but
all
they
we're
all
arguing.
deserve.
They're all good players.
All deserve it, okay? 5 would be Jamar Chase. 4, Michael Parsons. 3, Nick Bosa. 2, Jalen Hurts. And 1, Justin Jefferson.
I'd have Nick Bosa number 1 at this point.
You just switch some things around.
Yeah, I would have Bosa 1 too, but then I don't want to be called privileged. So
no, Nick Bosa is one of the most complete, dominant defensive ends, not edge rushers, defensive ends.
Not just
of
great.
The last 15 years in football. I mean, he's just a fabulous football player. All 3 downs, and when he gets into that sprinter stance and his arms flung up in the air like he's Usain Bolt, you know you're dead.
I love it. More disrespect for my team. We'll see. That's fine.
Because CBS Sports has him at 3. He's going to use it as bulletin board material.
Room, David.
This list is bougie.
Putting it in the locker room, you're not better than any of these people.
I mean, David, you don't have an issue with that?
I don't have an issue with too much other than the center being number 11.
You know what else is interesting? I didn't hear any Steelers on the list.
Pat Freiermuth is an honorable mention.
Oh, participation award.
Yeah, he gets a participation award.
Where's Najee Harris?
They are not even in the honorable mention.
Najee Harris didn't make it?
No, he shouldn't.
No.
What those 2-yard runs are really thrilling for you?
Minka Fitzpatrick's too old, so he couldn't make it.
All right, we're good. We're good.
What about Plaxico?
No, okay.
He's like 50. That is
Jeez.
in football today.
Look, we all know somebody who thinks they have the best life hacks. Things like you can open a can with a spoon or using your wireless hotspot for your internet at home. But what those hotspotters don't know is there's a much better hack out there. Xfinity gives you a 99.9 reliability internet, so you don't have to settle for using your phone for home internet.
It means more gaming, more streaming, and more looking up other life hacks that are, actually useful on your connected devices. It's time for real home internet, the next generation Xfinity 10G network. The future starts now. And now through July 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit internet and one line of unlimited mobile together for just $50 a month for 12 months with no annual contracts. Only from Xfinity, home of the 10G network. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or just, stop by a local Xfinity store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary.
All right, 4 o'clock, and we're going to button up the Torkelson thing, and we have to get into the D&D. It is something we talked about yesterday. Kenny and I battled. Rico's going to play judge. And it has to do with the Red Wings. Draft is tomorrow. We have some updates on a trade target. We're going to get to it in a second. But the Torkelson thing really got me thinking. So here's kind of what happens if you get sent down and it goes wrong. So last year, there's a pitcher who finished third in the Cy Young, Alek Manoah for the Blue Jays. Mm-hmm. Fabulous. Workhorse, old school workhorse type pitcher. Now, he was awful to start this year. Got to the point where he was the Nick Maton of pitchers, the Torkelson of pitchers. Can't pitch him. So they sent him not only to the minor leagues, but they sent him down to the Florida complex, rookie ball. Mm-hmm. So he went down there. I was reading comments just a few days ago from the Blue Jays manager talking about the work they're doing with Alek Manoah, the film study, the mechanics, trying to get him right. Rico, he made his first start today in the Florida Complex League.
That bad?
2 2/3. 10 hits, 11 earned runs, 2 walks, 3 Ks, 2 homers. But see, it gets worse. When I say Florida Complex League, I don't think you realize what we're doing here. The average age of the lineup that did this to Alek Manoah, 18.8 years old. 5 of the kids, including the Yankees' number 11 prospect, Roderick Arias, were born in 2004 or later. Look, you can send someone down, but if it goes sideways, you have destroyed them. Like if Manoah's confidence was gone at the major league level. He didn't even want to take them out.
But see, I think that they took it too far with Manoah. No. Sending him all the way down.
He sucks.
To rookie. That's when you're saying we should just get rid of you. Because you send him down to AAA, that's sending a message. All the way to rookie ball.
Look, he was 1-7 with a 6.36 ERA. I mean, he was unpitchable. And look, Rico, he wasn't even able to go through. I mean, Kenny, your Canadian pet team is the Jays.
Yeah.
I'm not telling lies here.
No, when he took them out, he didn't look like he wanted to be there. He was all of the confidence was shot before the first inning even began, and then he would allow, a home run or 2 in the first and then a home run or 2 in the second.
See, that's when I don't know, but that's when I start wondering if something just going on in his real life. When you go to being that bad, it's normally something else. But
what we're talking
it spills
about,
over. But
I'm making a point. When you use terms like torque, we're sending you down and we're going to fix you. You are going ground zero.
See, that rookie ball is ground zero. AAA is, okay, we're going to take a step back. That's how I see that. Right now, you're not doing well in the majors. Take a little step back. We'll pause. You'll get your confidence up. Boom. But if you like torque, you're going down to rookie ball. That now you're saying we really don't believe in you, but we don't know what to do with you.
Yeah, it's just, I don't think there is a good answer other than torque.
I think that's where they are with Manoah. I would have strongly said no. Rookie ball is just, guys, let's just release him if we're going to do that.
You can't release a guy who's third in the Cy Young and you have multiple years of team control.
This is Mike, I understand, but this is an embarrassment to go all the way to rookie ball.
In fairness, though, this is about as worse as it can go for somebody to be sent to below low A ball,
right?
To be practicing with 18-year-olds and then put up that stat line.
Right.
It doesn't get worse than that.
If we could, we get rid of you, but we can't. So we're going to put you in the broom closet in the back of the complex.
And how's it any different than Torkelson? I can't get rid of him. He's absolutely the Manoah of hitters.
No.
So what's really different?
The difference is we're going to send you down, but you're on the JV team. That was the 8th grade team you sent him to.
I don't think Torkelson is doing as bad as Manoah was doing. Manoah didn't want to be there. Torque at least will make a ball go to center field and it'd be deep, like deep line drives. He makes solid. I know it doesn't mean anything, but he's not doing as bad as Manoah was doing.
Kenny, the problem is, I'm sorry, no disrespect. You want to tell me, well, he's got to hit it where they ain't. Kenny, guy hit 160 in a month.
He could be sent down, but in my opinion, the low A ball or the sub low A ball.
I'll argue neither guy should be at low A ball. I'm making the point that when you send a guy down, and if it doesn't go well, it has an even worse effect.
So if Torkelson gets sent down for 30 days, which we've agreed upon, and it doesn't go well, you've driven him further into the abyss.
Yes, this is true, Mike. With everything that you're saying,
I'm not saying send him to the
I can't disagree with
the Billy Goats Complex League. I'm not saying that.
But you can't just act like, well, he'll hit his way out of this because he hasn't done that. I was all aboard that train. Like maybe he's just, you know what? Like Riley Green. All of a sudden, the light switch clicked on, and he became a much better hitter. Where we were taught he would have a week on, 2 weeks off,
right.
3 games on, 5 games off, but then all of a sudden he was good.
200 games into Tork's career, and he's one of the worst players in baseball. He's almost a -2 WAR player.
As the kids would say, facts.
Yeah, I mean, that's just what it is. So something's got to change.
Well, to your Manoah point, that's why I don't think you send him down. That's why you bump him down in the order, see what happens, because you can't keep trotting him out there at number 2. You just can't.
And that's where lineup card comes out tonight. You'd hope you would gradually, like, put him 5th. That's a safe space without embarrassing the kid. But, I mean, month of June, for the people who just joined the show, Torkelson, this includes the best week of his life. So that tells you how bad the other 3.5 weeks were.
See, do we really have to live the life where you can't I don't think that if you move him down the line worrying about his embarrassments, like, if you don't want to be here, do better.
All right, bat him 9th. I don't care.
Okay, this isn't
I'm not
on
going to
us.
argue about it. No, I mean, I'm not going to argue about it. I'm just saying, like, you're not going to take your first baseman and hit him 9th. At that point, it's Rico wins. Just send him down. I'm making a point to you that, like, Rico, if you can't bat 5th or 6th, you can't play for me.
Guys.
What?
I've been trying not to say it. I don't think this guy has it, and I don't know if he ever will. I'm sorry.
So he's on the same bus as Cade?
I'm sorry. I mean, Kenny yelled at me last year. You all yelled at me last year. I gave up on the guy last year. Now, I know technically it was way too early to give up on him last year, but I just didn't see it from him. The skill level, the minor things that you need to have at the plate, I just don't see it.
He's got patience. It's not an issue that he's like Vlad Guerrero the young years and swinging at everything.
Yeah, everything that hits the ground. Yeah.
He's too patient. But then for some reason, I don't understand how a power hitter can't hit fastballs. That's just unbelievable.
And that's
David,
my
if you're willing to
issue.
give up on him and you put him out on the trading, I hope like Anthropoulos, the GM for the Braves, picks it up because I do think he can fix him.
But Mike said it, and that's been my problem with him since day one. You can't hit a fastball. What are we doing in the majors then? What are we doing?
The problem, too, I mean, guys, when he hits the ball, right, batting average on balls in play is not some perfect stat. But, I mean, BABIP, the league average is 300. If you get bat to ball, you should hit 300, right? Rico, he hits 212. So it just gets...
No, I got nothing else to defend him
So I'm
with
with you. We can send him down. But the warning I'm giving is if you send him down and it goes full Manoah, if he goes Maton, and you can't go Maton, you could drive him further into an abyss. And the problem is we're 4.5 out in the division, 2.5 Maton adjusted. And we've got the number 1 pick in the draft from 3 years ago. He's unplayable.
Right. But if that's the case, then maybe at that point you take your chances, you cross your fingers, and you move him to another team and hope that that other team figures out that he really isn't that good. Because by simply holding on to him out of fear,
I gotta get to 1,000 at bats. He's got about 680. I gotta give him the next 320 to kind of let me know what this kid's future is. If he's at the end of this year and he looks like this, I will agree with that statement. Because, guys, bad news for you. If you're a prospect and you're 23 or 24, you're not viewed as much. So if you're at the big league level and you're absolutely terrible 1,000 at-bats deep into your career, then why would I view you any different? You can't have it both ways. You know, we talk about Parker Meadows being 23 years old, and it's like, well, he's a farmhand. Tork's 23. 200 games into a career, 16 home runs in 200 games. 16. What am I supposed to do?
yeah, they brought him up too soon. They were hoping that he was going to be that draw on a bad team, and now we're here.
He's terrible. 248-539-9797.
Rico has to play judge and jury on this deal. We're going to get into it next. I have a plan. I think it's perfect for the Red Wings. Kenny disagrees. Draft is tomorrow night. An NHL GM of one of your trade targets has spoken. We're going to get into that. And if you want to talk torque, we're here for it. 248-539-9797. Rico, hit him.
Companies like Google use your data to collect detailed profiles about you, even including your family and friends. It lets them follow you around with ads that are so creepy, it's like your devices are actually listening to you. Not with DuckDuckGo. It's a private browser that blocks trackers, and you go on and you search things, and you don't get spied upon like you do on Google. It's very simple. Download it today. It's free in your app store, or you visit duckduckgo.com. On you.
Thanks, Rico. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for the first hot day to find out the air conditioner is, well, like Roberto, non-functional. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical
has you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get your AC in tip-top shape. They got generators in stock, too. Schedule that tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. Well, you know what, guys? When you speak, we listen. We're being inundated by people who want to talk about Torque, so let's do it. And just a reminder, Odyssey.com Rewind, we did open the show. You're going to be hearing updates on the station. We have added a stat that our anchors are going to have to give you, which is how many games the Tigers are out of first, and then Maton adjusted. You're 4.5 out, but it's really 2.5 Maton adjusted. And wham. It's going to be a new analytic you'll see at baseballreference.com. Wins above Maton. Tigers are +1. I mean, literally. Last night was an unbelievable win for them. Boyd goes out, dies in 6 pitches. Will Vest comes in. He gets hit in the back of the knee. He's out. And you're at Texas, a team that should flatline you.
Yep. Fully expected. I'm like, you know what? That's just going to be a loss. Write it off.
Big win. That's a big win. And you know what? Twins are in Atlanta. Twins are in Baltimore. 4.5. And it's part of why we brought up Torkelson, which is how close are you to calling him a bust? When is the right time to declare it? And I'm giving it the rest of the year, but I'm sorry. He's not 20 or 21. He's going to be 24 in August. He's 200 games into his career. This guy sucks. And I don't want to hear about one good week or, well, it's slightly better than last year. No, last year was historically awful, so this year you're less historically awful. I want him to be good, guys, badly. But if you're going to be a 210 hitter, you better be hitting 40 home runs. You better have 40 doubles. You better make impactful contact when you make contact. Right now, month of June, 31% strikeout rate, hitting 167. And for his career, 200 games, 16 total home runs. What? Yeah. What? So we're talking to the people about it, and what do we do? What's the fix? One thing for sure, you can't keep hitting him second.
No. But then again, they were hell-bent on hitting Bias second. So.
And then again, Scotty Harris refuses to do anything fun to just help this team a little bit. Where's our Trace Thompson? Where's our Matt Carpenter? Where is just a random human being who's a bit over the hill, who's just not a total albatross to carry on the roster? Pretty low bar. Not exactly like I'm asking you to go get Ohtani.
Nick Maton.
No, I didn't say a sinkhole. I said a functional player. David, the ticket text, what do they have to say?
Someone says, cut him. He's clearly not a... Oh, they're talking about Manoah. I'm sorry.
Oh.
They're talking about Manoah. Spencer Torkelson is a bust, though. He'll never get it together, they say.
You cannot cut Alek Manoah. He was third in the Cy Young last year. He has how many years of team control left? You cannot cut him. This isn't the NFL. I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter what Torque does or goes because the Tigers don't have good coaching and enough player development personnel in the minors to make a great difference.
Nah, wait a minute. That's what Scott Harris was brought here to do. And second of all, it makes a huge difference. Guys, do you understand you're 2 bats away where you could win this division? You are 2, if I take out the 2 -2 WAR players you have, let's say Baez and Torkelson didn't exist, and I just replaced them with good ball players. Not even great ones. Good ball players. Do you understand how different the lineup would look? The pitching's here. Plus you're getting Manning back. Plus you're getting Erod back. You're getting Skubal back. Pitching's here. You're 4.5 games out, 2.5 Maton adjusted, and you've been pitching Joey Wentz, who's a gas can, and having a bullpen day every 5th day. If your offense just had anything, if A.J. Hinch was given any groceries to cook with, think about how different it would look. You were playing Maton, who was factually one of the worst players in the game, Torque, who's one of the worst players in the game, Baez, who's one of the worst players in the game, Cabrera is one of the worst players in the game. Go look at the data. That's not mean, Mike. And yet you're 4.5 out.
Still makes no sense, but you know what? Just go with it.
That's my point. So help, you know what? If you picked up somebody who could play first and you platoon Torkelson a little bit, hand select some matchups, get his confidence back. Rico, I'm dying here.
Right, but as bad as all the stuff we're complaining about, maybe you've just proved why Scott Harris hasn't done anything, because look where you are.
Well, we're not in first.
But you're close.
Okay. Let's go to the people. Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Mike, I think you just nailed it right there at the end. What you said last about, like, platooning him. I think I don't have a name because I pretty much just watch the Tigers when it comes to baseball, but they brought in Jake Marisnick when Riley Green went down, and I understand he's not good, but I'm saying they made a move at that point, right? So he's willing to make moves to fill holes. I think 4.5 games is plenty enough. Even though we are the fourth worst team in the AL, we are 4.5 games out of our division. So, we can make a low-risk move and then force Torkelson to make himself an everyday player again. I don't think sending him down does anything for him. I think we tried it last year, and, you can do it more than once, I guess. But I think platooning is the right way to do it and force himself to get back in the lineup. And like you said, match him up with good pitchers.
Yeah, and it's I'll give you an example. Like Nick, you said you don't watch the league, but I'm not trying to break balls, but I'm using my own team as an example. Like, I don't know where the Yankees found Jake Bauer. I thought Bowers was out of the league. He was a failed prospect. He's up there with an 800 OPS. He's helping the team while Aaron Judge is dead. Why can't Scott Harris do that?
Baseball is a game that's kind of silly where, like, if a couple guys start hitting good, then everybody else starts hitting good, and then the Reds just went on a, 12-game win streak.
Yep.
They're not, like, amazing players over there in Cincinnati either. They have a couple good ones, but it's one of those games where, maybe he starts, other people start hitting well, and he, just gets a little bit more confidence. I don't think it helps when he sees Baez swing at one way outside, and then he's like, well, this guy's doing it. He's getting paid this much money. Maybe it's not that big of a mistake. So, and Torkelson is to blame a little bit. I'm not saying he's some child in this, but I think, he could use some help, and I think platooning is the right way to do it. I wish Scott would just make a smaller move.
That's it.
You don't got to mortgage the franchise, but it's what you do, and I think you can also, because I think if you send Torkelson down at this point, his confidence is gone. I honestly do think that, because then
I'll meet you in the middle. And understand, I am not arguing Rico's point. The guy's unplayable most times. But I'm in the middle where I am with Nick. It is at risk if you send a kid down, he throws his hands in the air at 24 years old and goes, what are we doing here? And I don't know. I just know I badly want them to compete. It's right there for them. And I don't think it's fair to anyone. I don't think it's fair to the fans. I don't think it's fair to A.J. Hinch. I don't think it's fair to the guys in that clubhouse.
No.
If you're Scott Harris, you shouldn't be going out playing 5-on-9.
You shouldn't, Mike, but
offensively.
I think for the rest of this year, it's really going to be the battle of short-term versus long-term thinking.
Why can't you do both? None of what I'm talking about has anything to do with long-term.
You're right, but when you're looking at, okay, do we want to just – and we've talked about this. Do you want to just win the division, or do you want to put a team together that can win a World Series?
Well, he's not doing anything right now.
Right, but this team right now, even doing nothing, is teetering and with winning the division.
Yeah, but again, I can't stand when people say this. I'm not asking him to not trade Erod at the deadline. I'm not asking him to sell high prospect. No. What I'm asking for is him to do the bare minimum. I want human beings in the lineup.
Go find somebody. Maybe the change of scenery helps them, and they become our version of Paredes going down to Tampa.
Kind of.
Okay.
Trace Thompson, Matt Carpenter, years ago, Gio Urshela, something. Go find a bum. Put a bat in his hand.
All right. I'm right on that. Hey, Scott.
Jesus.
Hey, Scott, this is Rico. And
okay. 248-539-9797. If you think it's an unreasonable opinion to want bargain basement moves in the name of trying bleep, feel free to call me up and say it. I just don't think it's unrealistic. And yeah, I'm having fun. The team's 4.5 out. That was a hell of a win last night. They're 2.5 out if Maton didn't exist. 2.5.
If he just played for another team.
If he just stopped having the Rock'em Sock'em Robots fielding hour on Sunday, you're 2.5 games out of first. Then what's the tenor? then you're not allowed to tell me that I can't sit here and go, I can't play these people. Not you personally. I'm saying it's a weird town when you think about it, Rico. We all dive for a winner, and then we're close to having a midsummer fantasy land, and some people are like, well.
But Detroiters can't give up on Detroiters. Detroiters can't kick somebody off the team to try to elevate because we fall in love with our players. We overvalue our players.
You know what Detroiters don't do? They don't hold their general managers accountable.
No, because we fall in love with average players and we turn them into superstars.
And I've been nothing but positive with Scott Harris.
It's the Brandon Inge theory.
I think Scott Harris is a bright baseball mind. I think Scott Harris is going to do a good job here. But that doesn't mean I have to agree with everything he does every day.
No, but see, the thing is, if Harris was here for a year and a half, I think I would be more on your side. But I still think right now he's taking a look at what exactly do I have? What can I move? What pieces need to just go and I'll never win with them? He's still in the evaluation stage.
Congratulations. 248-539-9797. Your phone call's next, and we're doing this D&D debate. I got the perfect plan for the Wings tomorrow. We're going to get to that at 5 o'clock because people want to talk about their baseball team, which I am all too happy to do. Summer is here. Do you wish you weighed less than you do right now? There is time if you're looking to lose 10 or, 100 pounds, anywhere in between. Go to idealu.us right now. John Jansen, you hear him every morning. He talks about it. I could play some drops. I'm not going to. I'm being well-behaved. But you could be 15, 20, 30 pounds lighter. John lost a ton of weight. He did it with Ideal U. They've helped thousands of people. In fact, 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now. Get a $200 Visa gift card. Start your summer off right. Lose weight. Get the gift card. It's idealu.us right now. John Jansen did it. So can you. Go to idealu.us. That's idealu.us.
All right, we're going to get to the phones, ticket text. Got a blitz to do, and then a little hockey because tomorrow's draft day. There are major wings rumors, and a GM of one of the teams, you're targeting one of the players, spoke today. We're going to let Kenny sort through it, truth or bula. Lots left to do today. David, a couple of the ticket texts, though. Are we ready to call Tork a bust? If not, where are you in that process? I'm waiting till the end of the year, but I'm very concerned. I mean, obviously, I'm deathly concerned. Everything I see, the slight improvements have not translated into production. And overall, even if he were slightly better, I would be nowhere close to being happy. He's atrocious.
I'm tired of Tork getting this treatment. He was thrown into an awful situation to be a savior of this offense. He may or may not need work. Let's not forget how young he is.
Okay, you're an idiot. Not you, David, the person's words you're reading. You're a moron. He's not young. He's going to be 24 in like 30 days. That's not young in baseball, okay? Ronald Acuna coming up at 20 is young. You're 24. You went to Arizona State. You know what? You don't like the pressure, give back the bonus check. You were number one. I'm sorry. You know who drafts number one? Ready? Not the Dodgers. I'm sorry I can't put you in a loaded lineup. I'm not asking him to go out and be an all-star. I'm asking you to not go out and be one of the singular worst people that uses a bat for work. That's it. He's terrible. What is wrong with you people? Oh, my God. Pressure. No. Then don't play baseball. Jesus, how about the guy who's got to sell for a living to feed his kids? That's pressure.
Well, see, that's why I said.
Go hit.
If you send him down to the minors, it's like, well, you're going to destroy his confidence, or you get better. This is your last chance. Do better. Stay in the league.
Or just have people like that as your consumers.
We fall in love with our players here in Detroit.
Here are your three choices. Send him to the minors, let him stay up here and struggle, or draw him a bubble bath. I think that listener chose three. I know he doesn't want to be bad. Right. I know he's not doing it on purpose. But you're judged. This is what irked me about Scotty Harris's remarks about Nick Maton the other day. Oh, you judge on the result. Yeah, we do. Signed life. Nobody cares how hard the kid studied. They cared if they got the questions right. Like, sorry, I don't know too many radio shows where ratings suck, but host tries hard. And that's cool.
The doctor came up with the wrong diagnosis, but
he tried, Rico.
He did try.
Up next, known as in a pine box. Why do people do this with sports? The results are what we have. We know these guys are the best at what they do.
We fall in love with our athletes in this city, and we're blinded by our love for the team and the love for the players.
Why couldn't he have said the light, and then we had a song for tomorrow, and it would have just been amazing.
It's why Beef Stew is a celebrity here. It's like certain players, they're role players any other city, but here we turn them into stars.
Chad 97.1. What's up, Chad?
Oh, hey, guys. Yeah, the Tiger fans and sports fans in Detroit, they've lost it. Ronald Acuna, Juan Soto was like 19 years old and led his team to a World Series. I mean, you don't have to be 27 years old and played 8 years in the major leagues to be a good player. I mean, Cincinnati brought up a guy that most people have never heard of in Ellie De La Cruz, and he set the baseball world on fire. Where's our Ellie De La Cruz? We don't have anybody.
No. The Reds spent $65,000 on Ellie De La Cruz. 65 grand.
And he is fun to watch.
We could have Scott Harris call Alavila and really tap into that Latin America culture that we were going to get.
Oh, what about the Dominican Academy? Let's check in.
Oh.
I've just come to the horrible realization.
You really want to tap into that?
Stop. I just can't believe what I did. I inadvertently hung up on that.
You
man.
tried to do that.
You did. All I wanted was the sound effect, and my brain did not recognize that by hitting that, I would end the man's call. I feel awful.
He's still talking.
Thinking, what did I say wrong? I love that show.
Nothing. It's not you, it's me. I screwed up, and I offer you my sincerest apologies.
Right, I thought David hung up. I'm like,
no.
He didn't swear on the air.
No, my synapses were not firing fast enough, and
down to the minors.
That's it. I'm at the complex with Manoa. You imagine if we did that with radio hosts? Send a guy down to the complex league. They're gonna do shows with like 12-year-old kids.
You're headed
or
to
Chappie.
No, stop. I'm dropping that. That's
You know
you're out. You're way out. You're out of order,
David. You know what?
You're out of order,
and you're now producing for him.
You're out of.
And you're now producing for him.
Stop it, Rico.
You're out of order. Jesus.
I love the guy.
Okay, I dropped it. It doesn't matter. Jeremy, 97.1. Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Jeremy.
Good. Hey, I just wanted to say I got to agree with you, Mike. I mean, the reality is this isn't church. This is the big leagues, and it can be unforgiving. So, I mean, you got to produce, and there's 100 guys in line that would love to take his job. But I don't want to sound totally callous. I mean, yeah, communicate with Torque. You know, maybe move him down in the lineup like you were saying, work with him a little bit. But I'd say, you know, a couple weeks, a month in, if you're just not seeing anything turn around, you know, I mean, sending him down is not always a bad thing. I mean, do you want him to go out there and look like an idiot on the big league field, or do you want to send him down, let him get his mind right? Because sometimes maybe it's just in his head, you know, it's just he's his worst enemy. Get his mind right, get the mental strength where it needs to be, and if he can't do it and he tanks as a result in the minor league, well, you know what? I'm sorry, but maybe the big leagues just wasn't for him.
No, and listen, I'm open to all suggestions. I sure as hell don't have the answer. What I'm not going to do is act like, oh, it's acceptable or I need endless patience. I'm with you. I mean, we're 200 games into his career. He's got 16 home runs. I mean, that's it. We're done here.
Yeah,
that's
just nothing to write home about. And like I said, I mean, you're not doing him any favors rolling him out there, and he starts blowing it, and not like I saw him a couple times at the Twins taking swings at balls that were way out there, almost in the dirt. And
it happened last night.
Swinging at him.
Last night he had his Javi Harvey moment. He swung at a ball on a 3-2 pitch that was a foot outside the zone. That's not me being funny for radio purposes. I mean,
no. I mean, you just can't have it. And I mean, this, mediocrity is in Detroit has just got to stop. I mean, we can't just keep settling for stuff and, our heartstrings go. I mean, you care about, these athletes because they're doing stuff that you can't do. Sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, they have to produce. I mean, we all have to, don't we? We got to pay our bills. We got to go to work and produce, or I'm out of a job. I mean, he's got to do the same.
That's where I've always gotten offended, which is we allow athletes to make this insane life that they have largely earned by being incredible at what they do. But then when it comes time to hold them accountable, we want to treat them different than we treat the average working man. That's ridiculous. It's totally absurd.
Yeah.
It's called hero worship, guys.
Well, stop doing it.
They're not much of a hero.
Yeah, no offense. I mean, they're not stopping by Jeremy's and giving him a cut of the check.
No, they're not. But fans act that way. Not Jeremy, but that's how fans act.
Well, fans are idiots then. Stop doing it.
Well, that's why it's short for fanatics.
Oh, God. He's always, you know what? It's why he got into Harvard. He's always got something to say. Typical Ivy League attitude. 248-539-97.
The privileged.
That's right. Summer is here. Everyone out and about, road trips, going up north. Moran Buick GMC has got you covered. The 2023 GMC Acadia, flexible, third-row seating. Make room for everyone and everything. Moran has new stock arriving daily. Easy online ordering system, and they will have what you're looking for. If something's wrong with your vehicle, MoranExpress.com, you know the drill. You get the certified service appointment, you get the free loaner vehicle, you go about your day. No wasted time, no wasted energy. Scheduling fast and easy, MoranExpress.com. Stop in, Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor,
or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Golly, that same buzzer. I hate it.
Leave the buzzer in. The buzzer stays.
Oh, my God. I'd rather use this.
No.
That's actually what goes on in Kyrie's head as the shot clock is going down.
Well, that is the first player to buyer beware on. It is Kyrie Irving. Would you, of course, you agree with this. Both of you agree with this, right?
Yeah, he's franchise poison.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he went to Dallas. They were the 4 seed. By the time he was done with them, they were tanking the last game to preserve their pick, and they missed the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember you guys actually said you're like, you don't actually think that Dallas was trying to tank. And I'm like, I do. I think Cuban really wanted his shot at Wembanyama and said, what's the easiest way I can do this and make it look like I'm trying? Kyrie Irving.
I just think Kyrie killed him. Plus, what did Kyrie do in Brooklyn? You know, where was he last playoffs when he was healthy, KD was healthy, and they got swept by the Boston Celtics? I don't get it with Kyrie. He hit one big shot in his career to help LeBron in a finals game about damn near a decade ago.
And I don't think any other than Dallas, no one's interested in him. So, yeah. I think the people read the menu and said, no, we'll all be wearing of him.
So the next one here is interesting the way they put this one. It is any Heat free agent, but they give context to why. Because of the past. Hassan Whiteside was a nothing before he got to Miami, played nowhere. They turned him into something. He got $90 million, became nothing again. Tyler Johnson was a nothing, undrafted free agent. Played with them. They made him something. He commanded $50 million from the Brooklyn Nets. So they're saying buyer beware on Cade Vinson and Max Strus.
Yeah. Here's the comp I would offer you. It's something Rico and I joke about all the time. They're neighbors slightly to the north. They're the Rays of the NBA. You just don't do business with the Miami Heat.
Right.
I'm with you.
And the fact that it's one of those, what did you call them, gym class heroes?
Yeah, tryhards.
They fit that system. You take them out. There's a lot of players, man. You take them out of that system that they play in, and they are epic fails. So, yeah, I would stay away from all those gym class guys and just, nope, I'm going to move on.
Next person on the list, Austin Reeves, who is a restricted free agent. They're saying buyer beware. Had 13 points per game, 3.4 assists, 3 rebounds. They're saying LeBron made him.
Yeah, well, LeBron and AD. Look, here's the thing. Austin Reeves will get an offer from someone. And Rico, they'll make him a very wealthy man, and his life and his family's life will be set forever. The problem is the game's going to look a whole lot different when LeBron and AD aren't on the floor with you. And now it's a cold Tuesday night and you play for the Charlotte Hornets. The best thing, and it's easy for me to say, Reeves is going to have to make a decision between money and actual career.
Winning.
I think the short money, you take it, your career's over. I think if he's willing to take a little less, stick with good players, he'll actually become a better player and get more contracts. I just feel like he's the classic guy who signs, he goes to a bad team, and he disappears.
This is once again the theme, I think, David, is know your lane. Know where you belong, because if you go outside of your lane, you make that money.
Right.
You're Ben Wallace when he left and went to the Bulls, and the Bulls realized, oh, my goodness. I think the same, and I don't know if he's on your list, and I don't want to jump the gun, but I look at Draymond Green. I think the same way. You belong on the Warriors. You put him anywhere else, you're going to overpay for somebody to do nothing.
So here's a question, if I may. And I don't think it'll happen. I'm asking. We're so desperate in this town. I know Reeves is only about 6'5 and a half, 6'6". What if he was brought here as a part of a Cade, Jaden Ivey? He's 25, would fit the timeline of the team.
Yeah, but this is the man who said, don't draft me, Detroit.
I know. That's
why
I
want to come here.
I want to go back and try again. Enrico's
but you're going to have to overpay him.
Yeah, they wanted to take him, I think, at 42 overall, and he's like, no, I'm good. I'll take an unrestricted thing and go to the Lakers. I'm just saying there has to be a fit for him outside of L.A. I just can't come up with it.
See, I'll go right to it. I was going to leave him for last, but you just mentioned him. Draymond Green is on this list. And, of course, the report are that the Blazers, Kings, and Pistons are expected to pursue him, but they're saying buyer beware. Stay away from him.
100%.
Because if he came to the Pistons, he would tear the team apart. Why? Because he's about winning, and he sees that they are so far away. He would get on everybody's nerves. He would isolate himself from that team, and they would just revolt against him. And I think the fans would then turn on him.
Or or he'd kill someone.
Or he'd kill
and
someone.
murder plays really well in afternoon sports talk. So he would launch someone out of a cannon, and not literally kill them.
Well, we all saw what happened last summer with Jordan Poole.
And that's 3 days of radio. I'm in. No, you have to be buyer beware. He's an aging player, declining skill set. There are 2 places to me that made sense for him. One of them already traded for basically a smaller version of him. Memphis would have made sense based on the grit and grind, the culture, and the Lakers make sense.
They just picked up the option on X, so I guess they see some work. But see, it's one of those, you know where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
In Golden State, he knows, get the ball to the Splash Brothers and protect them from anybody who wants to do any harm to them.
I thought the Lakers made sense.
So the Blazers wouldn't make sense if they kept Dame?
Problem is, who's the second scorer? Who's the second player? Draymond needs to be your third guy.
Right. And the fact that you need somebody who can kind of pull Draymond aside and say, hey, Draymond, power it back some. I don't think Dame is going to do that. Whereas Steph will eventually say, hey, Draymond, they come to see me, not you, okay? Know your role.
And then final player on this list is Kyle Kuzma. They're saying 21 points a game, plus minus. It is what it is, but he's just not that great.
No.
And
You know
don't want to
what?
pay him
I'm
a
going to
lot of money.
say, I'm not going to say buyer beware for him because
Imagine walking
if
out
you're
of the
looking for
summer
somebody to
being
be
down
your
50 pounds,
first and second
and
scorer,
it's possible
yes,
with
but
a
if you can
Waking
get
180. Look, I
Kuzma
dropped
to be your
47
third
pounds
guy
so far within 12 weeks. I get
For
it.
some
You wanna
reason, he
enjoy
just
the
gets a
summer.
bad
You know what?
rap,
Then
but
enjoy
he
it.
scores,
A
and
Waking
he's
180
on bad
does not
teams. He
get in
still
your way of
scores.
your summer.
So
It just
eventually,
enhances
maybe
it.
it's
I
one
have
of
more
those
energy.
where if he goes
And
to,
you know what? Every
the
time I
Heat,
see people, they're
he
like,
blows
wow,
up,
it
and we're
really
like,
works.
wow,
Like, guys,
he pulls
I'm
a
not
Jimmy
lying to
Butler.
you.
Like,
I see results
this guy's
every
really
week.
good. So
Sure.
some
He
weeks,
is one,
maybe not as
if
great
you're
as
wanting
others.
him to
Some
be
weeks
your
I
main
may
guy,
lose up
David,
to 5 pounds.
don't
Some
do
weeks
it.
I lose 2 pounds. But you know what?
I'm
If you
losing
brought him to the Pistons
every
and say, look,
week.
I need you to be the
That
third
can
scorer
be
on
you
this team
as well. Enjoy
I'm
the
okay with
summer.
that.
Drop
I'm
the weight
not.
that's holding
Dude's
you
a loser.
back.
I mean, the guy
do what I
basically
did.
takes 8
Call
threes a night and
Awaken
shoots
180 weight
32%.
loss.
He
It's
played for a
very
horrible
simple.
team.
Reserve your
And,
Awaken
I mean,
180
idiotic
at-home
sweaters.
consultation
Can't
by
do it.
calling
I'm out.
844-346-1800.
Don't wear the sweaters on.
844
I know. I just I don't like it. I think he's great on a bad team where you're like, oh, Kuz went off for 27 tonight.
You just hate Flint.
That's not true.
That's it. There it is.
I was a big supporter of Morris Peterson. I don't think Kuzma's a winning player.
I think that if you put him as your third scorer, I think you got
He was the third scorer in Washington. What did it do for you? Beal, KP, him. And once again, idiotic sweaters. Can't do it.
You don't like the big extra large?
Can't do it.
More than extra large.
Fashion
It's just
I'm not
crazy.
going to pay a guy to shoot 32% from 3 and take 8 of them a night,
Now
David.
put Shannon Sharp in one of those sweaters, and he loves them.
That's different.
That does make a difference.
Looking like
there.
Uncle Grandpa.
And-
You just can't get enough, can you? Here's how I want to set this up. Rico was not here yesterday. Kenny and I had what I thought was a very good discussion. It got a little emotional. Kenny's very tense. He's very nervous. Tomorrow's a very big day for his Detroit Red Wings. Your Detroit Red Wings, our Detroit Red Wings. It is the draft. Red Wings are in a commanding position with 2 picks essentially in the top 15, 3 second-rounders. You got an extra first next year from the Bruins, I believe. Tons of draft capital, cap space, prospects. And we've all said it's year 5 of the Yzer plan. It's time to win. So I pitched what I deemed to be the most exciting and realistic plan possible. A little more exciting than realistic. Well, Rico is going to be the voice of reason because I'm all in. Kenny is terrified. So here's the deal. Rico, yesterday I was fascinated by the story of this Matvei Mishkov, the kid who was supposed to go number 2 to Bedard, Russian player. We went down the rabbit hole yesterday. We already ordered our Sochi jerseys, lovely turquoise with like a prowling lion on it. We were doing highlights, but this kid's a mystery. Nobody can talk to him. His camp doesn't return phone calls. Only yesterday did you start to hear about teams actually getting a meeting with him. He is signed in the KHL till 25. Now, money talks, and the opportunity to join the winged wheel, we would hope, with our rich tradition of Russian players. But I said to Kenny, mock drafts that a month ago, all of them had Mishkov number 2. Best Russian prospect since Ovechkin. That's the hockey people, not me. He's now going anywhere from 5th, 8th, 7th. Wings are picking 9th. I said to Kenny, go up and get him. This kid has elite offensive ability. Risk it, biscuit. We need stars, right? Okay. I said, then you take the 17th pick, along with, say, the dead body of Zadina and a second rounder, and you go get Alex DeBrincat from Ottawa. He's got 2 40-goal seasons in this league. He does not want to be a Senator. Comments today from Ottawa's GM. We offered him a long-term deal. He refused to sign it. They know they have to move him. So I have offered you what I'm referring to as the D&D plan. The first D stands for Dark Man, because that's the Russian mystery, man, and that's why we have this music.
So,
and the second is DeBrincat.
DeBrincat.
If I get you,
how do you move up to get him?
I would use the 9th and one of my 3 second-round picks.
Okay,
just move up a spot.
Okay,
you got the.
I don't know what the draft chart is like the NFL.
Okay.
Like, is
well, I'm in the phase of I don't care.
Oh, okay. You know what? Let's
I
roll
have
with
offered the D&D plan, which is Darkman and DeBrincat. Now, here's your problem. I can't confirm. We have seen no report that the Wings are getting a meeting. All we have from Yzerman is we don't care what country a player plays in. If he's the right fit for us, we'll take him. Baltimore Sun yesterday, where I go for my hockey news, it was really weird, but it was the most comprehensive piece on Mishkov. There are some teams who basically won't have him on their draft board. They don't want to be involved in drafting a Russian player. Politics, war in Ukraine, all of it. And to that, I just say I don't care. I want to win games. Now, I understand Russian players have been banned from international competition. I understand it's harder to scout these players. I understand it is more difficult. There's a risk quotient. But Steve Yzerman has done everything by the book for 4 years. It's year 5. We have a bunch of good players, okay players, no great ones. Mm-hmm. Mishkov offers you an opportunity to shoot the moon, right? Mm-hmm. DeBrincat, you get him engaged. You put him next to Dylan Larkin on the first line. You get better. Mm-hmm. I offer you the D&D plan. Kenny says...
Kenny, let me hear your argument.
How about this? Let's go to Jazzy Cat and the Cone. Kenny...
Cone, what do you have to say about this?
Cone, what's your side of it?
My side of it is I am nervous. And this music in the background is making me angry. This has been, by the way, stuck in a loop through my head the entire 4 hours of the show. So thank you guys for that.
I'm sorry.
I am nervous because it's very hard to gauge a guy's willingness to be somewhere or talent-wise or, dedication to a game. If you don't get to speak with them, that's what makes me nervous in number one. But also...
But at least he's not playing one-on-one against folding chairs.
Sure.
Is that Jean Leon reset right there? Good for you, Jean Leon.
But what I said yesterday was I don't want it to be a one or the other thing. I don't want to package up all this capital, put it together, and say we're going for this guy as opposed to a known commodity like DeBrincat. If you can offer me the D&D plan, something that I'm willing to consider.
All right.
It does make me nervous because one of those people is a big unknown.
Anything worth doing in life, you should be a little bit nervous, Kenny.
I would simply say this. I like the D&D plan because if you get DeBrincat, that's because you have two picks, really, two bites at the apple. One, The other one, if it's a bust, you still will say, well, at least you got DeBrincat out of the deal. I'm not a big fan of the unknown player, not knowing too much about this person.
See?
Have you seen his highlight reel?
And especially different sport reminds me a lot of Darko, man.
I know.
Where all of a sudden you heard, well, trust us, he's really good. Well, he wasn't. But
I'm trying to bring back the Russian five, okay? Why don't we just...
He is being comped to the next Ovechkin is what they're saying. He's the next thing since Ovechkin.
If this were your only pick, I would say absolutely not. You can't
But it's not.
this route. But because you have two bites, yeah.
All right. So
like I said, I didn't know what the trade value in the NHL, but if you can just swap that pick and a second round pick,
let's go to
sure.
Kenny. Well, hold on. Kenny's on the phone. The point is, let me throw the number out, guys. And look, if you don't like it, that's fine. I don't claim to be an expert. I just know we need stars. We've all sat here and bitched and moaned. We need 40-goal scorers.
I mean, he could be the Wings version of Dela Cruz.
Well, yeah.
Where you went out and got him for, like, wow, really? That's all it cost you? Sure.
Right. So my point is, I'm not – all these picks, all this stuff, we've all said we want Yzerman to make a couple bold moves. And while the kid won't play in the league next year, he won't. The KHL thing is real. But I'd rather have a guy comped to Ovechkin in my system. Go get DeBrincat for right now.
So he's got 1 year left in the KHL?
Nah, he signed to 25. You'd have to pay the freight. You'd have to really make a compelling case. And then, getting him out of Russia. Look, man, I'm just telling you everything I've seen. Oh, my God. Kenny is... We've done the switcheroo.
The Jazzy Cat and the Cone swap up.
Cone and Cat, 2-6.
Is this one of those you're going to play in the amateurs and meet us in the hotel lobby? And
Well, I don't know. No, here, get in the trunk of the car.
Right.
No, it's just Kenny.
Code name.
I don't think it needs to be that cloak and dagger.
The Fedorov story is still one of the greatest things I've ever heard.
The coffee is hot. That
Decades
means
ago, though. That's so long ago.
But we're right back to it. Now, listen. So here's my question. What would it take to go from 9 to, say, 7 in the NHL draft?
It would take 9 for sure, and probably one of your later picks, certainly.
A 2.
Yeah.
That's what I said to Rico, and I'm a moron. So, okay, my point is we move up and get Darkman, and then we get DeBrincat. Now, today, this is, it's Numbnuts McGee. Pierre Dorian.
The biggest concern is going to be signability.
What, with DeBrincat?
No. With your Darkman.
Yeah, I mean, he's signed in the KHL to 25. So you're going to have to maneuver.
And how old is he now?
I'm sorry that Steve would have to lift a finger. I'm sorry.
How old is he, Kenny?
He's 18.
Oh.
Okay. It's almost like you've gotten non-English speaking Bedard.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, but I get what you're saying.
He's locked up for 7 years.
Timeout. What's a bigger stretch? Comping a fellow teenager to Bedard or comping him to Alexander Ovechkin?
I think they're both stretches, and that's why I don't want to take this big of a chance.
Well, but what's the chance?
Because the chance is I'm thinking like maybe he's like 22 and you could possibly buy. He's 18. He's signed till he's 25.
No, signed till 2025.
Okay.
My point is in the NHL, it's like no other sport. You draft one of these elite talents, you can bring them up at 19 or 20. So I'm saying, look, DeBrincat, to me, listening to Pierre Dorian earlier today, you read the quotes, they know they got to move him. They know. And he also made a comment, I don't think that's going to happen. I doubt we get into the first round of this draft. What if you get DeBrincat for, let's say, Boston's pick next year and one of your twos and the dead body is Zadina?
The prevailing theory is a couple of seconds in Zadina or maybe Berggren.
Okay, so now you have 9 and 17. Tell me again we don't go after the dance man.
If that's the case, then yes, it's worth it. Because if you swing and miss, oh well.
But again, let's talk about this. Are we really going to trust a GM speaking the day before the draft?
I don't care. Don't even call him.
Okay, I'm not saying don't call him. I'm saying what he says to the press right now really matter?
Oh, Dorian?
Not Dorian.
Much.
Right. So him saying that he might not be in the first round doesn't matter to me.
That's where I don't get my hopes up. I always try with the listeners, let's set a real, almost painful example. Let's say it does cost you pick 17, but it gets DeBrincat here, and he's on your first line, and he's a 40-goal scorer. He's done it twice in the league. Once might be a fluke, twice isn't. You bring him here, he's, what is he, 25 years old?
25 to be 26.
Come on, man. So what else are you doing with pick 9 that matters? Now, if Kenny comes from the clouds and goes, fellas, I have news you can use. And it's pick 9, pick 17, and I mean, you're in the Nylander business. Okay. But guys, I'm trying to be real with a realistic trade target and then what I think is the type of risk that I'm into. This kid is only falling because some teams don't want to be in the politics business. And here, I don't care, I'll throw it out. Do you have a problem taking a Russian player? Go ahead. I don't care.
I don't.
I would draft Satan and bore holes in the helmet for the horns to come out. I don't care.
Probably wouldn't go that far, but okay.
I don't care.
I don't mind taking a Russian player. Yeah, I'm not trying to take Satan, so no.
He was
so
great.
It was a couple of good ones.
He was great with the Sabres.
Miroslav Satan.
He did not have horns.
See?
No horns.
248-539-9797. Rico, I need you to rule on this. Are you more Kenny's pragmatism or me excited 12-year-old?
My ruling is this. You'll get it next. 97.1.
Perfect segue. You spend a third of your life sleeping. When you're getting rest, please. Like, can we make it quality? The brand new iComfort Eco, supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and restored. Check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses made in Michigan. They have been for over 100 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com.
When it comes to third-party trackers, Google's incognito mode doesn't even come close to the protections provided by DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a private browser that blocks trackers. And with the DuckDuckGo privacy search, it doesn't track you. So you can look up something and it's not creepily following you along. Now remember, it's available on Android, iOS, Windows, and Mac. Simply do this. Download it today for free in the App Store or visit duckduckgo.com.
All right, we'll get to the people. And look, I'm not telling you have to love it. It's just where I'm at with it. And look, I know how this story is going to play out. Mishkov's going to go to the Capitals, and he's going to have an unbelievable career, and he's going to torment you, and it's just going to be one of those things. And I don't want to hear about Pete Fenelwood or some of these other people. I don't care. Like, by the way, I just found out who Washington's scout is in Russia. They're one of the teams who didn't pull their scouts from Russia. Kenny will love this reset. Andrei Nikolishin. There's an oldie but a goodie, man. Played for the Caps for a long time and a good Russian hockey player. One of the other comps for Mishkov, if you don't like the Ovechkin thing, is Nikita Kucherov. You're talking about a high-level sniper player who's dazzling puck handling. And again, when he and Bedard did last play in an under-18, under-20 event, both guys were clearly 1 and 1A. The problem is Bedard has continued to play at the international level. Russian players have been barred from it.
I would simply say this. My ruling is so long as you have multiple first-round picks.
You're good.
I'll go for it.
All right, I'm down.
Now, you better have a long-term plan because and Wings fans better be patient because this may not happen overnight to finally get him to play in Detroit.
No, but by the time we're ready to win a Stanley Cup, we're going to bring the singular best player in the minors or from a prospect level, and we're going to fly him in.
Here's the thing. It's almost going to give Stevie an excuse.
No, it won't.
Because you drafted a player, and it's, well, just wait for him to get here,
yeah, but Rico,
and then fortunes will
you draft
change.
at 9 and 17. Most players take 3 to 4 years anyways.
No, I understand.
At least this one might be worth waiting for.
You do realize that by doing this, I'm all for it, but you're kind of kicking the can with Stevie, giving him a little bit of leeway.
Well, then here. Then Kenny can give me a suggestion where I'm not using 9 or 17. Both picks are going out. Tell me who I get.
No, I'm saying go for it. Go get him, but when fans call back and say, well, you can't really say anything bad about Stevie if they're not winning because he drafted some guy that you knew was in Russia and you guys were all for it. But yes, I am all for that because you have multiple picks, Kenny. Just go for it. Okay. You look nervous, Kenny. It's okay, Cone.
I am nervous, but if it means that you still have DeBrincat, you still cashed in that trade.
That's right.
Then a tepid, if he's there at 8, you can make the trade up. I won't be too critical of it.
Because I just tell you how this movie ends. He ain't getting past Washington.
He might not get past Montreal at 5. If you ask me,
no, because again, Montreal is one of the teams getting an interview. Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a mock draft right now where Montreal is taking him.
So. Right.
And bear in mind, this could all be all the smoke that you're hearing about why he's falling. That could all just be other GMs putting up smoke.
Yeah, and he could go to San Jose at 3 or 4 or whatever it is. My point is, if he falls out of the top 4, do something bold. Or not. I don't care. Maybe you enjoy not making the playoffs. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, Ryan. What's going on?
So, yeah, I mean, if he's there at 9, of course you take him. That's just, I mean, you're dumb if you don't. But, so if you look at some of these NHL teams that are really competing for a Stanley Cup year in, year out for the past 5 years, they all have one thing in common. It's North American players, and specifically Canadians. I mean, the proof's in the pudding. You kind of have to, draft Canadian as well. And, Lucas Raymond's a great player, but he's not gonna be that guy that you need in the playoffs like Bertuzzi. That's just the way it is.
No, I mean, Kenny, where are you at on this? I want to bring Kenny in on this, Ryan, because when we're getting into player origin roster construction, do you buy what Ryan's selling, that in order to win the cup now, you need this You need a mostly Canadian and North American-born roster.
No, that's an antiquated way of thinking.
I don't buy it, but you're the expert.
Yeah, that would rule out Tampa with Nikita Kucherov and Stamkos. I mean, it's just it's roster construction from like the 90s. That doesn't apply anymore.
No, I'm not saying like every single player needs to be. I'm saying the majority of your team needs to be.
Yeah, and I disagree with that
you
too.
look at Vegas, they were 18 Canadian players out of 20
Correct.
starting.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, Ryan, clearly it can be done, I would say, both ways. It's not going to affect my decision. See, here's the other thing, Ryan. This is where it turns into like Danny Ainge-itis. You begin hoarding draft picks. You have 2 first-rounders this year, 3 second, plus 2 firsts next year. What does all of that do next year to help you win or the year after? Let me help you. Nothing. Not a single player you take in this draft or next year is going to help you this year or next year. And no disrespect to the great Steve Yzerman, this is year 5. Next year is year 6. People mocked Ken Holland when he said it could be a decade rebuild. Well, you didn't bring Steve Yzerman here to make it a decade. So all I'm trying to do is accelerate it a bit. I don't care if the player is from Mars. It doesn't matter to me. So go get an asset. And at some point, if you want to use it as a trade chip, do it. If this guy could have been the 1A player in this draft, but because of reasons that don't have a lot to do with hockey, we don't get to see him live. Wah. You know what? I don't care. No, I laugh. Like, it's amazing what some of these teams are willing to say. Oh, God, your job was a little harder. Cry for me. Like, what the hell are we doing?
Because people, they want the quick fix, Mike. This requires a little bit of patience, a little bit of time, and with sports. But with sports fan, that's a 4-letter word.
All right, but here's another one we keep hearing. Kenny, I want you involved because Marty is about to say something where I throw my hands in the air. Because I have bad news, right? We're not getting Austin Matthews, okay? Here you go. Marty's on. He's going to slander DeBrincat. Let's party.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
We got to stay away from DeBrincat. He's 5'8". His production dropped down to under 30 goals last year, and you know why? Because the league's onto him. He's too small. He gets pushed to the outside. He can't go to the dirty areas. He ain't going to score 40 goals. That's my opinion.
Okay.
Secondly,
Did you ever think he never wanted to be in Ottawa and he had a down year? And if you bring him here and you put good players around him, let's say he doesn't get 40. Let's say he's just somewhere between 30 and 35. Is he not a first-line player for you that helps you and makes you better at age 25?
Yeah, he sure is. But what about a guy like Travis Konechny, or whatever his last name is, out in Philadelphia? He's a 30-goal scorer. He's a lot less money, and I think he's about the same age. And he's a pretty good player.
There's nothing wrong with Travis Konechny. I like Travis Konechny quite a bit. And I think there's a world where you can actually get both. But if we're talking about DeBrincat, multiple-time 40-goal scorer, his job is not to be the big guy. His job is to score to fill your one need that you most desperately need to fill this offseason, and that is a big-time goal scorer.
Plus,
you can bring up other guys through the minors. Steve Yzerman is drafting big defensemen every single year. You're going to have big guys on this roster. It's not his job to be the big guy.
Here's
his
the
job to score.
Here's the other thing, Marty. The reason we continue to bring him up as well, besides what Kenny said, which is all factual, he's infinitely available. I can't speak to random player in Philly who may or may not. What's the cost analysis?
Right,
Marty,
this guy wants out.
Bottom line, the GM today said we offered him a long-term deal. He didn't want it. He told me to kick rocks. They're moving him. All right, you don't want your version of Theo Fleury, a tiny tot. Well, that's up to you. All I know is he's got talent. His horizon makes sense. He's 25, and he makes my first line better.
People say he's just too small.
Oh, they complain about everything. Oh, we're too good for DeBrincat. It's like when Piston fans were complaining, well, we're too good for Zion.
Few things make you're not going to get that perfect player because he's already locked up long term.
Yeah, few things make my blood boil more than the people who just scoff at a 40-goal scorer just because he's too small. Guess what? There are a lot of good players in the NHL that are, quote, undersized.
Right, this kid's 5'8", Connor Bedard's 5'10". He's not Randy Johnson, all right? What are we doing? Newsflash, most hockey guys are small. You see NHL players in real life, most of them are quite compact, and that's being polite.
guess they won Pronger. What was he, like 7 feet tall?
That's different. Chris Pronger should have been playing tight end for the
I know,
Baltimore
but
Ravens.
I guess that would make everybody feel better.
Right. Zdeno Chara. Just come on. Victor Hedman. Those are the outliers. Or what's that dude for the Sabres? Rasputin or whatever the Drulin or what the hell's his name? The defenseman.
You said two names that aren't close to any real name.
No, what the hell's it?
Well, Rasputin was a famous
the
historical
guy
character.
for the Sabres, huge defenseman. Rasmus Dahlin.
Yeah, Rasmus Dahlin, yeah.
I wasn't. It was Rasputin, Dahlin. Help me.
I didn't know what you were getting at. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Mark.
the Sabres aren't exactly on national TV quite often.
I mean, why don't you ask me? I'm a hockey elite.
You were for 6 minutes yesterday.
Yeah, for 6 glorious minutes before you called who? Gary Thorne? Michkov's agent?
No, he said Fedorov was his agent. 3 minutes later, gentlemen, I have to issue a correction. David went from scooping Kenny to being thrown into a garbage can as a hockey elite.
It was funny
member.
because I was like, I think I would have remembered if I saw Fedorov was Michkov's agent. No, no, he wasn't.
In fact, not. 248-539-9797. Old Nation Shandy finally back in stores, and they're almost running out already. If you like it, grab some now because once they're gone, they're gone. This is not one of the big box stores, as we call it. This is a high-level brewery, best ingredients, handcrafted products, not half-assed. Their Shandy's the best in the game. That's why it sells out. So get it. Ask for it by name wherever you buy your beer. Stock up. Believe me, it will be nicer out. I know the last couple of days haven't been great. OldNationBrewing.com. That's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly.
There are 2 Detroit Lions on the list.
Okay.
I think you all can guess who they are.
I just say, come on, I'm not playing this game.
24, Amon-Ra St. Brown. 22, Penei Sewell. Honorable mention was Aiden Hutchinson.
No, here's Aiden's deal. Oh, Sparty. Guys, I think he's going to be a good player. I've always thought he's going to be a good player. His pass rush win rate needs to get a hell of a lot better. He was only winning about 13% of the time. And I don't want to hear about sacks. Sacks is a lucky number. Sometimes your teammates rush the quarterback into a sack you get. Aiden has to become more effective on win rate. He's a good player. But if you're going to be one of the top 25 guys in the sport under 25, I got news for you. No, Amon-Ra and Penei Sewell have done a hell of a lot more.
They proved it.
Now, I don't have any issue about either guy. I think both are going to take major steps forward this year. I think Sewell establishes himself as the best right tackle in football, and I think Amon-Ra is going to flirt with being one of the 12 best wide receivers in the game. I think Amon-Ra he's a red ass. He's a dog. He's a competitor.
He's going to have he'll have longevity in the NFL.
He reminds me of Hines Ward. He's just a red ass. He's just
great call.
Like one of those tough, slot, nasty
May
players.
never be one of those guys that you're going to go flock to go see, but every year exactly consistency. That's what he brings to the team.
He'll block. He's physical. He'll play hurt.
I think Aiden will be on this list next year. I mean, if the Lions, I'm not going to say wasted, but they mismanaged his early games. And I kept telling you, like, if they play him like he played at Michigan, he'll get a lot better. And then all of a sudden, they moved him to the weak side, and now he started getting a lot more production. But he's got to prove it more than 1 year because he didn't have that Sauce Gardner type of impact where you're like, man, this kid could be special. You see the potential with him.
No,
I think he'll be on the list next year.
So those are two players in the bottom five where the Lions sits, and then we finish out the last five. 25 would be Justin Fields, 23 T. Higgins, and 21 Devonta Smith.
I would argue on the Devonta Smith one. Look, I think he's a nice player, but pretty easy to do when you play for the Philadelphia Eagles.
No, I mean, because
I'd put Fields there and move Smith to 25.
Fields, I think, is exactly where he's supposed to be because he's
got no help.
Right, but we're basing it on, well, if he gets help, he'll be better. We haven't seen it yet. It's all speculation. I've seen what Smith has done, and I don't care that you play for the Eagles. You still got to catch the ball. You still got to run down the field. You still got to score touchdowns. And check. He's done that. So I think he belongs in that spot.
You have Garrett Wilson at 20, 19, Rashawn Slater, Quinnen Williams at 18, DK at 17.
DK Metcalf isn't 25 yet?
I was about to say.
He is 25. So this is the last year he can be on the list.
Right. I was like, wait.
Yeah.
Jesus.
They had actually from 18, 17, and 16 are all 25. They'll be off the list. Quinnen Williams, DK, and Josh Jacobs at 16.
Jacobs, I listen. As Melvin Gordon said in an article yesterday, it's a joke playing running back these days. I mean, I'm not going to freak out about it. But all the players you just listed, whether it's Aiden, whether it's Sewell, Amon-Ra, Devontae Smith, DK, I'm putting them all ahead of Josh Jacobs. I just don't value the position that way. Running backs don't impact winning.
No, there's no longevity there, but I guess if you're just looking at it for this year, I still would probably slot him a little bit lower. Smith, I would put higher because I think that he is a key part to that Philadelphia offense.
So then we jump into the top 15 here. At 15, we have Jonathan Taylor. 14, Jalen Waddle. 13, Trayvon Diggs.
This is getting worse and worse and worse.
And your guy, 12, Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, the Trayvon Diggs thing.
High risk, high reward.
Yeah, fun to watch. But, I mean, the dude makes egregious errors. He gets absolutely toasted.
He thinks every play is a pick six.
David, I got to be honest, this list is getting worse and worse the higher up we get. It really is.
Is it because your guy's only, at 12?
Right, he's outside of the top 10? Is that why he's saying it?
Who's that, Trevor
Lawrence.
Oh, I think it's stupid, but, I mean, I'm not going to let it taint the list. I just think Trevor Lawrence, the way he finished up last year, the infrastructure they're building there, what he's able to do with what he had, I mean, you could make an argument he's one of the 6 best quarterbacks in football right now. But again, it's not my list, and I'm not going to freak out about it. I think it's stupid to tell me there's 11 players teams would rather have than Trevor Lawrence under 25.
You're probably not going to like who's at number 11 right ahead of him.
Who?
Creed Humphrey, center, Chiefs.
See, now you're trying to be provocative. I stop. I mean, look, the kid's been a beast since he was a freshman at Oklahoma. He's a stud center. He's a very good player. There's no universe where he's a better football player than Trevor Lawrence.
He hasn't missed an NFL start, has rarely been penalized, they say.
And I was about to say, it's hard to quantify offensive linemen because it's one of those, the less you hear their name, the more they are, but you don't pay attention to them. Nobody goes down to the games to say, I'm watching the O-line outside of their family members.
So in the top 10, we have at 10, CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver, Cowboys. At number 9, offensive tackle, Tristan Wirfs.
Okay, I'm not a Trevor Lawrence fan. I could put him above both of those in the top 10. Keep going.
Number 8, Patrick Surtain II. And number 7, Sauce Gardner.
Okay, look, I think Sauce is probably a little low, but it was only one season. But it was one of the most lockdown seasons we've seen from a rookie corner in NFL history. It was incredible.
Number 6, Justin Herbert.
Oh, enough.
This still goes back to the Red Bowl, right?
No, Justin Herbert,
game.
he's a good player, but nobody has gotten their ass kissed for doing less than Justin Herbert. When's Justin Herbert going to win some big-time football games?
He's in the right market, L.A.
That's fine. He's a good player. I'm not slandering him. But you know who beat Justin Herbert in the playoffs? Because Justin Herbert blew a 28-point lead? Trevor Lawrence.
But he doesn't play in the L.A. market. And,
I know.
Last time I checked, that brings in more money.
I don't like this list.
Well, okay, so I'm going to give you the top 5. I don't think you can argue with the top 5. Maybe placement within it.
That's
but
all
they
we're
all
arguing.
deserve.
They're all good players.
All deserve it, okay? 5 would be Jamar Chase. 4, Michael Parsons. 3, Nick Bosa. 2, Jalen Hurts. And 1, Justin Jefferson.
I'd have Nick Bosa number 1 at this point.
You just switch some things around.
Yeah, I would have Bosa 1 too, but then I don't want to be called privileged. So
no, Nick Bosa is one of the most complete, dominant defensive ends, not edge rushers, defensive ends.
Not just
of
great.
The last 15 years in football. I mean, he's just a fabulous football player.
No.
All 3 downs, and when he gets into that sprinter stance and his arms flung up in the air like he's Usain Bolt, you know you're dead.
I love it. More disrespect for my team. We'll see. That's fine.
Because CBS Sports has him at 3. He's going to use it as bulletin board material.
Room, David.
This list is bougie.
Putting it in the locker room, you're not better than any of these people.
I mean, David, you don't have an issue with that?
I don't have an issue with too much other than the center being number 11.
You know what else is interesting? I didn't hear any Steelers on the list.
Pat Freiermuth is an honorable mention.
Oh, participation award.
Yeah, he gets a participation award.
Where's Najee Harris?
They are not even in the honorable mention.
Najee Harris didn't make it?
No, he shouldn't.
No.
What those 2-yard runs are really thrilling for you?
Minka Fitzpatrick's too old, so he couldn't make it.
All right, we're good. We're good.
What about Plaxico?
No, okay.
He's like 50. That is
Jeez.
in football today. or however you pronounce that name. 40 goals, 27 years old. Give up number 17, Berggren and Sedina.
Yeah, William Nylander would be great. I think it might take a little bit more to get William Nylander than that.
Is he available?
He is available, yeah. I'm not saying don't do it. I would love for them to make that trade. Absolutely.
Well,
Toronto's under new management with Tree Living as their new GM. I don't know what he wants to do. There's reports of him wanting to re-sign Nylander, so we'll see.
I think DeBrincat may be low-hanging fruit to some, but he's available. He doesn't want to be there. I don't really care how short he is. Can he?
No.
Does he want to play? Does he want to score? That's all it's about. But newsflash, people. The best major league players or NFL or NBA or NHL, they're locked up already, okay? The Mahomes of the world, like Kansas City ain't going to one day be like, hey, let's deal him. No, you're not.
Right, we're not dealing for Connor McDavid tomorrow.
Right. But it's like, well, he's this and he has flaws. I know. You're a bad team. There's a reason why you were in the draft. You haven't made the playoffs. You don't have players. This is your chance to start getting players. Go ahead, David.
Last I checked, Darkman didn't invade Ukraine. So the D&D plan is exactly what the Wings need to do. Time for Yzerman to be bold and swing for the fences. If Mike Ilitch were here, he'll tell Yzerman to go get it done.
See, here's the thing. And as I said, I ruled, my judgment was I'm in favor of the D&D plan. Just know it's going to require some patience because you're not going to get him immediately. And fans are like, well, I thought we got him. Yeah. He's going to be here soon. Just wait. If you go that route. Don't get angry. I said I ruled for you.
Just imagine LCA 2026. Your team captain, Matvey Mishkov.
Is this going to be like the Irish jig when Shanahan would score? Is there play this when Mishkov scores?
What happened to Larkin? He's no longer the captain?
He's out.
Oh, wow.
After Mishkov posts a 63-goal season as a rookie, he's out.
You know what's interesting?
I just want to see Kenny's head explode. Kenny, by the way, Rieger, and then I want you to preview your show.
Wait, real quick. So you're going to be happy if Yzerman doesn't do anything tomorrow?
No,
Rieger,
I want Mishkov and DeBrincat.
Talking to the mic.
Yeah. Oh, I like that idea. Okay.
That's it. We're gonna trade up, get Mishkov, and then we're going to use 17 to go get DeBrincat. Kenny, tomorrow, you need to be prepared. We are doing this because Rico wants to do the hockey. We are doing a Kenny Cott NHL Draft Day Blitz. Kenny's predicting picks, hot takes, trades.
Ooh.
It's Jazzy Cat in the cone
Kenny,
doing the hockey.
Kenny.
Ta.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill. We have hockey talk for a segment.
And we're going to have full production. It's going to be unbelievable.
So are you ready for this, Kenny? Every time there's a rumor.
This is very catchy. I feel like I'm at a bar mitzvah. We're doing the horror.
Is that when you pick people up on the chair?
Oh, yeah. Hey.
That's actually kind of cool.
All right, everybody.
Do that at weddings, too?
Oh, yeah.
I did. Yeah, I love
Before you break the glass.
Cool. Yeah,
that's
cool.
fun.
Before Wojo comes in.
But by the way, did you hear the breaking news? I don't know if you. It's great hockey breaking news. You hear Patrice Bergeron and David Krejci are going to retire, they think, in Boston, which means the East is wide open.
Okay, take it easy.
Which means you better go make a move.
Wide open?
Take
wide
it easy.
open. Anyway.
Okay. You may want to revisit that take.
Wide
open.
What
are you guys? Are you going to do the torque?
Yeah, so I was driving in today listening to you guys as always, and I thought you were full of crap, to tell you the truth.
Nah.
Calling Torque a bust at the end of this season, give him time. You kept spouting off he's only 24. But then I came in and did a little research.
Oh, the key component before you slander me.
Well, I mean, I decided to do some research before I came on the air. What a concept, I know.
What did it lead you to?
You might be on to something. It is sickening and scary how many 24-year-old guys comparable to Torque, what their OPS was at age 24 and what Torque's is. And some of those guys had experience. Some guys didn't. It was their rookie year. There's a litany of dudes. I got a lot of them. And it's a very scary proposition. It really is.
And that's all. He has the next 300 at-bats or so where I look at it and go, okay, 1,000 ABs and 250, 260 games into your career, 270, you are who you are. So he either gets better or he's a bust.
Let's see what he is when he gets to 30.
It was the right move.
It was the right move.
Whoa, we got something. Is this hockey?
Breaking news?
It's now official. Matthew Boyd will go on a 60-day IL for Tommy John surgery.
Oh, no.
Again?
His career's over.
Wait, no, did he have Tommy John before?
Yeah, didn't he?
No, last year he was out with something else, I feel.
Listen.
No, he was out like 2 years.
He's already terrible. Nobody wanted him. You ended up here.
They gave him $10 million.
Well, get 9.9 of it back, and his ERA is like 7. Your career's over.
Do the Tigers at least get a 2-for-1 discount on Tommy John surgeries? Like
like a
for the
group
Costco?
rate.
Yes.
It's like Sam's.
Who's the Tommy John guy?
Dr. James Andrews?
James Andrews, right?
Or is it Robert Anderson?
I think it's actually Tommy John.
Whoa.
No, it wasn't there a doctor. No, not that doctor. I'm saying.
See, I thought it was Robert
Come
Anderson.
on,
The name
that's
Dr.
not-
Robert Anderson went through my head too, but then I immediately thought what you
Stop,
thought.
everyone stop.
That's not who I was referring to.
It's Tommy John.
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Christ.
No, yeah, the Tommy John guy sounds like that
Not
name.
everything goes back to Michigan State.
No. I just thought you made it like, no. I think that's you got the name.
So he's getting Tommy John. Let's start from there.
That's all. I'm sorry.
So, Michael,
Jesus.
I don't have the audio. I couldn't find it.
Oh, okay.
Christ
Wojo's pissed at you, by the way, Mike.
I'm not.
Wojo's furious
You're
at
going to
you.
hear from my lawyers.
Wojo
Don't worry.
texted me.
What?
You guys had a rousing open to your show. I enjoyed it with the music.
Wins above
and,
Mayton.
Yeah,
Wham.
well, so Wojo.
That's me.
I just want to read this.
I brought it up yesterday in the crosswalk.
Yeah, it says Mike stole my wham line. Wins above Mayton.
For real?
He says you stole it, but I did go back. I couldn't find it.
You didn't look.
I did listen. I listened for 20 minutes.
What about how I talked to Powers and we've got in the updates coming up games behind and then Mayton adjusted standings.
No, I
so they're
like
2.5 back.
But I did say on crosswalk yesterday, hey, Wham wins above replacement. That's totally fine. We're team.
Well, then I'm
Wait a second,
sorry.
is that-
I didn't know.
No,
Wake me up before you go,
say
though?
that to my lawyers, okay?
My bad?
No. No. I just thought it was funny because I did think it was clever.
Are you going to offer a serious take on Torque?
Yeah.
Don't say we'll see when he's 30. Come on.
No, I've been concerned about him all year, going back to last
Wake
year.
me
Okay,
up
please stop. I beg of you.
What is that? What is that about?
Because you said wham. He's referring to wham.
I get it.
Oh, my
All
God.
right, we're out of here.
Oh,
That's
my
good.
Lord.
All right, we'll
It took
talk.
me a second to figure that out, too. Like, what?
We'll talk to everybody
Is that George
tomorrow. Kenny,
No,
tomorrow's
it's
your
called
day,
Wham.
champ.
Oh.
Yeah, he had a solo act, though, too.
Okay, we're leaving now.
That's the group Wham.
All right.
All right. Look, my baseball team's in a division chase, and I need the fastest internet around to keep up with the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love, and with the Xfinity internet, I get the speed that I need at a great price. So no more frozen screens, no more pixelated video, just pure, uninterrupted streaming bliss.